Welcome to Jill's.
Can I offer you some tea?
Good tea. Nice house.
Would you make me some of that Plomeek soup?
Ya-na-na-na. Ya-na-na-na. Ya-na.
That just did not belong.
No, that worked perfect.
This is the hello and welcome to Plomeek Teatime number 114. And yes, you are on a Star Trek channel, finally talking about Star Wars.
Yay!
Well, yeah, thank you,
Yes.
Raquel. Well, technically, we did go out of production order one time since Scotty R37 wanted to review The Phantom Menace for some reason, and that happened. But this is the original trilogy, it's what I love the original trilogy best out of the Star Wars. I wasn't as big of a fan of the sequels, but we'll talk about stuff like that later on in this. And as I recognize it as a great science fiction fantasy universe, one that you can truly get lost in, the galaxy a long time ago, far, far away. It's just something you can really believe in. I just don't even mean the Force or the religious aspects or, and how it affects people's lives, whether you're Jedi or not. I find it extremely imaginative and transportative, and I'm whisked away every time, despite myself. I've always considered this a stellar introduction, but as I look at the history of it, the truth is that there was nobody thought that there would be more than one at the moment. No one actually had any faith in this movie at all from the stuff I've seen, and so that was to its credit that it was written as a standalone movie that could have been only one of its kind if it never succeeded as much as it did. And that's the biggest thing I learned. And it's wonderful that it can stand alone. And even though I love Empire more because I love Yoda, so I'm glad we have a Yoda impersonator in the panel today. But we're talking about the 1977 movie today and the phenomenon that it became, that even after only being released to 40 theaters, it quickly spread to more theaters as word of mouth grew and demand spread over the year, giving the movie a profit of $221 million, which adjusted for inflation is over $1 billion. Though that number would grow even further the next year because everyone loved it so much, and then of course they updated it and everything, all those things that happened. Not to mention the toy line where George Lucas kind of had to sacrifice some profit and to allow the mania to spread. There's just so much to talk about, and hopefully, if the panel knows some trivia, I would love to hear trivia every now and then as we're going through the slides of the movie. But there's just so much to talk about, and I want to get into it, and I want to make sure everybody has the ability to tell their story of where they were when they first remember watching this, or when they watched it again. I have to be honest, I wasn't I was a kid who put on the TV while I was drawing and doing homework and everything, and maybe of course I knew what Star Wars was, but it wasn't just like with Star Trek. I didn't get as much into it until I did grow up, and it was actually because of Star Trek that I watched Star Wars finally, like really seriously, and the whole trilogy and the sequels and all of that. And the reason that is because I went to the Star Trek convention, and well, what happened there? I promise this will get into Star Wars. Is that it was the 50th Star Trek anniversary in Las Vegas, and there was a party in a hotel room, one of those cool parties, right? And and I think I was saying something about Star Wars that I wasn't really into it, or didn't. I love Star Trek, and then and then Gary Graham, one of the best Vulcans ever, says I love both Star Wars and Star Trek, and I thought, yeah, you know what? I'm being shamed by one of my favorite Vulcans here. I need to get my act together, and I did. so that's how I got to know Star Wars, and I want to hear everybody else's story. But first, I want to introduce the panel, and actually, go ahead and get right into that. So, Scotty R37,
Yep, no.
how are you doing today? And
I'm doing okay.
and good. So, what are your first memories of Star Wars, and how did that relationship grow?
One of my first memories was seeing Star Wars. I remember going with my dad to see it in a movie theater in a mall in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. And I remember holding his hand as we went down the escalator. I remember the sand people, like the Tusken Raiders. And that was that. Yeah. So it is one of my first memories. And then the next one that I have, because it's freshest in my mind, is watching it today. The original theatrical cut, which I have on DVD, which is fantastic. No A New Hope, no Jabba. Han shot first, no McClunky. And so, yeah, this is one of my favorites of all time.
And that is what we're going to be reviewing today, precisely, in terms of the slides that I have. And I want to welcome Leia Organa. I don't know precisely, who do I know you as? Hello?
Oh, this is me. I identify as a princess.
Oh, Wes Kegel.
Hello.
Fantastic. I'm so glad you're here. But I think we're going to move on to Richard Spake because, I haven't even said hello to the chat yet. I have 66 chats. We gotta say hello to Richard.
Hi.
Execute Order 66.
Yeah, right. What are the chances?
Oh, yes. This is it was the first movie I ever actually got to see in theaters was Star Wars when it came out. I was 6 years old, and it was, like I said before everything started, was that I truly believe Star Wars is one of the reasons why I became so enamored with the movies, because that grand movie aspect of it just has stayed with me all these years.
The theater going experience in general, it seems.
Yes. I mean, it was a shared experience with all the people that was there. I remember standing up because I had to look over this person's head. So I was standing in my seat so I could see. And
they didn't have a layered, they don't have where the seats rise up. Was it all flat?
Oh no, they had them rose up. As the person in front of me, she had big hair.
Oh, right. Also, you were 6. Like Scotty mentioned, he was only 4, and you were 6, so that makes sense. You guys probably couldn't see much of the movie.
Yeah, it was. It's like when Star Trek: The Motion Picture came out. I couldn't see the subtitles when the Klingons were speaking, so my dad translated it for me because he could tell I was trying to see it, and he leaned over and whispered in my ear what it was that they were saying. And
awesome.
So, like I said, to me, the movie-going experience was set by that, and I just can't find any other way of putting it. It was
that's perfect. It set the standard, and so that's pretty high bar to live up to, though. But I also want to, yeah.
It's one of those things that I think everybody, whenever you got kids and you show them Star Wars, watch the looks on their faces. It's priceless, and it's just beautiful to me. is how
Oh
it
yeah,
comes out.
definitely. And it's important to pass down those kind of things. And I do want to say hello to Jedi Master. How are you doing today?
Fantastic. Thank
And
you. Hi to everybody on the panel as well.
yeah, what's your history with Star Wars?
Well, simple. 12 years old, 1977. There goes my age. I was in summer theater. Damn Yankees to be, in fact, my first play. My parents, I used to get involved in summer camp theater stuff. So I was in summer theater, and I went after first rehearsal, went and saw it in the afternoon for $1.75 at the Hanover Mall Cinema, and came out in awe. That's all I can say. It was one of the greatest. It's besides 2001: A Space Odyssey, which took me 3 times to watch to understand it. Star Wars is without a doubt my favorite and greatest sci-fi movie of all time. Second, there's nothing that will ever top that. That and Empire Strikes Back, in my opinion, are 2 of the greatest.
Interesting you say that because I think George Lucas said, I want 2001 except the spaceships are faster. And
yeah,
so
that's about it. Blown away. Fell in love with Yoda.
Yeah, swept away.
As I got older.
I can see that. Raquel SSG, I'm so glad you decided to join us today.
Thanks for having me, Jill.
Yeah, you're welcome. Could you tell us what your experience is with Star Wars?
My experience was a little bit different. Never seen it in the movie theaters, unfortunately. But I was, I think I was between either 8 or 12 at the time. I can't remember exactly what age because it's been so long. But I do remember going through the VHS tapes that my dad had. And I saw like Star Wars on the shelf. I'm like, Star Wars? What's Star Wars? So I popped it in the player. And I was just like, whoa, what is this? Like, okay, I'm interested now. Tell me more, kind of thing. And never looked back. Still love it, watch it time to time. And yeah, I like to, see more of Star Wars that is good and stuff. But yeah, really
well for you, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to at that point get the other ones. You're like, oh, there's another part.
Well, yeah, like I
and
watched
so you can watch them back to back.
I watched all the original films, and then I think one of the prequels too at the time, the first one movie. I think
Awesome.
it was yeah, the Phantom Menace, yeah.
Wes Cagle, we're coming up to you now. But first, I've
yes.
got to read your super chat here. What's good? What good's a reward if you ain't around to use it? So
you said it, Chewy. Where did you dig up this old fossil?
Old fossil. Good one.
Most disturbing you are.
Oh yeah, I have buttons, but I don't know where my buttons are here.
It's the hardest button.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Retro Nerd Girl's in the chat.
Hey, Retro.
And Penny.
Hello.
Penny Robinson? No, it's Penny.
No, the real Penny.
Osmosis C.
There it is. Those are my buttons. I have soundboards today, if I can get to them.
Cool.
But also, before we ask Wes Cagle about his experience with Star Wars, I gotta thank Old Man Bird for his support also for 2,000 here and 15,000 when we reach Alderaan. Yeah, right.
17.
How could you say no? 17. You got yourself
a ship.
That's it.
I believe there was a couple of super chats before the stream started. JT Kirk sent one. I sent you a couple others. So.
Oh, really? No kidding.
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I can find these.
I didn't see those.
Kirk? I haven't seen JT Kirk in a while. Look at JT Kirk. Hi.
Hey, JT.
I really love the talk of trade routes in this one. Oh man. Oh, that's great. Well, I know this is a Star Wars stream, but there's something I always have to play for JT Kirk when he is here, and there is no excuses.
Look at all the weather.
Legally.
He's legally, yeah. Yeah, he's got a license plate. I can't believe you guys sent more super chats. Thank you for telling me. I didn't
Aren't you a
wanna
little
miss
short
those.
to be a stormtrooper?
I actually have a lot of these clips, but I don't know where I put them. Let's see, maybe this one is right.
Too short for a stormtrooper.
Too old to begin to training.
Oh, that was a super chat.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
I'm not just a pretty face.
Oh,
Actually,
the
I'm not. Yeah, whatever.
The first one was well, you are, but you're more than anyway.
Stop it.
Watch your mouth, kid, or you're gonna find yourself floating home.
Traveling through hyperspace ain't like dusting crops, boy.
Oh, I have that one.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. That really great to see you, JT Kirk.
I
Wes
like
Cagle
it,
says what's okay. We read that one. Read that one too.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm caught up. Thank you, Wes
Yes.
Cagle
Are you?
and
All caught
JT Kirk.
Great.
There's
All
one
caught
funny
up
scene
and
from the Family Guy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
go well if I go ahead, then we'll never hear about the funny scene. Please go ahead.
Oh, there's this one funny scene from the Family Guy Star Wars, the Blue Harvest. After they escape the Death Star and they take on the TIE fighters, he calls his mom. Yeah, we won the fight. You know, like he's playing on, and he calls his mom like a kid would after a football game. Yeah, we won the game. Yeah, he goes, we won the fight, the space battle. I just thought that was hilarious.
Yeah,
Well,
I need to
I
go
digress.
rewatch that. I need to go rewatch that because that is fun. I do have one Family Guy clip, but you'll have to wait and see when we go through the movie to see where it is. But first, I got to say hello to the chat. Oh no, wait, we still need to talk to Wes Cagle about his
Yes.
first time with Star Wars.
Well, I was well. First off, it'll in 2 days it'll be the 48th anniversary of its release, and I had just turned 8 years old, like the week before when it came out. Yeah, and I was like one of the young kids who wanted to see how many times you could see it in the theater. We were all having contests. I ended up, I think it was 7.5 times. The halftime was because we were at the drive-in, and it was a double feature always like at drive-ins, and we stayed for Star Wars. We stayed for the double feature, and then Star Wars played again. And but halfway through it, my younger brother, who was only like 3 at the time, or two, had woke up and had wet himself, and we had to go home. So
there we go.
Oh no, that
Yeah.
that's disappointing.
But it was all right.
Yes, that's better, Theta, and welcome to Theta Zord, but also Canadian Spider-Man. So we've got 2 more people
Wow.
to talk to.
Hello. Hi, welcome. Good morning.
Hello. Oh, it's so great to see you.
What up, Theta?
How y'all
Yes,
doing?
let's talk to Theta first, and I would like to ask Theta what his history is with Star Wars.
Actually, that's exactly why I stopped by, because I have a unique experience with Star Wars. I saw The Empire Strikes Back I saw little bits of it on HBO at my grandmother's house when I was young, but I never watched the entire trilogy. And at one point when I was in, I guess, 6th grade, because I had just gotten my bicycle, and I basically fell off my bike and cracked my skull open, and I had to stay awake so I wouldn't be concussed, or I wouldn't, whatever. I had a nurse that lived next door, and she was adamant that I stay awake for at least 12 hours to make sure everything was all right. And my mom went out and bought the trilogy, and so I sat there and I watched the entire trilogy for a good 8 hours, I guess, something like that. 6 hours, 8 hours, something like that. Anyway, so I stayed awake, and it kept me, so enthralled. Like I just got sucked into that universe, and it was just so immediate, and I've just loved it ever since. And then I saw The Phantom Menace in theaters the day it came out. I also saw the re-releases when they did the upgrades and on the special effects.
McClunky.
My mom actually she kept me home from school so that I could go and see it on the day of for each movie that they released. So I really
Fantastic.
I
Wow.
really loved it. Yeah, and I have my
You
own
watch
lightsabers.
Star Wars as a medical treatment. That's
Yeah,
incredible.
exactly. And it healed me. I didn't fall asleep for 1 second. I just was so sucked in. So yeah.
That's a fantastic story. I'm glad you had that. That was a great idea by your mother.
Yeah, I don't
And-
know why she went and picked that. I guess because it was a long, it wasn't just one movie, an hour and a half. It was a set of movies that I would be interested in, because she knew I was into sci-fi and stuff. So yeah.
Well, if
Perfect.
she wanted you to fall asleep and suffer a coma because of your concussion, she would have got you the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Well, that didn't exist yet, Scotty.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Canadian Spider-Man. I'm so happy you're here. Well, also you're not. I don't agree. I love Lord
I
of the
know.
Rings.
I'm just being a jerk.
You are. It's
Coming to the
early. It's
dark
early to be a
side.
jerk.
All right. Fair enough.
Anyway.
Forstook
Canadian
him, I will. Yes.
Okay. Oh, see, I got Yoda on my side today, Scotty. Watch out. Canadian Spider-Man. I'm so happy you're here. And
Yeah. Hey,
I want
thanks
to
for
hear
having
about
me.
I want to hear about what you have to say about your experience with Star Wars.
I absolutely love Star Wars, Jill. I like you. I come to love both the franchises that are probably the biggest in sci-fi in my lifetime, Star Wars and Star Trek. I found Star Trek on the small screen through the old reruns in the 70s. They were still watching. They were still showing a lot of Star Trek TV shows, the OG series, of course. And then I was old enough to remember the longest line I had ever seen in my little hometown of Fredericton, in on the East Coast. The theater for Empire Strikes Back. I was like 5 or 7, probably 7 when Empire came out, and it wrapped around 3 sides of the building. I never had seen that before, and so I think, yeah,
I've seen
and
a
so
movie in that theater.
In Fredericton, up on Prospect Street. It was
Yeah.
back in like 77, man. It was
Well,
it
no,
was
this would
wrapped
have been
around
like
by the
2010. I went and I saw a George Clooney movie. But
yeah,
yeah, I've been there.
fantastic.
Yeah, man.
It's a small little town, but everyone in town came out for this movie, and so I think Dad took me to see it later on, and I had seen on TV. I'd seen Star Wars. We don't refer to it as the New Hope. Back then, it was just known as Star Wars.
Yeah, wow, that's fantastic. So you were there for the weekend for Empire, and
I was, and then of course there are 3 Star Wars movies.
there are 3, the 3 that are
At
important
least
anyway.
3. Your mileage may vary.
At least 3. Yeah, I mean, I watched the prequels. They're okay, but I watched them like one time. I don't. Anyway, the Comic Relief Crusader is also here, so we're gonna wait. Then somebody else
Hi, Mike.
is in the background.
Hello.
There she is.
Oh, and Tiger Stripes.
Yay!
We're
Full
gonna
house.
get. Yeah,
We're going to
get
eventually talk about the movie, I promise.
Well, we've got to hear everybody's experience as they.
I kid.
First, we're gonna and thank you for joining us, the Comic Relief Crusader. Could you tell us your history with Star Wars? These are all great stories, by the way.
Oh man. 1977. Wow. I was 5 years old. And I remember my mom taking me and my brother to this movie theater somewhere in Barrie, Ontario, because that's where he lived at the time. And we went, and we went to go see Star Wars. And it was, to me, at 5 years old, it was like the most amazing thing I had ever seen in my entire life. I
know, right?
loved it. Oh yeah. And it just like this whole, and like what Canadian Spider-Man said before, like to me, it was just Star Wars. That was it, right? It wasn't a New Hope. It was just Star Wars. And and every time I had seen it, I'm like, did I miss something? It was like it said episode 4, right? So where are the first 3? And it just caught me wondering, for ages before the prequels came out, that what went on before? What did I miss? And I suppose in a way, I know George Lucas kind of said, well, the technology wasn't there at the time to do episode 1, 2, and 3, but that was the hook that got me really hooked on top of that, because I wanted to know what went on before that. But it was just this universe that exploded before me of this galaxy-wide empire that was like stomping on the little guy, and and the little guy.
Whoa, what happened?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was weird. But it was awesome. I loved it. So, yep.
Sorry about that.
5-year-old
I
little
switched
me,
between
loved it.
brands, and sometimes that fusses things up because I was looking for a clip. Go with what you were saying.
No, but man, I didn't have many of the toys when it first came out, because at the time my parents couldn't afford them. But I had lots of Lego, and oh boy, did I make like X-Wing fighters out of Lego, and you put the little pilot inside, and when it was winter time, when Empire finally start coming out, it's like you're pretending it's Hoth outside with like little Lego figures and whatnot, and man, I love it, loved it.
Absolutely fantastic.
That was the thing when we were little, with if you could get the toys, you had the toys. If not, you made do with what you could find.
Yeah, but remember when they sold the toys and they just sent out like cardboard coupons saying eventually you'll get toys?
I remember hearing about that. Yeah, I got
that was
down
Christmas
toys.
one year. That was Christmas.
It was the first one. Yeah.
I remember having this little die-cast sand speeder.
Sure.
And it was bigger than a Matchbox car, but God, I remember that, and I always wondered whatever happened to it.
I was fortunate enough to get the hand-me-down of the Darth Vader head that carried figures. It was like
nice.
case.
Yeah, totally.
So like my uncle gave them passed them down to me. So I got like all the I got Darth Vader, Chewbacca. I had all the main ones.
Nice.
So like I got the main set and everything, and I got the Sand Speeder, Luke Sand Speeder, and
you lucky duck,
the Millennium Falcon. But I always wanted the X-wing.
What the hell is an aluminum Falcon?
Aluminum Falcon.
I had the Imperial shuttle. I got it for Christmas.
That's right.
Oh yeah, I had a TIE fighter too. That's right.
I had a model of the Tiberium shuttle and a B-wing.
Ooh, I had a 2-foot tall Darth Vader. That was cool. And his station on the Death Star there.
That 2-foot tall Darth Vader, was that bank? Spidey?
No, it was maybe it was like 18 inches tall. I was short as a kid, but it was a full size, to me, Darth Vader doll, and that lightsaber, the red plastic lightsaber, lasted about a week after Christmas.
Yeah. Much anger I sense in you. Yeah. Away with your weapons, I mean you no harm.
I had an R2-D2 piggy bank.
No, that's not a piggy bank.
Nice.
Talk to me, Yoda. 1983.
Wow.
Wasn't it Talk Like Yoda Day yesterday or something? International Talk Like Yoda.
No, that I don't.
Maybe.
For a stroke, you will.
I also I wanted to allow that conversation to happen for you guys to talk about your toys, but also I need to know Tiger Stripes history with Star Wars, so I can actually say hi to the chat. But before we do that, oh my god, that's
Oh
amazing.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
let me
what
bring
do you
out
got?
mine.
Uh-oh. But I do have to thank Wes Cagle for another super chat here. Whoa, toy sounds, yay!
Okay.
Wes Cagle says, "Absolutely, your worshipfulness. Look, I had everything
I
under
find your
control,
lack of faith
so you
most
let us down here."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
we'll
sorry,
get-
Target Stripes.
What a
That's-
delightful smell you've discovered.
There's so many sounds, but they're good. And yeah, we'll get to the garbage chute eventually, Wes Cagle. That'll be fun. Thank you so much for the super chat. And
Tiger.
so, and I plan to get to the regular chat in a bit here, but I've got to thank Old Man Bird for $9.99. He says, "I sent something, a presence I have not felt since," and of course that's Vader feeling somebody with the Force on his Death Star, and he
I wonder
thinks
if he has,
it's
like
it's
phantom
open.
limb itch. He's like his foot itches.
Yes, he probably does. I would think so. Thank you so much, Old Man Bird. This live stream is brought to you today by Old Man Bird. He put out a bounty for Star Wars, and since it'll be Star Wars Day in a couple of days,
Sweet.
perfect time to
Nice.
Hey Jill,
yes.
Before you get to Tiger Stripes, like me and my siblings had those old, well, this is back in the 90s, these 90s lightsabers that you could expand, and me and my siblings would like battle each other. Let's say those lightsabers didn't last very long.
No, are you talking? I've seen those ones that just they're all made of plastic, and they
Yeah.
push them down, and they just go into each other.
Yeah, I had
What happened?
the blue, and my siblings had the red one.
We lost somebody. What
We
happened? here?
did.
Yeah, Mike had to go take care. He's gonna get ready for his show. He just
Oh, the
Okay,
backstage.
that makes
Oh,
sense.
that's a thing.
Well, okay. Yeah, the backstage. Just... All right, all right, all right. I'll see you later, CRC. Have a great time.
Thanks
All
for
right.
being here.
Yeah, thanks
He
for
literally
thanks
just
for,
wanted to
giving
show
us your
off the
story.
lightsaber.
Yeah, that's true.
That's-
That's what he said.
That's
May the force be
yeah.
with you.
Well, and oh,
Yes.
and I didn't see that. I'm sorry. That's great.
It's fine.
Well, so many noises were happening. I totally missed it. But Tiger Stripes, could you tell us your history with Star Wars?
Sure. I saw it originally in the theater, and then immediately went back and took my brother, and I think I even got my mom into the theater, which was pretty rare back then. And it was just such a beautiful experience, such a beautiful movie, so well written and crafted. And I was a science fiction fan. I had been a member of a club and gone to, back then in those days, the conventions were very local. And so this was huge, not just for me, but for almost everybody in the world. I think the difference that between Star Wars and existing science fiction movies before then was that Star Wars had a used universe where it looked like everybody had been in it just forever. And there were marks on things and burn marks and rust and sand, a lot of sand. And that's the thing that made the difference, that everything wasn't shiny and new and futuristic. It all looked
and that
well
was the case
worn.
with the droids too. Yeah, they would get dirty and messed up.
Yeah. So the film's just made of so many archetypes for every character that I think immediately anybody who sees it just realizes they recognize the archetypes and then they can jump into the story. But back in those days, I think that I saw it several times, many times in theaters, and with the audiences that were new to it, after the crawl, which I do not believe back then said A New Hope. It may have,
That's
it
interesting.
may have said
Yeah.
episode
We'll talk
3,
about
but
it.
I don't believe it said A New Hope. But I don't even think it said episode 3. I just think it said Star Wars.
Well, it's
Or-
episode 4.
After
then.
the title crawl, when the cruiser goes over and you have that point of view where you're like really underneath it, the whole audience erupted, which was really unusual and is still unusual in a movie theater. They just realized immediately, we are in for a ride. This is more than a movie. It's a thrill ride. You are there. It's an experience, and I felt all of that too. And I told everybody I knew about it, and it was huge. And then I went to Los Angeles because women in films had been silent for a decade, maybe 2. They had really not had a voice. And when I saw Princess Leia with her sharp mouth like the gals from the 40s, I said, wow, if they're writing this kind of role again, I guess I have to go to Hollywood.
Yes, she's fantastic. Leia's a wonderful character. Although I noticed when I rewatched it yesterday that everybody calls her Leah instead of Leia.
Yeah.
That's so really odd.
Well, it's
But,
the imperial.
yes.
It's the imperial side that usually calls.
No.
Leia.
What is it? General Dodonna, who gives the briefing of the Death Star plans to the rebels, he does say Princess Leia.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. My mistake.
No. It's but I was watching for it. Like I love
gotcha.
rewatching this.
Yeah, me too. I'm surprised I never picked it up. I always knew that the Imperials have a tendency to call her Leia, but I thought that was a British thing because they got British actors.
Well, that's
for the
also
Imperial.
That's like with Carrie Fisher.
Yeah,
She
that
sort
was
of
her
puts
father.
on a British accent when she's talking to Tarkin, and I
True.
always thought that
No.
when I thought that Tarkin was just messing
Sure
with
she
Leia.
does. Yeah, she's
And-
got very
There's a
good
Yeah,
diction.
of course,
snooty
she
trained
kind of a
she trained in
snooty
England.
accent, really not so
Yeah.
much.
But and so I was like,
Okay.
okay, that's what that is. He's mispronouncing her name, and she's putting on pretense.
I
for
suppose
him.
so.
But then
I don't
when-
really understand why that
when
happened.
It's a
General
bit of a
Dodonna
mock,
said
but it's
Leah, I was
also
like, what? Oh,
a
my
lot of
theory
people
falls
have different
apart.
voices, particularly if they've had any kind of military training.
But this is
Professor
about the
Halsey.
kind of conversation we're going to have while we talk about this movie. But first,
Which movie? What was I supposed to watch?
Oh, dear.
Lance from Outcast Creative is here, and
You be good, Rogu.
What an introduction. Can't stop that. Might as well go now.
Welcome.
Fantastic. Thanks for inviting me on, Jill, for this. Because
yeah, it's just funny because my Star Trek sound effects also interrupt it every once in a while in a very funny way.
I mean,
yes.
This film is one of those films I talk about this in my book. There are films that steal time from your life, and this is one of those films. And not only did it steal huge amounts of time from my life, it also is responsible for me working in the film industry today. So, because after this, I went back to the cinema again and again and again, and until this, we saw a few movies at the cinema, but we weren't going all the time. And after I saw Star Wars, I was just pestering my parents to take me to see absolutely anything and everything that I could watch on the big screen. The film itself, I went for a boy's birthday party. I remember it all very clearly. His name was Peter Eskrit. And we all went to the same school together. It's a private school for boys, so there's a lot of posh kids. And I could even tell you the names of most of the kids who were there. And when we got there was a queue so massive going around the side of the cinema. We didn't think we were going to get in. But John Turk was with us, who was Peter Eskrit's dad's best mate. And John Turk, his son Simon Turk, was also in the queue. John Turk designed all the boats for all the Bond movies. So he worked at Pinewood Studios and worked on The Spy Who Loved Me and things like that, which came out the same year.
That was a
as this.
posh boys' school.
Yeah, and he knew the cinema manager, so they
This
made
is the
sure
first
that,
6 degrees of separation between me and Roger Moore. Thank you.
There you go. So not only, well, I've met Roger Moore, so it's even less than you think. So,
Hey, yo.
not only did we all get to sit together, but he knew the cinema manager, so we did get in, but we still had to queue up like everyone else. But I think they kept like 16 tickets for us aside, so that when we got to the front, we not only got in, but we all got to sit together. So there's a group of kids watching this movie, not really knowing. We'd seen bits and pieces on TV because Star Wars got released in the UK on the 27th of December 1977. We saw it probably in January, I think, of that year, or February, February 78, probably. You guys had already had it in the summer of 77. You got it 6 months before we did.
May 25th.
So here's a bone of contention. The New Hope thing, absolutely 100% was on the crawl. I'll tell you why I know that, because that was a massive discussion after we saw the film. Everybody said, why did it say part 4? I don't understand. Why is this part 4? What happened to the other 3 movies? And there was a big conversation. I remember this very clearly. There was a big conversation back at the house when all the kids were running rampant, pretending to be TIE fighters and X-Wings and things, bombing around the house and destroying Peter's mother's crockery off the walls and God knows what. But there was a big discussion about that. That confused a lot of the kids. They didn't understand why they were watching the 4th movie. So we definitely had that on the UK print that we saw.
Oh,
now,
I get what you're saying. And when
that doesn't
was it
mean
released
that
in the UK?
Yeah, that doesn't mean that
December.
That wasn't there in the beginning, and maybe Lucas decided to add it to a new print
No,
later.
it was there, but A New Hope, the words A New Hope weren't there. But part 4, you're right. It was there. Originally.
Well,
originally it just said Star Wars.
I remember part 4 A New Hope, but part 4 was definitely there. But I remember the whole thing. So
I have the DVD that has the theatrical cut.
Me too.
It's not a great transfer. Yeah, it's got the opening crawl. That's where Jill got her. Yeah. If you, Jill, do you want to show you have the video, like absolute, you have Star Wars, and then it says it is a time of Civil War.
I do, but for some reason, okay, there it is.
See, this is how you can tell this is the original theatrical cut, is because it's not the fancy dancy Lucasfilm Limited thing.
Right.
So that starts the thing.
And then
a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
It
wasn't going.
I shouldn't have interrupted that.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We all know the story.
See,
so
there it is.
There it is.
You can see Star Wars in the background. You can see that there is no episode 4.
Wow, that's interesting. Look at that.
That was how it was first put out here in the States when it first was released.
Yeah.
Then when they expanded on it, they added. No, even before the special edition, with the first screens it went off, that's how it looked. Then after it started to expand, that's when they added episode 4 to it.
I think somebody at Fox said there's going to be sequels to this film. George, can you kind of reinforce that for us? And he went, "Yeah, I'll put something at the beginning."
Yeah, he wrote all 3. He had all 3 stories, and if this one made enough money, he would be able to do the other 2.
It's also one of the reasons why he pushed so hard to get the toy and other marketing rights for himself. Of course, the big movie studios were like, yeah, right. Okay, yeah, you can have them. Nothing's going to come of it. And after that, because of George Lucas, it's kind of like the J.K. Rowling's rule came about. But before the J.K. Rowling rule, you had the George Lucas rule. Because
it's the gift that keeps on giving.
Because
let me just say a couple more things about the UK perspective before I wrap up. Because I just want to pick up on a couple of.
Are you going to talk about Peter Cushing?
No. So
I'm going to make room for Dr. Cornelius. So I'll see y'all later if it opens up.
No, David, that's just me. I just changed because Tiger was Leia, so I changed from Princess Leia.
Okay.
You can be both Leia. You were end of the movie Leia. Anyway, we're interrupting.
Yeah.
We keep interrupting. Please continue.
The other thing that I remember very clearly is that
my mistake.
Way more adverts than usual with this film. So we were waiting for the film to start, and there were 3 rounds of applause from the audience when they thought the movie was beginning, and it wasn't beginning. It was like another advert or a trailer or something like that. Finally, when the 20th Century Fox logo came up, there was this massive roar. of applause, even though we weren't quite sure if the film was still starting. And then, of course, that logo became completely synonymous with not just Star Wars, but somehow with an epic movie, and which was reinforced by things like Die Hard and stuff later. So, but then, unlike Tiger Stripes mentioned, the big spaceship, there was a big roar of approval in the American cinema. It was very different here. The whole cinema was completely silent. I think because the kids were just stunned. We'd never seen anything like this before. We were too young to have seen 2001 Space Odyssey, so we hadn't seen the models or special effects in that. And the only thing we'd seen was black and white Buck Rogers serials on TV, and they're all truncated into a movie on Sunday afternoon. So,
well, to be fair, we do know that you guys hid behind couches because of Daleks.
We did.
So,
we hid behind couches because of Daleks. Absolutely true. I was one of those people that hid behind my parents' sofa. But we were just in awe of this thing. So the huge roar of applause came at the end of the film, and it was massive. And as soon as we finished seeing it, everybody said, "Oh my God, I want to watch this again." Unfortunately, there were loads of kids at my school that had birthdays around that time. Because I was quite a popular kid in my class, I got to go 7 times in about 5 weeks.
Wow.
With all these other kids' birthdays. So
awesome.
Yeah, so that's my Star Wars story. I'm first generation Star Wars viewer, ardent fan ever since. Obviously with caveats where recent things are concerned, but we won't discuss that today. And yeah, I mean it changed my whole life. It was like, my God, how did they make this? I want to know how these special effects were achieved. This is storytelling. This is, I wanted to be Luke Skywalker. I wanted to be Han Solo. I wanted to go on that adventure. Later, I wanted to tell adventures like that. So without a doubt, it was one of the key films. I would say 3 or 4 movies were responsible for me becoming a director. This is definitely the main one of those 4. There's a Bond movie, Bridge Too Far, and a couple of others. But this had such a huge impact on my life. I can't even, fully quantify it really. But it's massive, and I'm sure there are many, many other people in the world that had a similar impact. Loads of people went into working in special effects because of Star Wars. Probably 5 or 6 of my friends that work in effects now, including the late Alan Marks, who passed away a few years ago, all got into special effects because of Star Wars. So yeah, there you go. It's
very inspirational, definitely.
Absolutely. Sorry, that's my bit.
That's an amazing bit. And if you want to hear more stories like amazing stories like these, check out his book. What was it
Silver
called?
Screen Journeys is the book. I think you've got a copy.
I gotta write that down.
I do.
Yeah.
Silver Screen Journeys are
There's a
really
big
really great
section,
stories.
massive section on Star Wars in the book, and there's a picture of me with my 6-foot Super Star Destroyer that I made from Return of the Jedi.
Wow.
Which is in that.
Drop
book.
a link, man.
Yeah, that's how incredible.
I'll grab it. I'll grab the American.
Self-promote for the love of Pete.
Well,
Right.
yes, please do.
I
Please
think
do.
Jill
please.
gets a mention in the
I
book
think
as well.
Silent
do
Scotty.
I?
Yeah, I
Do
think
I?
Jill
I didn't
mentioned
even.
in the.
I need to read
Jill, I
this
think you're
book.
mentioned in the thank yous at the back of the book. I think you're in the thank you. Go to the
Nice.
thank you list at the back. I think you're in there.
So
Wow.
you need,
I'm
Jill,
honored.
shake him down for a signed copy.
Oh, I
Yeah.
should.
Oh, I'll do a sign copy.
I have to
That's
bail
no
it to
problem.
him.
No problem.
But can you believe this, guys? This is just the introduction to the show because we had to go through everyone's stories and the super chats, and we haven't even said hello to the chat yet. We've got Franco
Hey, chat.
Walker showed up at 5 a.m. Hi, chat. Data, he's on the panel, so we don't have to read this.
Oh,
Old Man Bird.
Yeah.
And Old Man Bird, I did spend it all on PBR. Thanks, man.
He's saving for his Hulk.
Yeah, don't spend it all in one place. Was it?
Someone mentioned the
No, I
bubblegum
spread it around.
cards.
If I go
Bubblegum
in and ask
cards
for
in the
like
chat.
4 cases of
No
PBR,
biting.
people get upset.
Those bubblegum cards at school, by the way, were like gold trading stuff. You could trade those Star Wars cards for almost anything. People would give up like their Scale Electrics cards and stuff for the Star Wars card that they were missing. I do remember those bubblegum cards. Awful bubblegum. Good cards.
No, I love the bubblegum. It was so weird. I miss it.
And I gotta say hello to George Lucas. What an honor it is that you have
George.
joined us.
Hey, George.
Pleasure popping in, George.
I don't think I've
Faster,
actually
more
seen
intense.
him. Right. That's what George says. I don't think
Maybe
I've
it was
actually
a
seen him
runner
on my
on this
channel
film.
before.
Maybe it's Rich Evans. Maybe if it's internet superstar Rich Evans dressed up as George Lucas, that'd be great.
Oh. Well,
Hey,
if that's the
Bone.
case, I want to talk to him. Hello, Bone.
Hey, Bone.
Nope.
And
See you
Nat
later,
G.
bro. Dude.
Oh, Broku's got to leave. Thank you for checking that out. I just wanted to be able to say hi to everyone who is here at least one time. Lemon Pie.
Brogu shows up and leaves because it's the only one with another one of his species in it. Like, we don't have any Yoda people here. No Yaddle, nothing. We don't serve your kind.
I love that lemon pie.
You're droids. They'll have to stay
lemon pie
inside.
quote. When I left
Yeah,
you,
when
I
I
was
left-
but the lurker. Now I am the master.
Delightful.
Nice. That's right. Oh, speaking of which, there's something very important that I've been meaning to do that I haven't done that I need to do. But in order to do it, I need to bring up the YouTube chat. Let me see if I can find
Oh, are
them
you testing out the thing?
No, what thing?
Okay. Remember?
No.
Raquel did it last night, and she did the little. You can see the chat in the screen.
Oh, that's a good idea. How do I do that?
Oh,
Hi, everybody.
You should see it like show comments on your right hand side of StreamYards.
Right hand side. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there
Comments
it
that
is.
take the stage. Live comments will appear on screen.
There we go. So
Oh,
now all
sweet.
someone has to do is type something, and they
Yeah.
will show up. Although it's going to be really kind of small at the ass end of this far bottom right corner TIE or X-wing.
Well, it's out of the way, so that's nice.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
It's a
But someone has
chat
to type something.
overlay. It's a new feature StreamYard put in. Still in beta mode though. I do agree with Scotty that the chat overlay needs to be a little bit bigger because it is rather small.
We're in business.
Yeah, that's okay though. Gavin Blackburn says watching on my new M5 computer, M1 through 4. We're not entirely successful. Watch
You are
out.
great. I am great.
That M5 knows morality.
Lay Jabba no bother.
They wanna wagga.
Why is Joe?
They
my
wanna
God.
wagga.
Gavin sounds like you about hobbits. Why is Joe wasting her time on this little known independent movie about robosexual?
Robosec. Okay, so Gavin, I have this just a quick story. I was a waiter, go figure, and I was serving a couple on their first date. I went up, I made an offhand Star Wars comment, and the dude said, "Oh, you like Star Wars?" And I was like, "Yes." And then the dude said, "My favorite character in Star Wars is C-3PO." And the girl across from him was just like, "This is over. If your favorite character in Star Wars is C-3PO." So anyway, he went to the bathroom. She ordered a Grand Marnier. I served it to her. She made sure that I took away the glass before he got back. And so, yeah, I'm just saying, if you're single and you're on a date, never say that C-3PO is your favorite character.
But the droids together are my favorite. So
Yeah.
I guess
Oh, yes.
don't go on a date.
Somehow this is all your fault.
I
They're
recommend it.
basically Laurel and Hardy.
Yes.
I got to say
Classic
hello to
comic
Watcher
team.
X. Yeah. Oh, okay. Laurel and Hardy. Yeah. Well, because it's so amazing how C-3PO can keep a conversation going. He knows exactly what R2 is saying. It's so fun.
Shutting up, sir.
Oh yeah. So yeah, basically, JT Kirk said, "Can we commence putting the entire script in the chat?" And yes, so that is what a lot of people are doing. But I do want to make sure I say hi to everybody. Gorilla Censored Thoughts says off Friday. Second favorite F word. Okay, I get it now. Isn't this the one where Luke? No, it's not. She kisses him on the
Never
cheek 2
bones her.
times. There's
There's never any
boning.
boning of them two. Why does everybody
No.
think they did something?
That's why I don't watch the special editions.
Well, we never see them use the facilities either, so we can just assume they might have done something off camera.
They don't even know how to work the 3 seashells.
Oh boy, no! Don't get him started with the 3 seashells again.
I heard somebody figured it out, but I didn't really listen to the theory on what they say. How?
Yeah, it's a fake theory. I don't think that anybody's actually figured
Oh,
it
it's just a
out.
joke.
Yeah, I think so.
No, I tried it. It works.
Oiler Greg, stay on target. Hello, chat. Please support this channel, says Canadian Spider-Man, by hitting the like button. Yes, if you do like talking about Star Wars, today is the day to do it. And please hit the like. It really does help the channel grow. Yeah, any kind of interaction does that.
And leave a comment after the rewind.
And Sunshine Ranger
Yes.
Donnie, fantastic to see you. Hope everyone is well on this day before the real Star Wars Day. Yes. Yes, I'm only talking about it today because this is when I stream. I don't stream on Sunday. We'll be doing something else on Sunday. Or at
Church.
least I will be. Church, yeah.
No, I'm good.
Lord of the Rings church.
Oh.
Anyway.
Right.
It's all day on our knees.
It is. It'll take a while.
Phrasing.
Oh dear.
I think we only have 4 chapters this time though.
Not Brian. Hi.
Not Brian's
For which
here.
I thank Frodo.
Oh, Tiger.
Yes.
It's a trap.
I know.
I was talking to Jill last night, and she wants me to be Treebeard. Do you think I'd be an okay Treebeard?
I want to be the I don't like you guy. He doesn't like you.
I don't know.
like
I
you
suspect you're. We are digressing.
We are digressing.
Stay on target.
Stay on target. Yeah. Stay on target.
I am technically on target because I want to just make sure to say hi to everybody. Because before we get carried away by the movie. Chemical. I haven't seen you, Chemical, here. My 7-year half sister's favorite is Rise. Oh my goodness. I must turn her from the dark side. Wow.
Absolutely.
That's
if she's that far gone, you're going to have to show her the Ewoks cartoon first.
And yes, and you did catch saying hello to Retro Nerd Girl, but I want to say hello again. Hi everyone. Love this movie so much.
It's my second favorite Star Wars movie.
Bird says I snuck into the Egyptian drive in to see it because I didn't have the $1. What's your first one? The holiday special?
No, it's Return of the Jedi is my first favorite.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. You love the teddy bears.
Ewoks.
I'm fine with them. Yeah.
And well, let's see. I'm just making sure I catch everyone. Christian Fandom Geek is here also. I think I'm almost there. Be patient. Hello. Hey, Penny. Penny's here.
Hey, Penny.
Woot, woot.
Yeah.
Penny.
And of course, Brogu. Oh yeah, finally I'm talking about your favorite subject, Brogu, and you had to leave. I'm sorry.
He got sick and tired. But he's only 50.
Aren't you a little old to be a princess?
Yes.
You're never old to be.
Thank you for
old to be a
asking.
princess. I found this the other day. And Wes, should you not be chained to Jabba the Hutt's throne? Oh, because you were Leia earlier. That's right.
Dude.
Now he's the I don't like you guy.
I
don't like
see.
you.
That's part of the reason why I like Return of the Jedi is I love how Leia absolutely stone cold murders Jabba the Hutt. It's awesome.
Dang.
That's true. And yet, let's please stay on target. Oh my God,
We're okay. We're okay. Well,
At least.
Please,
Okay,
let's focus on this movie.
Oh my God. The Tetrarch of Apathy says, I'll probably be in and out, but I love visiting this wretched hive of scum and villainy. Any newcomers, welcome to the rebellion. I promise
be cautious.
we're almost there. Greek glitters, Larson, lightsabers for everyone, right, Boo? Yeah, definitely.
That's right.
Yasure Philos.
Hmm.
Do you want to buy some death sticks?
Comic Relief Crusader. He was here on the panel. Star Wars Scran. I don't think I've ever seen you before. It's great. Great seeing new people here. Howdy, everyone. Force choke the like button.
New people.
Nice.
Yeah. Welcome.
Time for a Brogu
Hello there.
exclusive. Back in 1977, when I saw Star Wars, there were movie critics that said that Star Wars would be a complete failure. Shows you critics don't know what they're talking about. Although when the
Exactly.
movie did come out, Siskel and Ebert were blown away. So there's that also. And
Rest in
Scotty's
peace,
The Dark
Siskel
Side.
and Ebert.
Yes.
We're not sponsored.
Outlaw Bill. Outlaw Bill. Yeah.
Bill.
This is your movie. Paul
Not
Mitchell.
Brian.
Yeah.
Paul Mitchell?
Good to see you.
It's good to see
Paul
you.
Mitchell. I don't think I've seen you either. I love seeing new people. Andrew.
No, but it's good to see him.
Wordna. Also good to see. 9 people in the panel. You could easily call it the Fellowship of the Star Wars.
Oh,
yeah.
see?
Now there's
No.
10.
Oh, Jesus. Sorry.
Well, there you go. Okay, so I'm almost there. I think I've got everybody.
Treebeard.
Well, if you so choose. If not, I'll do it.
I know it depends on whether or not I'll plow through it, but let's go through this.
Classic comics.
There
Classic
she
comics.
is.
Sorry, I gotta say hi to everyone when they come in.
Totes.
I'm almost there. I promise. I keep thinking. I keep thinking I'm at the bottom, and it's more and more chat. So
You take a
much
block from
Han
the bottom and you
Solo.
put it on top. You take a block
Dot
from the
first.
middle and you put it on top. That's how you build a tower, and you just don't stop. You start by putting another block on top.
What is that from?
Jenga.
All damn
Jenga.
day.
I don't remember that commercial.
Yeah.
But great to see Not Brian for sure. And there we are. We did it. And make sure. Okay, so now we can bring the slides up. And so if anybody has any trivia on any of the scenes that we got, I want to hear about it. And otherwise, we've got a movie to talk about. It's was released, of course, in 1977, directed and written by George Lucas, but of course, tons of other people went into creating it. He knew how to bring people together to do those things. Of course, the starring roles: Harrison Ford as Han Solo, Carrie Fisher as Princess Leia, and Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker, which I finally found out almost was Star Killer, so that's fun.
Yep, Luke Skywalker.
And I do want to say, honestly, one of the most engaging things about this movie is the blast of song that you get, the fanfare that you receive in an audience by jazzy Johnny Williams. It is
The music
fantastic.
is its
and
own character.
It makes the entire film. Like Star Wars without John Williams
Not the
is
entire
lesser.
film, but yes.
Well,
but
well,
that and the
yeah,
editing
maybe
really
you take
sew
that
this film
soundtrack
together.
away,
And you
it
take the
does
editing
hold
away,
it
and it just
together.
falls apart.
His wife did the editing, anyways.
What if
She
John
put it
Travolta
together.
was Han Solo?
Did she? I don't think so.
Yeah,
I
she
think
did.
That was, I
Yeah,
think that was
she
the
did.
other
If you wa-
woman who was
No,
really
no,
famous
she
for
did.
editing.
No, it was
the
it
same
was
woman
his
who
wife.
did Jaws.
Yeah,
It was his wife.
Yeah, his wife.
So anyway, I just wanted to give big ups to John Williams.
It's part of the reason why a lot of the stuff they changed it around so he wouldn't have to pay her. Starts with an R.
Royalties?
That's the word. I'm sorry, brain
Yeah.
my
Well,
TBI moment.
No, I
That's
got you.
criminal, but
Smooth criminal.
Because
And
like, if you
a
change it a
much
certain
needed-
amount, you don't have to pay the royalties on it.
And his wife did so much behind the scenes during this. If you really watch the story about the art conception of Han Solo, was the first images were so different than he was an actual alien until they made him into actually a human being.
Yeah,
If
wasn't
you
he
go
like a
back
frog
and
man or
look.
something?
Yeah,
It was like a combination. Everything with the drawings and how it evolved and elevated to what the finished product we have now. Pretty amazing. Is
A
the
frog
conception
it's
of that.
more than the sum of its parts. It really is.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, well, very. And what else did she do? She did editing, and she worked with the art direction too.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, she edited Taxi Driver too. DJ Night or Andrew.
Yeah,
says in the
she
chat.
edited Taxi Driver, American Graffiti, and Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. as well as New York in 1977.
Doesn't
My
Talented woman.
Lance, you're a bit of an expert, aren't you?
Well, it's one
You
of my
try.
favorite films of all time, and I work in the industry,
Yeah.
so I'm
Yeah,
quite up to speed. Quite up to speed on a lot of this stuff.
I don't mean to sound snide. It's a high five.
No, you didn't at all. I'm not trying to show off. Just
well, before Star Wars, Lucas directed THX 1138. I still need to see that. I really want to see it. An American
that
Graffiti.
one, it's not that long either. It's only like an hour and 10, hour and 20.
That's because it was his student film.
Yeah, it's very cerebral.
But also, it's so world-buildingly, like aesthetically, I find it stunning in its starkness.
Yep.
My God, I'm starting to sound like someone who actually has opinions.
Just on the editing, just before we leave that topic, the rough cut of the film, the first cut of the film was done by John Jimson, and it was very rough. And then basically what happened, and a couple of other people worked on a couple of other scenes, but Marcia Lucas came in and did the polished cut. She made the space battle work at the end of the film, which didn't work in the rough cut. You couldn't make sense of what was where. And she came in and reviewed everything and pulled everything together because she knew the story better than the editors did. So that was one of the reasons that she kind of came in and but she would never claim that she saved the movie or anything like that. She just made things work a lot smoother, basically.
She added
Oh,
clarity.
Yeah, she did the final polish on it, but there was the first rough cut was not done by her. So
Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. Thank you so much for the clarity there.
Because it was such a shit show, she had to fix it.
Well, I'm going to clarify here that Verna Fields and Marcia Lucas were nominated for Academy Awards for American Graffiti.
Nice.
So I think Verna Fields' impact on Marcia Lucas there was a lot there.
Yeah, I'd agree.
It's a good movie. I mean, it has classic cars too, so that there's
But just in terms of editing.
Graffiti.
Well, the
His
American
editing's
Graffiti.
huge.
Yeah, and don't forget, you're talking about people editing on a Steinbeck. Not a cutting up the little bits of film and taping them together. This is a really innate skill back then, and very time consuming and
Not yet.
mentally
I'm sorry.
draining. You're not
It's
on a
all right.
computer editing a movie. You're editing on film. It's a completely different process. To
Yeah,
what we
actually
do today.
cutting and taping.
Yeah,
Yes.
very different.
One of the things about the Star Wars came about because American Graffiti did so well. They were willing to allow him to have this as an experiment. And a lot of people don't realize that George Lucas at this point in his career was just really getting his start. He was still new at it. And he had the big dreams, but he still was having to prove his chops, to prove that he could do it. And he also was establishing his bona fides. He was establishing his contacts at this point. And American Graffiti hit at a point of nostalgia that made it popular. And it made enough money that the studio guys actually asked him if he was working on anything else. And he says, well, I've got this idea. And he told them about Star Wars. And they were willing to give him a chance because he had made them some pretty good money with American Graffiti.
Well, from what I understand, at this point, Hollywood was kind of not doing so well, and so they started hiring a whole bunch of new directors who could bring some fresh stuff, some riskier ideas. They actually used to want to take risks.
Yes.
And George Lucas is one of the directors who got to do that.
Star Wars, believe it or not, was a benchmark. It came at a point in time it couldn't have came at any other time because the industry had its weaknesses at this moment. It needed butts in seats, and they were having a hard time getting it. That's why like I said, American Graffiti. It put butts in seats because of nostalgia. You had a lot of people who remembered the cruising culture of the time, so they went to go see that movie. That's why they, like I said, there was a whole bunch of stuff that was going on that Star Wars literally would not have taken off like it did if it had came earlier or if it had came later. At the moment it hit hard because it was the perfect time for it. This is a moment of perfect timing. Remember, we wouldn't have got the Star Trek movie if it hadn't been for Star Wars.
That's right. They were trying to do the Phase 2 TV show, and when
Mhm.
after Star Wars, they were like, "Hey, you know what? Let's just make this a movie."
And
And then Phase 2, of course, turned
we
into
also got
the Next
Battlestar
Generation. Yeah.
Galactica. If you'll look at all the space stuff that came out thanks to this, you had
Oh, yeah. Incredible.
Space
Yes.
1999, you had Star Trek getting
But look at this crawl.
Yes,
This
yes,
is
exactly.
amazing.
Homage
Okay,
to the serials of the 40s.
Yeah,
Yes.
the Buck Rogers.
Also, wasn't this
Yes.
like
Flash
rewritten
Gordon.
or like spiced up
Flash
by
Gordon, that's
Brian
it.
De Palma?
Yeah. Yep.
So like, yeah. And I love this. I
Brian
love this
De
so
Palma?
much in terms
What did
of
he do?
He
Brian De
rewrote
Palma
the
did-
text.
Here it is. Lance.
Oh, because there were too many paragraphs.
Mhm.
Okay, gotcha.
Well,
I
and
think
that's the thing.
he just said everything with less and gave it more punch, basically. That was it. Just like that's right.
It's important.
Well, it is important. And to this day, if I see like how many paragraphs are there in the opening crawl to Empire or Jedi? I think it's 3.
3 here. There's 3 here, and it tells us everything we need to know that the rebels won.
I'm going to make a blanket statement, and it may completely
victory.
object with
One battle,
everything
anyway.
else. Is if it's more than 3 paragraphs, I don't think it's a good Star Wars movie.
That's fair. And and so we find out about Princess Leia. We find about the Death Star. We find out about everything we need to know, and even before we get started here, and that is essentially the first scene. And the very first moment, as soon as we get to the movie, it's called Star Wars, and so we do get
My
Star Wars
skin is
immediately.
tingling.
Nice shot on the laser. Nice capture, Jill, with the laser blast.
Such an iconic moment. I
Yeah.
vividly remember the first moment I saw this, and we're like, "Oh, this looks good." And then suddenly you got this little ship, and then suddenly there's this
The
massive ship.
with the Empire showing how big they are and how small the rebellion is, and they're taking on this big, massive empire. That's what I see when you enter the movie. The power.
It's a very quick way to establish the good guys and the bad guys.
I was
like
in the
spaceship.
cinema with a bunch of noisy kids, and no one said anything when they were watching. Everybody's mouth was
My jaw
everybody's
dropped.
jaw was on the floor, you know, when this shot opened. It was like, oh my god, wow.
I was 12, so I can tell you, my jaw dropped as a kid seeing this.
I love how the bad guys use green lasers because green means go. Usually, green's a good thing. I love how the Empire uses green lasers.
Well, don't forget, the Empire thinks they are the good guys. So
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. You know, I've got a comment about this first rebel. That we focus on this rebel.
Are you going to talk
right
about Chevy Chase?
The guy who's they hold on his face, and he's crouching by the door. It's the first rebel, and you spend quite a few seconds on him. And I remember thinking quite clearly, this is going to be a main character. This guy, you know, we're kind of lingering on his face. I wonder who this guy is. And of course, he gets killed real fast.
Right away.
They kind of sort of set him up to be like something, you know, like he's going to be some sort of hero or important in character. Nah, he's going down pretty quick. But they do linger on his face, that sense of fear. It's really well done. It's quite a nice little false setup there.
Well, and I always like the idea that R2 and 3PO were the sort of point of view for the audience, and I liked that idea throughout the original trilogy.
There'll be no escape for the princess this time.
I wouldn't be so sure with it.
We're screwed.
Big shout out to Anthony Daniels.
Here we go. This guy on the bottom left here, the guy I'm talking about.
Oh, that's the one you were talking about. You thought he'd
It's
be.
him. Yeah, because then there's a close up of his face right after this, just as they hear something banging on the door. And my friend's got this corridor built in his house. You go around one section of his house, and this corridor is there. It's kind of weird.
It's nuts.
Yeah, they take it.
I
to
heard
Comic-Cons
something.
and stuff like that. It's kind of it goes into his garage, off the kitchen, but you kind of don't realize you're in the garage because you just walk straight into this corridor.
See, and if I had that kind of money, I would absolutely do an Enterprise D corridor.
He built it
that'd be cool.
himself. Not a huge amount. Pretty much exactly to the same specs as the original, from what I understand. It
Nice.
certainly looks the same.
Does he have an R2 unit?
No, I don't think so. Just a corridor.
Wow.
He's got a stormtrooper costume.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad.
You mentioned Scotty. Shout out to Anthony Daniel, and from what I heard, he wasn't even going to be the voice for C-3PO.
It was going to be Mel Blanc.
It was going to be someone else. Mel Blanc. Okay.
So it's going to be it was going to be Tweaky from Buck Rogers.
Hey, he was Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Elmer Fudd, and all your favorite friends.
Yeah.
But Anthony Daniel showed up every day, and so they were like, "Okay, you got it."
And he was also like improvising stuff between takes and staying in character the whole time, and they kind of liked what they were hearing and sort of.
I think even Mel Blanc said, "Why aren't you using the voice of the guy?"
Yeah, I think it wouldn't surprise me because that was the
That's
type of
unlike
person
Mel
Blanc
Blanc,
was.
but admirable.
Well, everyone likes getting paid.
There's your guy, the guy that they focus on.
There he is.
Yeah, they even give a close up. I could see why you think he's important now.
Hey, it's George Papard from the A-Team.
I was gonna say, look at those eyebrows and sideburns.
Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about. I mean, he really got quite a few seconds of screen time in a close up. I think he's one of the few human extras, that gets that kind of screen time in this film with no dialogue. I don't think anyone else does.
Yeah, so the Star Destroyer captures that little ship, and the stormtroopers basically take everyone down. And
Now, answer me this though: how is it that the stormtrooper armor in this sequence is pretty effective, yet from here on out, it's useless
Right.
for the rest of the entire story?
I can answer that with one simple word.
Good luck.
Plot.
It is literal plot armor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, plot armor.
It's the plot.
It is the plot armor. Here it works perfectly. That it takes a lot of shots to take that. They take down one guy, and there's like 12 of them, and yeah.
Can't be.
Well,
as Harrison said to Mark, it ain't that kind of movie, kid.
Yeah,
That was Darth Vader.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic.
Have you guys ever done a Darth Vader Halloween costume?
Yes.
Isn't it fun to be Darth Vader on Halloween?
Yeah, I've done it once.
Yeah.
Oh, unfortunately for me, there was so many other kids that was dressed as Darth Vader. It wasn't even funny.
That is kind of
that would have been a great mosh pit.
Disturbing.
Anyway, there's Carrie
Yeah.
Fisher.
Yeah, Carrie Fisher. Yes, she's
Hubba, hubba.
in
Yeah.
the plans to
Okay.
R2-D2.
I've got something for everybody that you got it. This is true, totally true. All the guys were able to convince Carrie Fisher that in the future in space, women did not wear underwear.
Yes.
They actually admitted to saying yes, they had convinced her of that.
I think Carrie Fisher was hip enough at the time to realize what they were doing. I don't think you would have to convince her. She understood the sex sells.
And sometimes when boys are silly, you just
Hairspray.
let them be silly.
Oh yeah.
You just nod and smile and go, yeah, right.
Exactly, Tiger.
I had the pleasure of being in the same room as Carrie Fisher. She was about 10 feet away from me. Who wants to touch me? And as she was walking from her signings at Fan Expo, because she was performing Wishful Drinking in Toronto, her stage play. And so yeah, she was walking past me on the Comic-Con floor, and someone said, "Carrie, where are you going?" And I'm sorry about the swear. She said, "I'm going for a fucking smoke." And she walked away. And I remember I was like, if I had to assess, like, she is my type. She is the perfect height. And she swore across an entire stadium. And I was like, that woman is the perfect woman. And yeah, I miss her every day. So.
Yep.
Hey, did I get another super chat I missed?
Yes.
$9.99. Old Man Bird again.
Old Man
supporting the
Bird.
channel. He's the reason we're talking about Star Wars today. Dune and Joseph Campbell were great influences. Tell him about it, Scotty R37.
I've never read Dune.
Scotty's not the only person with a science fiction background, old man.
No.
Does anybody have the answer to that?
Well, I think we need to get to the point where we're on the sand planet. We kind of need to take it as we go.
To the end of the movie, and then we can talk about
Oh, okay, okay.
Otherwise, we won't get to the end of the movie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
I know.
yeah,
I'm
okay.
expecting
We'll be
to
here
up all
till
night.
6.
Stay on target.
Stay
Being
on
target.
target.
It's gonna be
Yeah,
saying
but
that mantra.
you know, if somebody
Stay on
sends
target.
$9.99, I have to say hi. So
At least.
Leah.
What a
Leah.
reaction you got, Eugene Bird. Good for you, sir.
Well, yeah. And speaking of which, yes, we will continue here where we've got some prisoners. I guess they don't last very long because then he mentions them being dead. And speaking of rebels being dead, here's a first choke here.
When does he mention them being dead? I don't remember that.
I'm going to do a shout out to John Mallow, the costume designer,
Nice.
because it's so important to this film, but particularly to Vader.
Yeah.
I felt like he said something about it, but I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so.
Oh no,
don't
you're
know.
right. He said the opposite. Bring me the passengers. I want them alive.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah, and he said it really like angry after he choked that guy and threw him.
This
And he
is,
just choked
you know,
him. You hear him, but you could hear his throat go.
He wants them alive, except for that guy.
This is Scotty's ship. We're on a diplomatic
And
mission.
his eyes had that red kind of thing in it too. It was perfect.
this is my favorite Hayden Christensen performance.
The one that he's not in.
Yes.
And since they want the passengers alive, they stun Leia instead of shooting her, killing her. So she's okay.
This one's set for stun. Yeah, I remember the comic version of this, and mine's set for kill. He's in the comic.
Inform Lord Vader we have a
How many times have they used the stun setting in, like, for people who are more aware of Star Wars, like the outer?
This might be
all
the only
other stuff?
time.
Yeah, this is the only
seen
time.
it, and this is it.
Like maybe
Yeah.
Clone Wars. There's probably a Clone Wars or a Rebels or something where they use the stun setting. But this is
in the
this is
live
rare.
movies. I think this is the only one. I think.
I've ever seen. It was in this one scene right here.
Mm-hmm.
You call me a mindless philosopher, you overweight blob of grease?
Yeah. 3PO's a bottom.
Well, R2D2 is leading him in the mission to save these plans and to be.
We defer to your expertise on that topic.
No, stop. I'm a top.
Gavin Blackburn
You stop,
says-
Scotty. You stop.
I will. It is.
yeah,
I brought it
exactly.
up. You're right.
You
I
won't, so
actually-
I'm going.
Yeah.
I actually agree with Tiger Stripes here. C-3PO is not fully functional. He's not Data. I think I had this conversation with you in a Lost in Space stream recently. So wait, what were we? Somebody's here.
Tiger
Who's here?
leave? Oh no.
No. She didn't leave. Oh,
Tiger
she did leave.
Yes.
She did leave.
Tiger Stripes left.
Yep.
That was my fault. I did that. I'm sorry. I should probably go then.
Well, no one makes you do anything. No one makes
That's
her do
true.
anything.
That's true. I feel bad because I enjoy her presence.
I just wanted to make sure I said hi to everybody who
was-
shows
I
up
was,
here. And Fairy
There's nothing
Tale.
wrong with that. This is your stream, Jill. You run it the way you want. And if we, we're having a good time, just let it flow. I mean, if it gets, it's not off the rails.
No, not yet. Not yet. Fairy Tale
Love yet.
Purity Analyzer.
Patience is
I-
a virtue.
I want to say hello to Fairy Tale Purity. Wow. I haven't heard of you before. Great to see you. And so we're at the point where okay, so they're dealing with the plans, but also let's see what happens next. There's a secret mission, and there's and the droids leave in an escape pod, and then back on the Star Destroyer, they decide, hey, let's not shoot this pod because it must have been a malfunction because there are no life forms aboard. So this is totally fine.
But one of my favorite things about the ejection of the escape pod is the clamps. When it fires out and then the clamps move, I thought that added a level of science fiction mechanical reality that I glommed onto at an early age. I love future machines. I love seeing people doing their jobs. Everyone's doing their jobs in this movie. And so I did like that special effect. And it was like, oh, there's a reason for this. Like, even in the slightest motion, it was like, yeah, no, I get it. Okay, great.
I just found like the Empire was kind of all the power they had. They acted kind of stupid a lot. Like the stormtroopers, like were the clone. They kind of bumble a lot. Like when we're gonna get to it, but when they're trying to leave Los Eisley and Blad, they trying to set up that thing, and they always just get away on time. It's just the Empire always seems like they got all this power, but yet they can't round up this little band of rebels and end this thing, and they got this big, massive Death Star.
They should have had higher educational.
That's kind of why Star Wars. I remember reading an essay shortly after 2001. And talking about how America was the empire and the people who fought against, and the World Trade Center was a Death Star. Like I find this to be an incredible political allegory for people in power and underdogs.
Politics.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, no, but it is like, and at the time in 1977. George Lucas was saying the same thing about America in terms of the conflict in Vietnam, as is widely reported. I'm not telling tales out of school.
Well, that's
better. Nam ended in 75.
Well, our participation ended in 73.
No,
but I'm
let's
just saying,
put a pin in that. We'll talk about how
there is a political aspect to.
Yeah, well, they brought that out in Jedi big time, didn't they?
Sure.
For sure.
So, guys, I think Lance had something to say, and I wanted to see what he had to add.
I am still here. I was just saying that the Empire forgets to send all of their troops on an actual weapons course and firing range. That's the big mistake that they keep. They just put them in the armor, give them the gun, and send them out. You look good, you look scary, off you go. But we don't ever see any scenes of them training. There's never any military training scenes with the Empire. There's never, we never see them on a rifle range or anything like that. So I feel
that's why they miss all the
that
time.
Cannot shoot for shit.
That's a good point. I think that they are lacking in education, and that's exactly what I would have said.
Expanded
in
too
terms
fast,
of
but they didn't train their men properly. They
what
did
their
what the
problem-
Germans did. They got a really good designer in to design all their costumes. Like the Germans in World War II, they got the best uniforms and everything, but they forgot to train their guys to shoot. The Germans didn't forget to do that.
Once they came off the ketamine, they were done.
I don't know
What if
Yes,
what if they gave them crappy blasters? What if that's what the problem was? Is that when they did the training,
made in
they
China.
have good blasters and everyone is at the top of their class. It's amazing. And then when they go, all the used blasters from the training courses, that's what the kids in the field get. And so it's not the stormtroopers' fault. It's that there are no properly aligned, calibrated blasters.
Can I add a bit of trivia here, please?
Sure.
Please.
So
all the trivia.
All the actors that play the Imperial officers in this film, including even that guy that just comes on the line and said, Lord Vader, we trace the pod there. He's a quite monotone voice. They're all members of Britain's Royal Shakespeare Company. And George Lucas basically wanted the Navy officers to have this kind of sort of British Navy quality where it felt very regimented and everybody was extremely well spoken. And he'd been to see a play by the Royal Shakespeare Company when he was in England prepping the movie. And he went, he saw this play and he went, I want all the Imperial officers to speak like that. So he basically went to the Royal Shakespeare Company, and every single one of them, including all the ones in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, have all been, they've all performed at Stratford. They've all been members of the Royal Shakespeare Company at one time or another. And a lot of them all come out of RADA, which is the best acting school in the UK.
I remember hearing that too. Yeah.
Who's the guy at the table
really
who
good
says
information.
your sad devotion to that ancient religion hasn't, like, he's an American.
I'm not sure.
General
I'm not
Loti,
sure.
I think his name is.
Yeah, but just because he's an American doesn't mean he's not a member of the Royal Shakespeare Company.
Well, I don't know.
Were
That
members.
guy that says that line, Scott, he's got a very thick British accent.
No, he doesn't.
No, the
watch
guy
it again.
Yeah,
the guy
he does.
He's the
is
same
actually a
guy.
Brit.
He's in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I'm familiar with the actor. It's
Yeah.
it's the same thing. It's like the Waldorf salad guy who ends up playing the commander of the Hoth base. Like, there are American actors at the time who were living in England and performing in troops. But no, I'm just curious.
You're talking about Richard LaParmentia, just to be clear, who
I just looked
Scotty's
him up,
right.
yeah.
He was from. He moved after moving to Britain from the United States in 1974. That's when his acting career actually took off. Was when he was in the UK.
He was in
but
Superman
originally
2.
Came from the States. Yeah, he originally came from the States, and then mainly worked as a screenwriter after doing Star Wars.
You picked up a
but
British
he's
accent
from
quick,
Austin,
then.
Texas, originally, I believe.
Hey, God bless Texas.
You want another
60
tidbit
minutes
about
with
him?
me.
He would go on to marry Sarah Douglas from Superman 2. So there's
You're kidding me. Good for them.
not-
And then they
yeah.
divorced.
They did divorce. They were married for 3 years.
That's fine. He's been in the Death Star and Ursa.
Yeah.
Clairvoyance enough to find the rebels' hidden fort.
Yeah, sadly no longer with us, unfortunately. Passed away quite young.
Oh, I didn't know he passed away. Heavens.
Yeah, 66, quite young, 2013.
Damn.
Oh,
that is young.
You've also got in that same scene, although we're kind of skipping ahead here, you've also got Don Henderson, who was a very well-known British actor, who's got the kind of the bearded look, sitting around the table and got the really gruff voice. So he's another one.
Oh, right.
But again,
Yeah,
all members
that's okay.
of the Royal Shakespeare Company, including the American.
Yeah,
see,
how
the
else do you
one that
populate the
said-
Death Star?
I confused that guy with
Honkies.
the guy with the gruff voice.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
remember here,
All said something at the same time, so I want to back up to what was said. Well, who was speaking?
Oh, it was me. I do remember watching a few documentaries. I do know the cast and crew here in this scene had a trouble with RD2 because of the sand, because it will get stuck in the gears and stuff.
Kenny Baker.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and it's really hot.
Yeah, it kept breaking
Mhm.
down the mechanism. Yeah.
Yeah, so they they have to go through this desert. Tatooine was shot in Tunisia,
It's a lot in life to suffer.
and they separate because C-3PO doesn't want any more adventures, and R2-D2's on a mission. C-3PO doesn't understand it, and so they separate, but they end up back together, so don't worry, anybody. It doesn't take too long. Let me see.
Spoilers?
I have a clip. Spoilers, right?
Malfunctioning within a day, Eunice, at its scrap pile.
Yeah. R2 wants to go one way because he doesn't think there's any settlements there, and then 3PO goes, "No, I'm not going your way. But mine's too rocky." And
Malfunctioning little twerp. This is all his fault.
Oh, Theta. Theta's heading out for a little bit. Let's see. Theta. Oh, okay. He already left. Okay, I didn't even notice. I'm sorry I didn't say see you later in case I don't catch you later in case you can't come back. But if you're always welcome to return, Theta, if you're when you're able to Glad you were here.
Mhm.
But I never catch the private chat in time. So it's annoying. But
I
anyway,
hope
we're
Tiger Stripes returns in time to blow up the Death Star with me and stay on target. So hopefully she'll come back.
I always hope that too. But I respect her choices when she decides to be here and when she decides to leave. And so R2D2 gets abducted by some Jawas. That's fun.
I like this scene when he gets zapped.
They're so cute. They're like little shy guys from Nintendo.
True story. The actor Rusty Goff, last living Oompa Loompa, played a Jawa in this movie.
Oh,
do.
Nice. But that's how R2D2 and C3PO get reunited is this way. They both get abducted by the Jawas. And lots of great. They have a great storage area for them. A sand crawler.
Woo
is what it's called.
I like when they would yell that out. Woo TV.
Is that okay? Thank you, because I wanted some sound effects for that, but I think I only have this sound.
Sound like little munchkins, really, when the little noises they would make. It was so cool how he had different languages for each like different alien species. It was so cool.
I think I agree completely with that assessment. And yeah, the only button I have for Jawas is this button here.
I love
that. I don't know who invented that word, but they should get an Oscar just for inventing that word alone.
Now let's keep this PG, not woo titty. I mean woo titty. That would be oops.
So yeah, they catch robots of all kinds and resell them. They don't really care who they belong to.
The scale of the crawler was amazing. You know, the transport's amazing. How the scale was such big scale. Didn't they film this in Tunisia, if I'm correct? These parts of the movie, if I was correct?
Yes, that's correct. Folks? That's right.
Yep.
Yes,
Yep,
you are correct.
Still remember.
And I really love the design of all the robots, all the different droids they have locked up here. So that one's fun. That one reminds me of Johnny Five a little.
Johnny Five.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Johnny Five is alive.
We got to do that movie one night. That would be fun.
And there's that crawler there. And Bantha's being ridden by the stormtroopers. Whee.
Someone was in the pod. Drax. Droids.
Look, sir. Droids.
Droids.
See, I love these classic models too. I prefer those over the CGI things.
You got to put bass in your voice, Scotty, when you're going to do that that storm. You got to get that bass.
Droids.
One correction. I think that the creatures the stormtroopers were riding were dewbacks. The banthas
dewbacks.
The banthas are the sand people.
The banthas are sand people, but the dewbacks are the lizards.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know there were dewbacks. Okay, thank you. I just think desert animals are
the dew.
That sounds racist.
Thank you for the correction.
It does sound kind of
you
racist.
are awesome.
No problem.
I can't even
saved my
say it,
entire life stream.
Does everyone remember the big poster that you got of one of the dewbacks in like a Star Wars special magazine? And we were all quite confused because you hadn't really seen it properly in the movie, and you were like, "Where was this thing? It looks really cool."
Yeah.
Well,
they CGI'd the dewbacks in the
they looked right, didn't they?
They did.
You know, they had to put it far in the back because at the time the special effect, it just didn't look real.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I don't want to push back too hard because I know we all love it, but like at this time, seeing this was mind blowing. Even
Oh
if
yeah,
you
no,
say like, oh, the special effects don't
It
they don't
was.
hold up. It's like in 1977 when people saw this,
It was
like that's a
mind
robot.
blowing.
Yeah, like I said before, the special effects for Star Wars at this point was beyond cutting edge. The
Yeah.
dewback, like you said, the dewbacks, they had to put it far away because if it was too close, you could tell it wasn't.
Yeah, no, sure, but the young, excited kid in me didn't understand those things. I just saw a
He
big
did
picture
this
of it,
from
and I wanted one.
scratch.
Yes.
Then
He
they
did
brought the
this
toy
all
one
from
out. Do you remember the
scratch.
toy one that came out? That was cool. You got the toy one from Palatoy, and I was like, oh, I want one of those.
Oh, one of the guys I was a kid and grew up with, he had the Sandcrawler toy. And,
Yeah, I remember them.
His family had money, so he had every Star Wars toy and play set that came out.
I had the Droid Factory thing that came with all the bits of droids and stuff. It was supposed to be inside the Sandcrawler.
I stole my friend's Dagobah playset, and then I felt bad about it, and so I went back to his house and I kind of picked up the garage and shuffled it back into his house. But yeah, no, I totally stole his Dagobah. I gave it back.
Life of crime started out at a young age.
Exactly, I got away with it too, and the only reason that it all worked out is because I gave it
Jill,
back.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was going to be showing this stream with hardened criminals. I'm afraid I have to leave now.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, the people from Kenner are still after me.
Oh man.
Los Isley
He's over here.
Spaceport. He's part of that villainy.
But I was going out to Tashi Station to get some power converters.
Yeah, I love the way he says it too.
He's
Yeah,
whiny.
I do
He's
have
a whiny.
very
You
whiny.
can go mess around with your friends later.
I was going into Toshi Station to pick up some power converters.
Yeah, he's a whiny little runt here, and he
Shut
turns into
up,
a whiny
Wesley.
little. He turns into a whiny little runt in the Last Jedi. So
You seen that
That's
robot
the
chicken
writing.
cut away to the power converters? It's like a
Wasn't him.
girl
It
band
was what they wrote.
in a bar.
Was the
Luke
script.
Skywalker is better than Wesley Crusher, and Wesley Crusher is better than Will Robinson. I'm just saying.
Oh, don't even go. You want to pick a fight, Scotty. I know you are. You're not gonna. I'm not taking the bait. So go lie.
Yeah, we're not having that conversation today.
Danger,
And
danger.
I will
Scotty,
say
danger.
I disagree, but yes, danger. I wanted to read this from Not Brian. Why would Not Brian say this? He says dewbacks are librarian's favorite Star Wars creature. Oh, the books are dewback. Okay.
Oh yeah.
But
Okay, stay on target. Keep moving forward, Jill.
No, I
Oh,
don't.
dear
But I
Lord.
wanted
No,
to
that
figure
was
out the
funny.
joke.
That was great. Thank you, Not Brian.
Yeah, Not Brian. If you want a link, let me know. You're so funny.
So anyway,
Not if he's
I
gonna
bet,
bring those jokes.
I
they're
bet
just
you're programmed in etiquette and protocol.
Yeah, Uncle Owen's just looking for some droids to help him with the moisture evaporators and all that. And
Now, have you guys ever heard the theory that the red one like sacrifices itself in favor of R2D2? It was like R2D2 says something to the red one, and then the red one says fine.
No way.
Wow.
No, that's a great story. I don't know what the droids are saying, so it could be true. That's a cool
That's
theory.
something I heard.
Because if he didn't, then
R2
R2D2
and
would have
3PO
been
would be
stuck.
separated.
Yeah, he would have been stuck with the Jawas for a while until he could
We
figure
can't
out.
have Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon apart. They need to be together. Are they buried together? They should be.
They should be.
Despite their wives' wishes.
I like this scene right here, Jill, when the R5D4, the red, he calls
Is
him
that
red.
it? R5D4? Good work.
Yes. R5D4 cracks. Well, and
Yeah, he has a bad motivator.
He's got Uncle Owen, he's got a busted motivator. And he goes, "What are you trying to do? Rip me off?" And then the Jawas will go, "Wow!" And then R2D2, of course, starts shuffling and gets all excited. and then of course C-3PO bails him out. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
I have a
I
question.
like that scene.
Yeah, when I came back and watched the movie repeated
No,
times,
no, don't be
as a
sorry.
kid,
No,
I'd
no,
be
don't
trying
be
to spot all
sorry.
the different robots in the
I,
back.
Yeah,
I know
exactly.
this. I've seen this movie so many times. I know the lines, the script.
Well, yeah,
so
C-3PO
scary.
says you'll be very pleased with that one, sir. He really is in first class condition. I've
Yeah.
worked with him before.
Yeah.
And also, because I rewatched this morning, the thing is that when 3PO is like, this oil bath is going to be so good. Anytime I draw myself a bath, I feel like, and again, don't date me, but like
you're
I
just
do
asking to be
feel
dicked.
like C-3PO. It's like, oh, this is going to feel so good.
This oil bath is going to feel so good.
I thought when you drew a bath, you said, Calgon, take me away.
No, I usually I do like a minority report and I start screaming about murder. But
Oh, jeez.
So
I
the
know. But I love this point because, and the reason I love it so much is watching it today, he's complaining about his joints the entire movie until he gets the oil bath. And he's like, oh, thank the maker. Like, that's
Okay, I think-
3PO's O face.
I think Lance had something to add to that. Can we hear?
What about Scotty and oil?
Oh no, I don't know. I thought you had,
Yes, please.
I thought
What
I
are
heard
your
you
thoughts?
trying to. I just thought I heard you trying
No
to.
party like a big party.
The thing I was
Everybody
saying earlier
pay attention.
about the-
Stay on target.
The thing I was
One
saying
at a
earlier
time,
about the
one at
scenes
a
with the
time.
robots, I did have something to say about that.
Yes,
was
please.
when I
It
went
is
back to watch-
R5D4 right here. I just got it from my
Sweet.
notes. It
when I
was
went back to watch the
R5D4,
film every
not
time.
R2D4. Sorry, old man bird, to correct you.
Okay, fucking hell. Okay, I'll start again, shall I? When I
Yes,
went
please.
Go
back
ahead,
to
man.
watch the film repeated times as a kid, every time that scene came up when they were buying the robots, I would try and focus on a different robot the whole scene to see what it had, what it looked like. You know, the one with all the different arms. I was trying to spot what was on the end of all the different arms and things like that. And then there was a round one. There was like a dome-shaped one with an aerial on the top.
Yeah.
And I was trying to
lights.
build them all. When I got home, I was trying to build them all out of Lego, which was quite difficult because there was no Star Wars Lego back then, and you had only very, very basic Lego. Although you could build an X-wing.
Oh.
So
Are you a
I
modeler? Do you
I
make
built the whole
models?
trench out of Lego
Nice.
and an X-wing. Yeah. So
Oh, but just out of the pieces you could find, there was no set.
no, there was no Star Wars sets. In fact, Lego Space came out, I think, just after Star Wars. So we had the first Lego Space sets. But when the when the movie dropped, no, there was only basic Lego available. I think there was some kind of lunar lander thing. That was about the only science fiction Lego set that there was back in '77. But I had about 20 sets that had all been passed down to me by my Danish relatives, because that was the tradition in Denmark. You would pass down the Lego to the kids under you, your cousins or whatever. So I ended
And
up
that's a
inheriting
tradition
all
that's
this.
been going back since the 1300s.
It's a great tradition, and I accumulated a huge amount of Lego as a result. So I was able to
Nice.
build the trench, and I was able to build X-wings and TIE fighters with basic Lego. I mean, they were all like made out
Is
of
it like
red-
kit
red block.
bashing?
Yeah, basically. So
Nice.
Uh,
Oh
it was
I
a
man.
lot of
remember when
fun.
they came
A lot
out,
of fun.
Lance. I remember when
Basic.
that Lunar Lander came out, Lance, man. You make me
Yeah, that was. I mean,
remember.
it was. You had the buggy with the two guys
Yep,
sitting in it.
the
It weren't
rover.
even-
Yep,
Yeah, the rover. You had the rover with it. That was one of the first Lego space sort
Yep.
of size.
I
sci-fi.
miss the days when Lego was inexpensive and you could afford to buy a lot of it.
Well, and
So
hi
okay,
everybody. Welcome to our
Scotty,
Star Wars chat.
Scotty, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Stay on target. Let's move
Okay.
on.
Okay, so but before we move on with the movie, I've got to allow Canadian Spider-Man to move to leave because he says he has to go. But I want him to be able to say anything else he wanted to say about this movie before he leaves. And
Hey,
plug whatever
thanks,
he
Joe.
wants to plug.
And also, Spidey, tell me I'm rad.
Yeah, well, we know you're absolutely rad.
Sweet. Now,
Sort of
what do
like
you want to talk about?
like Rad, as in Rad out of Footloose, Kevin
Yes, sir.
Bacon.
Yes, sir.
There you go. I do have something I'd like to say, Joe.
Tell me, is this training? Am I training? No. Always training. The universe is.
Right. There you go. Oh, dear.
Like the toothpick.
Oh my God! I want to see you light a cigarette off of that lightsaber.
Right. No, thanks for having me on, Jill. I love Star Wars. Huge sci-fi fan. A lot of the things, I don't know a lot of the franchises as well as I know Star Wars. So I'm thrilled to talk about Star Wars anytime. And yeah, you can catch me Thursdays. I do travel talks every Thursday. And this weekends, usually on the weekends, I do bonfire streams. Sometimes we talk about culture. Sometimes West and I get into politics. Who knows? But it's an open panel usually. And I'll probably do another bonfire stream this weekend. So thanks for having me, Joe. And everyone on the panel.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Cheers.
Yeah.
And Spidey.
Lovely to meet you, mate.
From what I understand,
brother.
you're going to be hanging out with us on Fallout.
Yes, yes, on Saturday evenings, yes, and absolutely. And Lance, I just coincidentally Thursday last night, guess which city, guess which place in the world I did?
I don't know. Tell me.
London. I would have loved to have had you there.
Oh, well, I was in Corfu last week, so unfortunately,
Corfu?
yeah, Corfu, Greece. So
I was in Mississauga.
Milas.
That's my next destination.
Yes,
Greece.
Yeah.
Do you have a passport, or are you just an international criminal?
I have a passport.
No, I wasn't asking you. I was asking Spidey. I know you.
I've got a couple of I filled a few passports, buddy. Yeah, I've definitely got a passport, and I have never been convicted of anything.
Convicted is the key word.
That is all that matters. The Force will be with you always.
I know that Canadian Spider-Man always is doing stuff for other people. He's a really great guy, and always helping his neighbors and even people that he encounters. He saved somebody who got their purse snatched. So I
the purse. I didn't save a life. It was just a purse. And
that's good. That's good stuff. Don't undermine it.
It was a fancy purse.
Maneuver to somebody one time, and everyone's like, "Oh, good for you," and I was like, "Whatever."
Did they need it?
Yeah, No, I just randomly walked up to a guy in a mall and started giving the Heimlich maneuver. Yeah, they needed it, and it's like people say, "Yeah, no, good for you," and it's like, well, no, that's what people do. They help other people, and so you helped. You helped.
Indeed. All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
Yes. Have a great rest of your day.
Be well, Canadian Spider-Man. God bless.
Take care.
Come to Mississauga. That's an open invitation if anybody wants to come to Mississauga. I don't live in Mississauga. That's why it's kind of hilarious. Anyway, moving on.
Moving on.
Are you? Oh no, we can't do it yet. Because I asked you, did you get the dialogue for Princess Leia's?
I did. We're almost there.
We're almost there.
Yeah, this is like he's cleaning up the droid right now. And he goes, boy, you guys got a lot of carbon on you. You've seen a lot of action.
Now,
yes, he finds out they work with the rebellion. Yeah, they do.
You know the rebellion against the Empire? Like, okay, so if we are going to go outside of this movie on its own,
well, we don't want to do that because we want to actually get through the movie, but go ahead.
R2 knows who Luke is.
I think both of them do.
No, 3PO doesn't.
No, their memories were wiped.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
The protocol's droid memory is wiped. R2 remembers Obi-Wan Kenobi because, of course, Obi-Wan Kenobi, he was back then with him and between him and Anakin. You know, if you go to the prequels to reference this, he's been bounced around. R2 has been bounced around through the years before he ended up back to Luke.
Even when Obi-Wan says, "I don't seem to recall ever owning a droid," the way he looks at R2, I feel like he's being a little bit of a sarcastic jerk.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing
Headcanon, yes.
yeah, headcanon from you're backtracking everything you know that since the universe has been expanded from this movie.
Galaxy.
And well, yeah, so C3PO and R2D2 talk about being in battle, and they try and Luke accidentally starts this message.
Princess Leia.
Mm.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope.
And it's like a loop.
Oh.
Yeah, and so Luke knows about Ben Kenobi, so that's his clue.
Like, oh, she's talking about old Ben Kenobi.
Yeah. And R2D2 tricks Luke through C3PO to remove the bolt, the restraining bolt, so he can escape in the next scene.
I think that the removal of the restraining bolt is one of my favorite special effects in any movie ever.
Really?
It is literally just two little lightning bolts that come off, like it pops off, and it's like you didn't even need to have that. But it made it more, it drew me in. And so I think that is, that's probably my favorite special effect in any movie ever.
I don't like you either.
Yeah, that makes sense. This oil bath is going to sun. You know what? C3PO and Dr. Smith are kind of the same.
Yes.
God bless the maker. No, they're not. Dr. Smith was a murderous saboteur. How can you compare the two?
C3PO is okay. So maybe when it comes to Bert and Ernie,
well,
C3PO is Bert
later on in
R2D2 is Ernie.
Later on in Lost in Space, when Dr. Smith becomes the bumbling comedy relief, he's like C3PO.
Even C3PO isn't incompetent. C3PO isn't incompetent. He's a smart protocol droid. It's gazillion. It's a weird. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say bad comparison.
Okay, that's fair. You know? That's a fair opinion, and I agree. I agree with Jedi Master in this one.
So you're saying if there was a fight, that C3PO would lose to Dr. Smith?
No, I never said that.
Well, that's what it sounded like.
The argument. The argument was, are they the same? They're not the same.
No, but if they fought, who would win?
They do both complain. I think that's probably the only real similarity.
I think Dr. Smith would win.
Okay. It depends.
No,
that's a
seriously.
good question. That's a good question,
Smith
but we'll have to think about
man.
it. But we don't get to see Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru very much. So I do want to talk about their scene here where they're talking about that Uncle Owen saying that Luke's got to stay. He can't go off to the academy. Luke wants to go be a space pilot or whatever he wants to go do. And
join the rebellion.
Join the rebellion with his friend Biggs.
Well, no, he wants to go to the academy.
He wants to join the academy, which would have made him an Empire guy.
Yeah. Like he doesn't
he
like
wanted to join the rebellion with Biggs.
That's how you get a job in this galaxy, is you support the government military operation. And so you go to the academy, you learn how to fly, and then hopefully one day, once you save up all your credits, you get yourself a Carillion cruiser that Carrie Fisher says, "You came in that thing? You must be brave."
Yeah.
That's a good line.
I've always thought the designation of the academy is a bit ambiguous, at least if we just consider this movie. It's always felt to me like the academy is a place where people go to train to become pilots, but what happens is the Empire in its nefarious ways is gradually seeping its dark tentacles into the academy, and what it will be doing is it will be picking all the choice pilots and saying, come and work for the Empire. We've got great rates of pay. You get to fly around, and you're going to do this, and you get a cool uniform, and But I don't think going into the academy at this stage definitely means going to the Empire. It means you get to fly ships, you get to train, but the Empire will probably come after you and probably try and recruit you. But also the rebellion will probably do the same.
Like that. I like that idea.
That's my perception of it.
That's why you're fighting against it, is because the establishment is created and supported by the Empire in terms of all of the pilots and everything that are like the kids, like the Luke Skywalkers that show up at a college to find out how to fly
but
a starship. They are given a TIE fighter.
But I have something. Even in something like the Empire, you're still going to have civilians, and you still need civilian ships to do merchant runs and stuff like that. So you're not everybody's going to join the rebellion or the Empire. So,
but
I think what Lance is saying makes sense. That
but if you think about like in terms of, it's kind of like Starship Troopers, where it's like service. What is it?
No, I don't think it's as clear cut as that.
Citizenship.
I don't think it's as clear cut as that. I think it's a lot more subtle than that.
Good theory, but you got to look at it this way: the Academy was founded by the Republic, and the Republic was taken over by the Empire. So they're running the Academy.
Yeah,
but I think they're being clever about them. They're not saying, come.
He never ended up going.
Academy. You're automatically be a fly pilot. If that was the case, no one would join.
Guys, we're talking over each other. Can Lance repeat that, please?
Please.
So I was saying that I don't think this is my perception of it, and it's still my perception purely from this movie, is I don't think that the Empire took over the Academy, put a huge sign up outside it saying, you are now joining the Empire if you come to the Academy. I think they would be more subtle than that. We've kind of seen that in Andor. It would be more like the Empire is working in the background and will pick and choose the best pilots to become their fighter pilots who go to the Academy, whereas people going to the Academy might end up driving a freighter for some haulage company, or they might end up joining the Rebel Alliance, or they might end up being a privateer or a smuggler. They're just going there to learn how to fly ships.
Or you're going to be on Alderaan.
Yeah, I mean, all kinds of things could happen.
What Jedi Master says is also pretty true too, because since we do know later that Biggs is part of the rebellion, and if Luke is going to be a pilot, he's going to just be a general pilot. Of course, he's going to choose the
second
rebellion
favorite
path.
Mustache of all time.
Could I make this point?
Master.
Yes,
he
please.
does not even end up in the Academy because of the circumstances. He's already a
pilot. True enough.
Because when he meets up with Biggs, when the guy, can this guy handle an X-wing fighter? We're not at that point yet. And Biggs goes, this guy is one of the best pull pilots in the Outer Rim.
It is so amazing watching the original cut, like the theatrical cut, and he says, Biggs is right, I'm never going to get out of here. And I'm like, who's Biggs?
It's irrelevant.
Okay. We're over talking.
I'm not. I was talking.
Luke wanted to go to the Academy so he could go, and because his Biggs and a couple of other of his friends went to the Academy. He was wanting to go join them, and then there was a cut scene where he ends up meeting up with Biggs as he's leaving to go join the rebellion.
Oh, big shout out to R.M. Briggs.
Wanted to go
That's
with
random,
him,
Scotty.
and it's like I said, the Academy was
well, it was better than Starfleet Academy. Was it better than Starfleet Academy? I feel like the Imperial
there's
Academy.
multiple in the Star Wars universe,
sure,
especially the expanded. They talked about there was multiple academies.
Yeah,
and the one that he was referring to was the Flight Academy, because yes, he was a qualified pilot, but he did not have certification to fly off Tatooine.
Where are you going? Looks like I'm going nowhere.
And that's it was to show that Luke did not want to just be a moisture farmer. He had hopes for the future. He had a dream he wanted, but Uncle Owen was keeping him from achieving his dreams. That was that whole point.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the scene, definitely. Westcott goes on Scotty's side saying the Academy is the government institution, the government is the Empire. I love this discussion, and we're gonna all have different perceptions on this particular thing, and isn't that a lot of fun? That is
Well,
good.
and don't
I
forget,
enjoyed that.
Biggs goes to the academy. He learns how to fly, and then he gets out of the academy, and then he goes to the Rebel Alliance. If you want to believe the special editions.
And I'm glad that Richard Spake said what he said because it ties into the other two clips I have for this. Because it's not that Uncle Owen is holding Luke back, but it's not malicious. He just wants.
No,
he
it's
just wants
malicious.
to.
He's trying to protect him.
No,
Yes.
fuck all that
He
noise,
knows
Silent
what-
Bob. Sorry about the swear, but no, he's using him as like I don't know why. I have never understood Uncle Owen's motivations for protecting Luke.
His motivation was because he knew his father was what he became. He knew what Anakin had become, and he lied to him to protect him from being sucked into where he gets sucked into eventually. Because
as far as Uncle Owen is concerned, it is like babysitting the Omen.
He's just not a farmer, Owen. He has too much of his father in him.
Afraid.
Yep.
That's
That's
what
the
he's
whole
afraid of.
point. That was the whole point of Uncle Owen holding. He did not mean to be holding him back. He was trying to protect him from himself. Like I said, it goes back to the Campbell hero arc. The Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru were very important in the heroic arc that Luke Skywalker was taking. It's also it mirrors Anakin's. That was the whole point of the prequels, was to show the whole story arc that because George Lucas repeatedly stated that Luke wasn't the hero of Star Wars. It was Anakin. And Luke is the one that redeemed Anakin, reminded Anakin of what it was he was supposed to be and what he was supposed to do.
I don't buy it.
And to me, that it falls back to a
We still want to
familial
hear
love.
it, Scotty.
Okay. It was that familial love. And I talk about us being a family all the time and how much we love each other and how we look out for each other. That's what this is about. It's about love overcoming obstacles. Uncle Owen was harsh with Luke from this point, but you could tell he loved him and was trying to do right for him.
Yes, but I mean that's ultimately what we do get to. But not Brian is also correct that comes later. In Star Wars, Anakin isn't Vader. He's just a Jedi who was killed by Vader. It was retconned in Empire, and Lucas contradicts himself often, but the early drafts of the script don't lie. And that's the way this movie is written. It's basically Vader killed your dad, and the fact that they end up the same person.
But what I told you was
when this
true
movie was
from a certain point of view.
when this movie was made.
When he finally exposes his Vader and why they were separated and everything, and Obi-Wan says at the beginning that Vader killed your father. Basically, when he says it on Dagobah, he betrayed it, and it's a matter of point of view, like how Anakin died. He died to the dark side of the Force, basically, Anakin, and became Darth Vader. So hence, the guy who was once Anakin Skywalker is dead. That's the analogy Obi-Wan was using. Thank you.
Yep. But you also got to remember David Prowse, the man who played the body of Darth Vader in the original trilogy, got into a lot of trouble after the movie came out, because he basically let the cat out of the bag that Vader was actually Anakin Skywalker and Luke Skywalker's dad. That's one of the reasons why he got into a lot of trouble amongst the fandom.
I don't remember that coming out before Empire.
I thought that one of the things is that he was upset. David Prowse was upset that he was like, I didn't know Vader was Luke's father.
He also didn't know his voice was going to be taken over, did it? Did it? He was upset about that. I know that.
He was like, Obi-Wan is your father. Or I don't know how to do a Welsh accent.
No,
I'm not
no.
even gonna
In
try.
the line that he was told to say in Empire was Obi-Wan killed your father.
Right.
But no.
And I think that's anyway.
Yeah.
This is a great part of the movie to discuss because this is the part where Luke is considering his dreams. He's then the John Williams music swells, and we get the twin sons.
Yeah, I get chills.
Too much?
The best kind of chills.
Yeah,
No, but
absolutely.
No, but I would like to hear if Lance had more to that.
Well, just it's such an iconic shot. It's also like, this is getting a shot like this and having people remember it for this kind of reason is any filmmaker's dream. One of the things that I'm sure subconsciously this shot has influenced it, is if you watch any film of mine, you'll always see I've got shots of the sun. I've always got sunrises. I've always got sunsets, because I always say to my cast and crew, it's the most powerful lamp that we have on set. We just know.
Wow.
We just got to know how to shoot it correctly, So I'm always getting them up at insane times in the morning so that we can be up at 4 o'clock for the moment that the sun creeps over the mountain range in the distance or whatever to get that shot. And the opening shot in my last film is pretty much that. It's that shot, and we got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get that shot. So I'm sure subconsciously this moment in this film influenced that artistic thread in me, because I've kind of gone forward. I've always said I'm always going to have either a sunrise or a sunset in every movie I shoot. Not necessarily two suns, of course, but I love this.
What?
I just thought it was so well done. They double exposed the negative, basically. Shot a sunset like that for real out in Tunisia. Just
added the second sun.
Yeah, no, it's the same one. It's double exposed the negative, a bit like how they did some of the special effects in Moonraker with the adding the extra spaceships when they're going to Drax's.
Well, what? John Barry is the production designer on this film.
Are you talking about John Barry? He did the music for Bond. I don't know who the production designer was on Star Wars, actually. Off the top
It
of my
was
head.
something Barry. I thought it was John Barry.
John Barry's. You're right. It is John Barry. It's John Barry, who coincidentally has the same name as
James Bond guy.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah. He passed away at only 43. So, but yeah, he did production design, and he was second unit director on Empire Strikes Back as well. So there you go.
Nice. Yeah. Shout out.
Yeah. And Kelly's Heroes, production designer on Kelly's Heroes.
Oh, shut up, Telly Savalas and all that.
Kelly Heroes is I'm not getting segued, but
let's stay on target. We'll do a Kelly's Heroes stream another time, Jill. Obviously.
Oh,
loosen up.
I don't care. I'll do it on my channel.
So also, Booger414 says, just stopping in to say hi. I am at work today doing a shift and a half, and yes, Booger. Yeah.
Booger! Thank you for being here, sir. Pleasure, as always.
Old Man Bird is supporting the channel yet again with a $9.99 super chat. He says, Joseph Campbell discovered from World Traveler, Adolf Bastian, that many stories and myths had the same general plot. The monomyth. Lucas modeled the story from that and gave Campbell a special screening.
Yes, Campbell, like I said in the chat, Campbell has repeatedly said that George Lucas is his best student who learned it the best of his monomyth and the books that he has written about the hero's journey. And it's pretty cool. I can't remember the name of the documentary, excuse me, where they were talking, and because it was, I think it was called The Hero's Journey, because I saw it
by Joseph Campbell. Yeah.
There was a documentary that they were talking about about it, and how the hero's journey stories are all set up, and then they went and they were interviewing Joseph Campbell, and it came up, Star Wars came up, and he was referring to the fact that George Lucas is the one person he knows understood what he was talking about the most.
And he also got some stuff from the old Buck Rogers serials too, and he took from Mysterious and like the religion from. He was into all kinds of different lores, and he put them all together like from the serial. That's where you get the the old Buck Rogers crawl with the when you'd watch the old black and white Buck Rogers, the old screen crawls. I mean, he watched the breaking it down into the serials. He employed all that into his Star Wars vision.
Yep. It's amazing that for something so groundbreaking and forward thinking, he used inspirations from the pulp stuff. He the space combat, especially between the fighters, he patterned it on actual gun camera of World War II.
Yeah, those are disparate ideas.
He proved that you can take inspiration from anywhere and build on it and project it into the future.
Like
he made those inspirations his own.
1976 had an incredible hit with the science fiction film Logan's Run. And the movie that followed it up was Star Wars. And if you compare them, it's like there is a clear delineation in craftsmanship, in intent. Like, it is night and day. And when Star Wars was released, it was like a switch had been flipped. And the blockbuster, if you don't want to count Jaws, which I do, but I think, considering the relationship with Spielberg and Lucas, I'm going to keep them together. Also, this is the best way to cook celery.
Well, and yes, and so they've got to look for R2D2. He's run away, so they're looking for him. And
also,
I would worry about the sand people.
I would like to point out that hell exists in the Star Wars universe because there will be hell to pay. That means that there is a hell. And so, yeah, no, they believe in the Force, but also an almighty deity.
Jill, can I bring up a point of trivia here?
Oh, please do.
I'll do it real quick. So the movie that was expected to be the big sci-fi hit that year was not Star Wars. Everyone thought Star Wars was going to
be Capricorn 1.
And no, I've got the poster for it if you want to put it up.
Sure.
Everyone, all the studio execs thought that this movie was going to be the big hit.
Where is it?
I've got it. I don't know whether
I can see it. I can see it.
Destroying her arrangement.
Jill's going to do it. I don't want to push.
There you go. Damnation Alley, which is quite a fun movie. Very, very, very dated now. If you watch it with George Peppard, it's basically.
I love George Peppard.
There's a nuclear war. It's kind of a sort of a Mad Max type thing, and these guys that survive in this military bunker have heard about.
Roger Zelazny wrote it.
Yeah, they've heard about this. The new territories, and they're going to try and make it there. There's 2 vehicles they take, one of which there's only one full-size one was built for the movie. It does still exist. Yes, a very young Jackie Earle Haley was in this film playing this kind of feral kid. This movie this was also Fox, by the way. This was Fox's other big sci-fi movie that year. You can see their logo top bottom right-hand corner, and they put loads into the print and advertising for this, and it had this Sound 360, which was supposed to be this new revolutionary sound system and so on. But this film didn't do very well. It bombed. And
well, you know what? I'm surprised at the fact that is an accurate representation of a Tesla Cybertruck.
It was a week apart from. It's a great poster, that, by the way. It was a week apart from Star Wars. I think it dropped either the week. I think it dropped the week before Star Wars, and then Star Wars came out and totally eclipsed it. Like,
but it brutalized it dead.
Like no one went to see it because everybody just kept going back to see Star Wars. Maybe some people went to see it who can get in to see Star Watch, but not a bad. I mean, it's not.
You saw Star Wars?
Interesting.
It's not aged well, but watch it if you can track it down. Watch it. It's got some interesting scenes and some nice little model work in there. Some nice miniature work.
It's a B movie to me.
I do like George Peppard, though. I will watch him do anything.
I think you're being generous. It's a bit of a C movie, but it's
Tristan says it wasn't a very impressive movie.
No, it's not great. As I said, it's not great, but it's, if you want to, just if you're curious, it's got some interesting bits.
I am.
Some interesting scenes. Very young Jan Michael Vincent as the lead.
Yeah, so they got their run-in with the sand people, and they gotta deal with that. Thank you for the sound effects. I love sound effects. And of course, they're on their way to.
Do you have dialogue?
Do I have dialogue? Of course, I have dialogue. I have some dialogue. You know that little droid's gonna cause me a lot of trouble. Oh,
well, no, I was just wondering if you have like Obi-Wan.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
Like his first lines after he does the great dragon yell.
I do have all the lines for that.
And then I also wanted to put Raquel on the spot and ask her to read them.
Okay, I'm gonna put the lines in the chat, and I'm gonna step away and let y'all have your radio play.
Our fun time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm gonna start putting those in the chat.
Sure. I just think it would be. I want to gender swap Obi-Wan is what I'm doing.
Okay. that could be
so. And also in the background, I don't know who wants to be Luke. I don't want to be Luke.
I'll be Luke.
You're Obi-Wan.
Okay.
Well, if you want to be Luke, I can. I think who else is here? Who wants to be Obi-Wan? Because if Raquel wants to be Luke,
I'll read Obi-Wan, no problem.
Yeah, Jedi Master makes sense. Is Obi-Wan. So yeah. I love this part of the show. This is my favorite part of the show. I've always wanted to be on the internet talking about things that I love.
Scotty, you're starting at 424, brother.
Before I start, are these the lines you want?
Sure.
Yeah,
they're not the lines you're looking for. Oh, sorry.
I'll be right back. I gotta check on my kids, so this is perfect.
All right, this will work. All right, so I suppose.
All right. You want me to start?
Please.
All right, Ben Kenobi. Boy, I'm glad to see you.
The Judgland's waste. What? The Judgland?
Yeah.
The Judgland wastes are not to be traveled lightly. Tell me, young Luke, what brings you out this far?
This little droid. I think he's searching for his former master, but I've never seen such devotion in a droid before. He claims to be the property of an Obi-Wan Kenobi. Is he a relative of yours? Do you know who's he talking about?
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan. Now that's the name I have not heard in a long time. A long time.
I think my uncle knows him. He said he was dead.
Oh, he's not dead. Not yet.
You know him?
Well, of course I know him. He's me.
Kudos. Congratulations. Ovations.
Thank you.
No, I was talking to Raquel.
Oh, well.
Kick you in your testicles, I will. Piss me off, you have.
Well, yeah, no, I get used to that. No, that was great. That was amazing. Like,
Thank you.
I think the introduction of Obi-Wan Kenobi is fantastic.
Hey, the Twilight Zone the other day, I did the double character in the mirror. I had to read both guys, the crazy guy and the tough guy.
Like Willem Dafoe.
Kind of, sort of.
Oh, we're still waiting on Jill. Can we read it again?
Yes.
I'd quite like to read Ben.
Can I be
Go
Luke?
ahead.
Yeah, do you want to do Luke and I'll do Ben?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, go for it.
Hang on. So I got to start. All right. Here we go. Ben Kenobi? Boy, am I glad to see you.
The Yunlin wastes are not to be traveled lightly. Tell me, young Luke, what brings you out this far?
This little droid. I think he's searching for his former master, but I've never seen such dedication in a droid before. He claims to be the property of an Obi-Wan Kenobi. Is he a relative of yours? Do you know what he's talking about?
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan. Now that's a name I've not heard in a long time.
I think
A
my uncle
long
knows.
time.
I'm sorry, I stepped on your line.
I'll say it again. A long time.
Okay, stop hitting on me. I think my uncle knows him. He said he was dead.
Oh, he's not dead. Not yet.
You know him?
Well, of course I know him. He's me.
I'm gonna head out. Thanks for letting me be a part of this.
Dr. Cornelius is.
Oh, damn it!
Texting. That's fun. That's fun.
I wasn't a very good Luke. You deserve
my
a
friend
better
can do
Luke.
a spot on. I mean, I was pretty bad, but my friend can do a spot on Kenobi, Ben Kenobi. You wouldn't even know it's. You wouldn't.
You
even
have
know
the
it's not Alec
accent.
Guinness. Yeah, I got the British accent. I've got that in my favour. That's true. Indeed. But that was fun.
Yeah.
We still don't have Jill.
Mike,
Yeah, she'll be back.
I'm here.
Oh, she's back. Okay.
He's back.
Oh, great! Now I can go have a cigarette. This is fantastic.
Okay, Jill, stay
news.
on target.
Okay.
Away you go.
Yes, this is amazing. So thank you guys for covering this scene. I'm sure you covered it pretty well. Also, so there's the droid. See, did I have any clips? I'm trying to refocus. Sorry. Like you're saying, stay on target. Actually, I have these clips. Where is it? I have. Oh yeah.
No sense in you risking yourself on my account. I'm done for.
No, you're not. What kind of talk is that?
He goes, "What kind of talk is that?"
Yeah, exactly. And so Luke Skywalker learns more about his father, as we were talking about before, extensively.
I was once a Jedi Knight, the same as your father.
And of course, Obi-Wan gives Luke his father's lightsaber.
Yeah, the same as your
Elegant weapon. More
They were.
civilized, eh?
I thought you were doing some sort of rap then. I wonder what was going on.
No, sometimes StreamYard
Let's do the
won't
Kenobi
play.
rap, more. So.
Sometimes StreamYard doesn't want to play the video properly.
More civilized, eh?
Yeah, you don't think it's so civilized when you watch the, when you go and watch it, the earlier stuff. It's more civilized. Really? They're kind of lopping heads off left and right. I don't know how civilized it is.
Yeah.
No, I know. It's sword
Poor
fighting.
youngling. He even killed the younglings.
I think he thinks he's thinking back to a nobler, maybe a nobler time, but it's that with rose tinted glasses probably.
That would make sense, but Luke looks at this with wonder. He's instantly attached to it.
Surrounds us and penetrates us.
Before the dark side, before the
Binds the galaxy together.
This is where we got into the debate when he said he betrayed and murdered your father.
Yeah, we did. So we basically covered this.
Okay.
So that's good. That saves some time, right? It saves some
Learn
time.
about the Force, Luke.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, this is where Scotty wanted me to read this, the message from Princess Leia to Obi-Wan Kenobi. And so I got it right here.
Why has it all gone quiet all of a sudden? What's happening?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I should have started reading.
I gotta
Starting over.
run, Jill.
Oh,
Thank you
okay.
for having me. I've had a
Of course,
blast.
of course.
Take care.
I'm glad.
Take care,
You too.
Richard.
I'm glad you were here.
Yeah,
I hope you
great
have
to meet
fun
you.
for the rest of your day. Is there anything you want to share with the audience before you go?
Share what you love with others. This world needs a lot more love in it. Show people your humanity. Show people your compassion. Show people what you love.
Well said.
Why we care so much about the pop culture that we adore. It's what's supposed to unify us. And we've got one side that likes to dehumanize the other. And the only way we can overcome this is by talking and by experiencing. There's a man his last name is Davis. It's a black musician who has brought so many racist Klansmen to throw away their racism. And to me, he's a hero. And the way he did it was by just talking to people, being a good person. And he changes the world one life at a time. So share what you love, everybody. It'll make this world a better place. And thank you guys for having me on tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you. You have a very blessed day, everybody.
Jill, I have a production meeting for my movie now. I've got to
Okay.
jump on a Zoom call, so I'm going to have to duck out as well. Also, thank you, Richard, for those very moving words. Found that quite tearful.
Absolutely. Well, I want to provide you the same thing if you have the time to be able to share.
I mean, I don't know how long my meeting's going to go on for. You know, I mean, if my meeting lasts 2 hours, then you should have just got to the Death Star by then. So,
Yes. Yeah, at the rate we're going, but we might pick up pace. We might pick up pace. You never know.
Yeah, I have a very cool video of me dancing with my laser whip, which is in that picture, but I don't want to take up time showing that now. Even though
No, I want to see the laser whip.
It's quite lightsabery. Do you want to see it? It's only
I want to see the laser whip.
It's only 13 seconds.
That's fine.
Do you want to see it, Jill?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
that definitely sounded like Jill's voice. Okay, so
I do a very good Jill impression.
Yeah, I'll put it up there. I'll play it when you put it on the screen. Anyway, I was dancing on stage at a couple of different clubs in Corfu this last week. This is what I do to keep the weight off. And the image you can see in my avatar, that's me dancing with what's called a light whip. So I dance on stage with that, which is, you know, kind of good for my mental health and all of that sort of stuff.
Do you make any quid?
No, I get into a lot of clubs for free.
Nice.
So this is me dancing with it. I don't think you'll be able to hear the music, but just take it that the music's very fast. Yeah, like that bit very fast.
Oh man, that's rad.
Yeah, I'm pretty good with it now. So I've been practicing.
How old are you, Lance?
Are you more of a Michelangelo or more of a Leonardo?
I'm 50. So that's me dancing.
Oh, really? You're 50.
Yeah, man.
You're 50. That's cool.
Yeah, that's me dancing at 50.
I think I'm the old fat. I'm the old fat.
My next book is called Back to Raving at 50. Guess what it's about? So you know,
cocaine.
No, I don't do that. But yeah.
Sorry, anyway. I was just trying to keep with Carrie Fisher.
Scotty, I'm force
Very
choking
funny.
you.
Anyway, listen, I'll leave you guys. I'm hoping I might make it back in time for the trench attack, but
oh, that would be so cool. But
it's gonna be like 7 hours away.
Yeah, don't worry.
No matter what.
Coffee in the morning.
Jill, the other exciting thing is I'm directing Nicholas Rowe in this movie, and he played young Sherlock Holmes in Young Sherlock Holmes the movie. So
oh wow.
Yeah, so
that's
I'm going to.
Great news! I didn't know you.
Yeah, that's happening pretty soon. I'm directing him in a few weeks, so so I got to jump on this meeting about that now. I'm afraid. So
yes,
all right,
that's good. Yes, please make sure you do that.
I'll shoot off, but may the force be with you, and with a bit of luck, I'll stay on target, and I'll get back for the the second run, starting our attack now.
Okay. Okay, great. It was so great to see Lance and
Live long and prosper,
everybody
yo.
who were here. Yeah. Yeah, Lance and yeah.
Today is a good day to what? I don't want
Brogu
to say it's
says
a good day to die, but
Brogu says to Richard A. Spake, that was wonderfully said. I wish everyone felt the same way. Sad to say we have too many idiots out there that think the opposite. And yeah, that's true. That's true. And well, I wanted to also pick something else.
I missed it. I didn't know what he
What,
said.
what did he say?
Well, he was talking about
let's post people.
Well,
Where's the Star Wars? I
being-
don't know what
being
it had
together.
to do with.
Where's the
Yeah,
Star
where's-
Wars?
Well, he had a yeah, well he
I don't know what
has
he
a
said.
philosophy. He has a
Well, and
philosophy of
I-
people being together
Well,
and not
I'm-
being hateful. To
Yes.
talk about what you love and
Yes.
not be bigoted, basically.
Yes.
Well,
so yeah, I agree with Richard Spake as well. And the
Yeah, I agree
paraphrasing
with you.
through
No,
anti-derivative
yeah,
Jill is amazing.
Yeah, and so Sigvaldison
I
is
just like
here.
to
I don't
keep
know
it
if I
about the
ever said
sci-fi.
Sigvald. I don't know if Sigvaldison ever, if I ever said hello to Sigvaldison.
Siggy,
Hey, I also wanted to read something.
are we gonna
Broken
push the
said.
button for our Eldritch God?
The solution is a very pretty red button with a base in the middle of the earth. Yeah, we will, but that'll be later on at Friday Night Frolics if you want to
Yeah.
encourage that.
That's the special edition.
But
He
there's
needs to
something
pay
that
his wampum.
Grogu said that I wanted to read. Who was it who said it? That every time, there it is. When he turned on that lightsaber, I thought he was going to hurt himself for Obi-Wan. Be careful, Luke, when you turn that damn thing on. I thought so too. I thought he was going to hurt C-3PO or something.
I thought he was going to cut his leg off or his
Mhm.
hand.
Yes,
Well,
because
like,
he was.
when-
Because there was a childlike wonder on his face that makes you think that.
Yeah, it definitely was.
You know the electric knife that your parents used to cut a turkey? Like they had to redesign it because it was quiet. And so people would check and see if it was on by sort of tapping their hands, and they would end up cutting off their fingers.
Oh.
So, yeah, if Luke gets a lightsaber for the first time, the first thing is like, how hot is this? And all of a sudden, you can't play Sega.
Well, fortunately, that doesn't happen. We don't.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it does, but we have to wait for that.
Sure.
It doesn't happen in this movie. We don't want to. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. 'Cause
Yeah,
I do
no,
wanna cover
Darth
Empire
Vader
one day.
totally makes it so that Luke Skywalker can't play Sega.
Yeah, but they fix it.
They
so
do
there you
fix
go,
it, yes.
spoiled. I wanted to find something about lightsabers. Do we have any idea on how ILM created them?
Oh, what is it?
We gotta find a crystal for the lightsaber.
But in terms of the actual production, like they had a pole and it was wrapped in what is it? Theatrical cinema screen because it reflects light incredibly. And so it was wrapped in when you go to the movie theater and you see that in front of you, that is what lightsabers are made of. And they reflected greatly. And it was colored in post-production, I think. Like, and watching the original, like they mess it up a bunch of times. It's so glorious.
Oh, it looks like I missed a super chat because Sigvaldison says, if that's the first time you're talking to me, does that mean you did not read my super chat? No, I didn't. So I'm going to make up for that now. Thank you so much for the $5 support. Thankful that this movie brought us word of the Empire. The Empire brought order to the galaxy.
Show you the dark side, huh?
Yeah, but when you play,
Sigvaldison
like,
definitely.
Raquel, when you play a Star Wars video game, it is more fun to play as the Empire, isn't it?
Sometimes, but I'm rooting for the good guys on this one.
Yeah, fair enough.
Not just that, not just that, but also Nemesis of Eden. So sweet. Thank you, Nemesis. He just gifted one anti-derivative Jill membership, which is wonderful because we're coming up on the end of the month, and once we get to June 4th, we'll have a membership stream. And thanks to Nemesis of Eden, who gets that membership. Do you see in the chat? We got it. Brogu got it. That means you can be with us at our next membership stream, Brogu. Hope you enjoy
Please
that.
be with us.
Join us and we'll talk about stuff. Just
we
like
can
we do
rule
here.
the galaxy.
Excuse me while I whip this out. Oh, hey, the dead man's here also.
Watch it.
I love
These
the
examples.
I love that. That's great that you joined us. Practice.
Practice?
Yeah, so now I read it. I think that's everything. Did I miss anything? I can't miss super chats. That would be terrible.
Well, you should play a video. Can you play a Star Wars video?
I have lots of Star Wars videos.
Nice. Can you do Princess Leia saying what?
Oh yeah, sure. It doesn't just say what, because I pulled these from Get Yarn because it's a lot easier.
Sure.
Which
You're far too trusting.
it didn't catch the whole what.
You're far too trusting.
That's weird. Okay,
Yeah.
well, Get Yarn's the problem. I can do it. What?
Can you read the dialogue from the Hope message?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I can do that. As soon as I figure out where I am. Here I am.
Earth.
Of course,
You're on Earth.
you make on Earth, of course. How did I forget? Of course, you make good content. I like to give you and to you and to the community anti-derivative show. That's amazing. Thank you. And congratulations on your recent monetization. If you ever catch Nemesis playing a game, he's also monetized.
Congrats.
Sounds like she sneezed. Yeah, basically. All right, so Princess Leia's recording says, General Kenobi, years ago you served my father in the Clone Wars. Now he begs you to help him in his struggle against the Empire. I regret that I am unable to present my father's request to you in person, but my ship has fallen under attack. And I am afraid my mission to bring you to Alderaan has failed. I have placed information vital to the survival of the rebellion into the memory systems of this R2 unit. My father will know how to retrieve it. You must see this droid safely delivered to him on Alderaan. This is our most desperate hour. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
That was great, Jill. Can we try it one more time when it doesn't sound like you're reading it?
I thought she did.
No, I'm just being a
She
jerk.
did fine.
I know. I'm just being a jerk.
Well,
Yeah, and nobody pays me. This is why nobody pays me millions of dollars to be an actor. I was just reading.
You know
the
what?
script.
If I had
you
that kind
must
of
learn
credit
the ways
limit,
of the
I would
Force if you're going
totally.
to join me to Alderaan.
Can I do it?
Sure.
I got to go get the mail. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, fair enough. This is something that you should. Are you putting it in the private chat?
I already did.
Okay, great. Jill, it was amazing. Like, you did a really, really good job. But there's
Old Man Bird says faster, more intense.
Exactly.
99.
So
Yeah.
here's how I'm gonna go. And then I hope Raquel, and then when Jedi Master gets back, I hope he does it as well. So General Kenobi, years ago you served with my father in the Clone Wars. Now he begs you to help him in his struggle against the Empire. I regret that I am unable to present this request, in person. But my ship has fallen under attack, yo. And I'm afraid my mission to bring you to Alderaan has failed. Wah, wah. I placed information vital to the survival of the rebellion in this R2 unit, in the memory systems of this R2 unit, if you want to be specific. My father will know how to retrieve it. Well, no. Bail Organa's going to die. You must see this droid safely delivered to Alderaan. This is our most desperate hour. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. All right, someone else do it. I know it was terrible. I'm sorry.
Jill's reading was better than young Anakin's. Yippee! Yippee!
Yippee!
Thank you. Thank you, Gavin Blackburn.
I just wasted everyone's life.
No, that's okay. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think 2 readings are good enough. I'm sorry. But
I wanted to hear Jedi Master and Raquel.
I'll have Raquel read something else.
Okay,
later.
that sounds good.
Because there'll be more readings. We've got to make.
We
it
haven't
do.
even left Tatooine.
We need to get rest to the film.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
I think that's the right thing to do. Because Luke says he can't go to Alderaan. He's gotta stay and help his family. And so then we cut back to the Death Star here. And we're with the Imperial officer commanders. They're arguing about the rebellion. And
That's the guy from Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Oh yeah, the one you guys were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And so we've got a tag saying they're worried about the rebellion, and
There was actually a deleted scene where it was like, we shouldn't have a Dark Lord of the Sith.
oh, interesting.
they
Oh,
were
right,
upset.
because it's bureaucracy going on here, so it makes sense there would be a little more politics. So we meet
Yeah.
Grand Moff Tarkin as the governor,
Yes.
and then of course Darth Vader's here too. So it's a whole meeting. And they're saying the Imperial Senate is not a problem anymore. Sorry for the Star Trek sounds from my phone. And the emperors dissolved the council. So governors can all control the territories all by themselves. Apparently, I don't know really how all that works. It's a whole lot of that.
Well, no, don't you know? Come on. Like this
Well, and
governmental
Mahdi says,
system
yes.
is, if you don't like it, will blow up your planet.
Oh, well, okay. Well,
So
that's what
they're
the
trying to track down the plans to the Death Star. This is what this
Yes.
discussion's about.
So you're saying
that's right.
that after they get rid of the rebellion, the Empire is going to stop using the Death Star?
No, but that's the first goal. That's the first mission. And Tag to what Jedi Master said. Tag says if the rebellion if the rebels have obtained a complete technical readout of the station, it's possible, however unlikely, that they might find a weakness and exploit it. And so Darth Vader says the plans will be back in our hands soon. And oh no, that's
Oh no,
that's
your
something.
Tamagotchi is going off.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna turn off the sound for it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Nobody needs to hear it dying. Let's
Oh no.
no, it's not gonna die. I'm just joking.
Don't let your Tamagotchi die.
I'm not gonna let it die.
Okay, good. Did I ever tell you about the time where an AI girlfriend broke up with me?
Yes. But I don't think you said it live on air, though. I think you just told
Yeah.
me. Did you want to? We could talk about that on our next shore leave. Make sure to catch our next shore leave where Scotty R37 is going to tell an exclusive story about the time 2 AI girlfriends broke up with him.
It is too. You're right. Why do you rub that in my eyes like salt?
I don't know why that suddenly became a thing that we're talking
I
about.
thought it was funny.
Mhm.
Can I make a...
Don't be too proud of this technological terror you've constructed.
Precisely. You
comment?
can't
Why they
buy
got the death?
love.
Never mind.
I don't care too much
Yes.
for money. Money can't buy me love.
Yes, Jedi Master, I want to hear what you have to say
Mm,
about the Death Star.
It was related to the Death Star and why they built it and the dissolution of the Senate before this party is the Death Star was everybody goes now with the what are we going to do about all these other systems? Fear and terror from this Death Star will keep the other systems in order. That's why they dissolved the Senate. They have the Death Star, and it's supposed to prevent all anybody from going rogue. This was
Right.
their
But that's
ultimate
the
weapon.
answer. You don't like it, will
what-
blow up your planet.
Yeah, that is what
Yeah,
Marty says. He says this station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
And then he
That's a
goes,
pretty
"Don't
big
get
statement.
too attached to this technological terror you constructed. Destroying a planet is nothing compared to the power of the Force."
And so Marty starts to belittle his religion, basically.
And that's when he gets choked.
Yeah.
choked.
yeah.
That was a mistake.
Yeah,
And your lack of faith disturbing.
Love that line.
And I don't know, man. Like I am not an expert in Star Wars fandom, but I kind of stand with Darth Vader in this particular situation is that there is, the people who are all like, oh no, this isn't real Star Wars. This is Disney Star Wars. I don't like this Star Wars. That Star Wars sucks. And it's like, I kind of go with Darth Vader on this. And it's like, I like all Star Wars. Actually, that was a better Palpatine impression than it was Darth Vader.
No, Disney Star Wars is trash. This is real Star Wars.
But what about Andor?
An abomination.
What about The Mandalorian?
First 2 seasons, and after that, other than those first
But
2
you're
seasons,
saying the first 2 seasons were okay.
Andor is garbage. Other than that's the only
don't tell
thing.
Grogu.
It's
He's gonna get
Kathleen
upset.
Kennedy. I'm not going to do this with you, Scotty.
Yeah,
fine.
and it doesn't make sense to have that conversation with Scotty because he doesn't even like
No, it
Disney
doesn't.
Star Wars. He just likes to be.
This is
he
true. I
likes
just
to
like
be
arguing.
contradictory.
Yeah.
Trolling.
He just likes to be contradictory and
Yes.
No, it's,
Hey, Mr. Brown Alliance is here. Hail!
Hey!
Oh, Mr. Brown.
Heyo.
Any chance you want to say something about Star Wars? I can send you a link if you like. But if you want to be in the chat too, that's okay too. Old Man Bird says, "I am the Senate."
Do it.
Senate. Do it.
This bickering is pointless. Lord Vader will provide us with the location of the rebel.
My stars. You sound like a Jim Jones apocalypse.
Release him.
Good.
What?
I don't know who Jim Jones. Are you talking about?
Oh, no, you should totally look up the
Kool-Aid?
Jonestown Massacre. It's fun.
Oh, okay. Is that the Kool-Aid? Or is that
Yeah,
the
it's Kool-Aid.
Okay. Well, then I think I did a good job.
No, you know what? If you were doing a good job, you would have kicked me out hours ago.
Why would I kick you out?
Thank you. Hugs.
So we got a sand crawler. It's been destroyed. It's been destroyed by the Imperial forces, and Ben and Luke puts it together that his family are in trouble from the stormtroopers. So he discovers that they have passed.
The horrible aftermath.
They were murdered.
They were trying to escape.
Which skeleton do you think is Baru?
They traced the
and which one do
droids
you
back to
think
the
is
house, to the people who bought the droids.
Owen?
That's what they did.
Yes, that was the mystery. Yes, exactly.
They
Well,
traced
then
the
which
droids
one?
back to the people who purchased them.
Do you
It's
guys
hard to
know?
tell, Scotty, because there's burnt to a crisp.
I'm thinking Owen is the one who is bent over the shelving, and I think Baru is the one who's sort of face down trying to crawl her way to survival.
That's fair enough. I'm down with that. Mr. Brown Lion says Star Wars 1977 is a product of its time. Disney Star Wars is a product of its time. The diplomatic answer. Yeah, and we're going to leave it at that because that discussion is for a shore leave. That whole thing.
The Ewok Adventure is of its time, 1986. Delightful film.
The Ewok Adventure.
Yeah, with
I have not
Sindel.
seen the Ewok.
Star
haven't
Cruiser,
seen-
whoosh.
I haven't seen the Ewok Adventure.
You've never seen the Ewok Adventure? Come on.
Oh.
Don't worry, Jill. You're not missing much.
Oh, you're missing Wilford Brimley.
Get the heck out of here.
Well, I want to
will.
focus on the movie,
God.
and right now there's a droid that's coming in and wants to, inject Leia with some truth serum.
Mind probe droid.
Yes.
What was it? In the script, it said it was like, and as you followed the stormtroopers who were walking down the detention corridor, it was like you would hear the screams of Princess Leia. And because it is like Star Wars is beloved by children, I think that would have been too intense. But then you look at The Empire Strikes Back, and it's like they torture Han, and you get to hear his screams from outside the room. So I don't know. Do you think it would have made the movie too intense if you had heard Princess Leia screaming?
Well, it would have been contradictory because later it said that she fought off the truth serum, but you're
True
saying
story.
that she was supposed to be tortured?
Well, what the hell else are you going to do with that droid?
If she's
It's got a
screaming, then she
hypodermic
was-
needle.
A
and
mind
then-
probe droid. It was supposed to sedate her, and they were going to interrogate. It's almost like giving someone sodium pentothal.
That
What
makes
did you want
sense,
them to
but
do?
if-
Waterboarder? Want them to waterboarder, Scotty? What did you
But
want?
it sounds like Scotty is saying in earlier drafts that was what they did somehow.
Yeah, it was the intention is that you would hear the repercussions of the torture.
I never ever seen any earlier drafts or heard of any earlier drafts where they did that. Wow, that's something new to me, and I'm pretty.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
I
here for,
follow
is to
this
learn
stuff
new stuff.
religiously.
It's so funny when people clutch their pearls about things, and it's like we just saw two skeletons.
I want to learn the ways of the
And
Force and become a Jedi like my father.
Yeah. Yes, let's go, Luke. Let's go to Alderaan. Well, let's try to go to Alderaan.
Yeah, but first they've got to get a ride. They can't just go there on Luke's little scooter. They've got to get something a little bigger.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
I love Jedi mind tricks just because they work on the weak-minded.
Force can have a strong influence on the weak-minded.
Also, I love it because I am weak-minded. So Jedi mind tricks work on me.
Mhm. So you want to encounter a Jedi to control you, so you don't have to think
Well-
about what you're doing.
If it's a sexy lady Jedi, yeah.
Also,
Also,
very
I just
traditional.
want to make sure. That these aren't the droids I'm looking for. Move along.
Move on. And let's go to the bar.
Everybody. Seriously, am I just going to be a dancing monkey?
Yeah, you're great. I don't want to play too much just in case.
I sang the whole song already.
I won't get a claim on that. That was amazing.
No, it was a
I loved
terrible
it.
rendition. I apologize to everyone in
No.
the chat, all of my
Old
friends.
Man Bird loved it. Old
Well,
Man Bird
thank
loved
you.
it. Go, Scotty, says
That's it.
Mr. Brown Lines.
Sorry,
Any requests?
Mr. Brown.
Play the same song again. There's even a devil-looking alien. Not Brian says that tune makes me want to play Lego Star Wars. Yeah, so the variety of creatures here, very they went all out here with all of them.
I can't sing that song for very long because it is my ringtone. I keep thinking
if somebody
I'm getting
calls
a call. Yeah, that's also true. No one ever calls me unless they tell me to stop it.
Okay, so
whatever happened to this guy?
Which guy?
You know, Fugly Han Solo.
Fugly Han Solo. Which one?
Yeah, the guy who's standing beside Chewbacca. They're hanging out. They're having drinks.
Oh, the other guy. Yeah, I don't know.
The other guy.
We don't hear any lines from him.
No. Well, he introduced Obi-Wan to Chewbacca. And apparently Chewbacca knew Yoda.
Really? Is that
like 20 years ago? Yeah.
There's backstories on half of these characters in the original expanded universe.
The opening crawl is the entire story of Rogue One. Star Wars, talking about Star Wars, and if they bar wars. I hope I did that justice.
Perfect. Absolutely wonderful. All right. So, well, he was reading the chat, and that is good.
Ish.
And so,
did I get yelled at?
Lots of different aliens. Just a bit.
Please, for fuck's sake.
Moving on.
Sorry.
I like these aliens because they're just flat. Where do their brains go?
Well, no, Hammerhead is my favorite alien in all of Star Wars. This guy sucks. So does Bumpface.
Well, he doesn't like Luke, and so they get into a fight for no reason. But they got Obi-Wan on their side.
He looks like a Vogon.
Everything's fine. Well, at least he doesn't recite any poetry.
Not yet. Cut off his arm, and they do.
Yeah. Ben, he draws his lightsaber and severs the alien's arm. Very, very good. It had to happen. We didn't really have a choice, really.
What about?
Oh, I forgot about this.
Hey, we don't serve that kind here.
What?
Huh?
So that's why C-3PO and R2-D2 are not here. They had to leave the bar, so they couldn't get to watch all this action, all the bar fights. And more music. But the real reason we're here is to get a ride. They need a ride, and Han Solo can provide one. But he wants a certain amount of money, and Ben basically offers more. I think somebody put the quote in the chat earlier: 17,000 overall.
It's the ship that made the Kessel in 12 parsecs.
That's always funny because that's a distance, even though the question is how fast the ship is. And I guess you could say that um, I don't know. I don't know if there's a good explanation for that. Is anybody here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just checking. I've all right. So yeah, and because there's going to be a problem with the empire, then and then Han Solo knows that's going to cost more, but he agrees to 17,000. That's basically this scene. And then of course we get the next scene, which is the infamous scene where Han shoots first. And well, a bounty hunter named Greedo is trying to get the money from Han because he's in a lot of debt. He's in a ton of debt, and while this is happening, Han is really cool about it. He continues to converse with Greedo, and Greedo has no idea that Han is about to shoot him because he's being threatened. I don't agree with the idea that we had to have him not shoot first because Han's life is being threatened. Greedo's putting a gun on him. It's totally fine for Han to shoot first, and I don't understand why this was changed. But in the New Hope special edition, you have him. Well, actually, in the original version, Han replies, "Yes, I bet you have," and shoots Greedo under the table while Greedo's pointing the blaster at him. And the change was due to Lucas not wanting Han to come off as a cold-blooded killer. But that's not a cold-blooded killer. That's acting in self-defense because this Greedo just said, "I can't wait to kill you." And so what would your reaction be if someone's like, "Oh yeah, either you pay me money or I'm very happy to kill you. Well, one way or the other, you're going to pay for this." And so of course Han has to shoot. I don't agree with Lucas on this particular decision to change this. And
left it the way it was.
Yeah, right? I don't know if anybody likes that change. And it's unaltered from but I guess the real reason they did it because they were risking having the special edition get a PG-13 rating, and that would have limited the audience for the theatrical run. So they wanted to keep their PG is the political answer. Oh, there you go. I'm glad I finally found it. So maybe Lucas didn't want to do that at all, but he wanted to keep the PG. And in the special edition, Greedo shoots at Han and misses without explanation from point blank range. That's kind of funny.
And they CGI his head for a quick move to, and it looked cheap. I didn't think it didn't look bad. It was cheesy in my opinion. They should have left it as just left.
Yeah, they should have left it, but they wanted that PG rating. I understand now.
Yeah.
I was just like, why did they do this? PG.
So PG-13, people still would have taken their kids.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It wouldn't have.
Thought Star Wars is PG. I thought it was like above that, in my opinion.
It's in the theatrical release it was PG, but then it says some scenes may not be appropriate for teenagers. So PG was way different when this movie came out, and then when the special edition came out in the 90s.
Compared to what they show today on TV, that is nothing.
Yeah, I know. But things were different.
Oh my god. Yeah, 77. I mean, I was 12, and Jaws was probably the goriest movie I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. Yeah, they hardly even showed the shark.
Mm-hmm. There's still a lot of blood.
I'm sorry about the mess. Yeah, hand shot first. Yeah, it is very good.
Han shot first.
Only Han shoots. Only Han shoots. That's right. Because Greedo is gone. That is correct. I have a feeling this may become a two-parter. Well, the thing is, the kids are out of school. They're already home, so I can keep going I can keep on keeping on.
Well, it's really up to you, Joe. Like, do you want to?
It is up to me, but it's also
Yeah.
up to you guys. If you need to go, just let me know.
Well, I don't know how much left of the film we will have to go through.
It's we're not even halfway yet, so if it's too much for you,
Yeah.
let me know if you got to go, and I'll be okay with that. I'm pretty happy with what I'm doing, but so they gotta sell Luke's little ship. We've got a spy here, tattletale, so that the stormtroopers know who to fight.
Should make 0.5. That Luke comes up to it, he goes, "That piece of junk." Should make 0.5 pass light. Now, I like that line. And here comes the stormtroopers.
What a piece of junk.
Yeah.
What a piece of junk.
Hey, might be
because I had to echo.
might be a piece of junk, but hey, you know, you can tune it
She's
up
got it
and
where it
updated it.
She's got it.
Oh,
where
there it is.
counts.
Let's I've got hold on. I've got a video for the particular oddness that is happening in the chat.
Hey, titanium, that's not appropriate. Did you see in the chat?
Yeah.
That's what the video's for.
Crazy
I'm
religions
gonna
and ancient philosophies aren't any match for a good blaster at your side.
Okay, so that's 2 strikes titanium. If there's another one, that'll be the third one. And
What
then
did
we're gonna move
titanium
on
do?
to we're gonna move on to timing out after that and then banning. So that's the way I
Oh
do
yeah,
it.
no, he said
And
cock.
so don't say inappropriate things.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
Titanium.
ahead.
And Scotty, you don't need to repeat the inappropriate things. But I mean,
No, I
they're
know,
just
but
words.
that's too
But the
much.
context, the context in which he was saying those words was what made it bad. So if we end up having to boot you, just watch out. If you want to hang out with us, you can, but you've got to clean up your act.
Mm-hmm.
So look
Clean
at
up your cock.
look at gun that stormtroopers are carrying. How could
This
you
is
miss
why
it,
I
that thing?
This is why I
This
said
is
they
why
were
I'm a
kind of
terrible person.
bumbly.
Yeah.
This is why I said they're kind of bumbly. The stormtroopers seem kind of bumbling, like almost in some of these in this movie a bit. I'm just saying, there's so many and so big, and they kept getting away, and they were just more clever than them because they were clones.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is that the reason they can't they can't fire? There's always that
I don't
meme, that
know.
Star Wars, Star Trek crossover meme, where the stormtrooper can't shoot at the red shirt, but the red shirt dies anyway, and it has a heart attack or something.
Yeah, if I'm not allowed to say cock, then I'm totally stopping anyone else.
You've said it 3 times, Scotty, and for no reason.
No, in reference to the person that I was gonna.
Yeah, but
timed out,
but
yo.
we're not supposed to give all that attention. That only encourages the trolls. So that's not.
Yeah,
Well, and
yeah,
also, if you want to see any pictures, like go to my OnlyFans. It's incredible. You're gonna need unlimited bandwidth.
Everybody, yeah. If anybody's actually interested in that, they're going to be wasting a whole lot of time.
Yeah, it's true.
But let's go back to let's go back to the movie.
Yes,
Can you see the can you see the screenshot?
There's
Scotty? Please talk about what you're looking at on the screen, okay?
Yeah, they're getting chased by 2 of the Star Destroyers, and as they're doing that, Han's making the jump to light speed, and they put more power into the rear deflector shields as he prepares to jump to light speed. And Luke is complaining, "They're gaining on us." He goes, That's when he goes into the crop dusting thing. It's not like crop dusting kid, you know. If I don't, the Nava computer's got to put in the coordinates, you know, figure out the coordinates.
Well, and Jedi Master, do you see, like, in terms of, I think that this movie was saved incredibly by editing. And I like that it is two takes of Han saying, Chewie, activate the auxiliary power. And then there's another one where it's like, Chewie, activate the auxiliary power. Like, I think that that's amazing just in terms of the urgency of the scene.
Well, I'd forgotten how much I hate space travel.
Traveling through hyperspace ain't like dusting crops, boy.
Indeed.
Yeah. And that's a fact.
Raquel, do you see yourself as being more of a Han Solo or a Luke Skywalker?
More like a Princess Leia.
Yeah. Fair enough. I see that.
Jill?
Yeah, same here. I can't choose another character. I mean, it's the best one. She's the best human.
Jedi Master?
Today, I usually am peaceful with the Force and the Jedi, but today I'm feeling more like Emperor Palpatine at times.
Sheev.
The talk. I should have expected to find you holding Vader's leash.
I always, you know what? I always sort of, when I was growing up, I was more of a Luke. I wished. And I've been in social situations where it was like, I wish I was more of Han Solo. But I'm more of a Luke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that particular scene is basically Tarkin trying to get information out of Leia, trying to get where the rebels are, so he threatens to destroy her home planet and to get her to say something, and so she reveals
Dantooine.
Dantooine. Even
he wanted the Yavin base. That's what he wanted.
That's what he wanted, but that's not what he got. And she's
Nope.
essentially lying. She's tricking him. And the trick works, except for that it doesn't work to save her planet.
The trick works, except for it doesn't work.
Well, I mean, he's fooled into thinking that is a place where the rebels are, but it doesn't matter that she revealed a planet. The planet is still destroyed.
I should have had the courage to take the responsibility yourself.
And that's in terms of assigning her execution. Tarkin took responsibility of signing her execution, so that's what she means by that.
Yeah, boy,
You're far too trusting.
He was great. Even though he had he was limited, this was it. He was still born to be that Moff Tarkin guy.
Booger.
This was it for him as an actor?
In this movie, for Star Wars, he got killed, when the Death Star got blown up until they CGI'd him in the prequels.
Yes, Raquel?
Burger 414 does make a good point. Why doesn't Vader sense his daughter the way he senses his son? Well, I have to assume Princess Leia is not very in tuned into the Force like Luke is.
They were separated at birth, and Anakin had died within. Anakin had died to become Vader.
Maybe Luke got most of the midi-chlorians.
The separation. No, they pretty much. I'm sure they got them all, both of them, because they were twins. But what I'm just saying is, when Vader turned before she had the baby, and he got all burnt up and everything on Mustafar, it could have disconnected him from that part of the Force, some of his ability with his powers, to detect his kids because they moved them so far away, as they say, to keep them from the Emperor sensing them himself when they were born. I mean, not to go backwards, but it kind of explains the reason why he wasn't able to really sense them. That's one of the explanations I would find reasonable in this.
That would make sense. And so that would mean that on the Death Star, he really is just sensing Obi-Wan Kenobi and not Luke.
And that could be very distracting for him because it was his old master too, as well.
Oh, yes. And that is what's happening here.
Well, and also, like at the end of Revenge of the Sith, in your hatred, you killed her, is what Obi-Wan says.
You know, that's what Palpatine...
Or no, is it Sheev? Sheev says that, in your anger, you killed her.
No, Palpatine says it to him.
Sheev. I'm on a first-name basis.
And there goes the planet Alderaan. And
Bye, Alderaan.
And Obi-Wan Kenobi just senses that.
Felt a great disturbance in the Force, as if millions of voices suddenly cried out in terror.
Silence.
And was suddenly silenced.
I love Ewan McGregor.
Chilling.
And yet you haven't seen that movie. What is it? Lawrence of Arabia.
I've seen Lawrence of Arabia.
Oh, you have? Okay.
And he wasn't in... Oh, no, he was. He was King Faisal. Yes.
Yes, I got so excited that I do remember this.
Have you ever seen Bridge Over the River Kwai?
No, it's still on my list.
Well, they blow it up.
He's doing some testing. Yeah, he's doing some training. He's training.
Back to your exercises.
Yeah, and here's like a chess game, Star Wars chess or whatever this is. What is this called? Does anybody
We're
know?
not going to go back to where he wears the blaster mask and he first senses the Force for the first time after.
No, it happens after this. Calm down.
It happens after this.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
You know, I was asking a question about the game. Does anybody know what this game's called?
No, I don't even.
I can look it up real quick.
That's essentially what I'm doing since nobody knew the answer. I thought maybe there was a name for it, but I guess not. If
the game is Dejarik. That's a Dejarik. Also known as Hollow Chess.
Hollow Chess makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Hey, Christian Fandom Geek is here. Old school Star Wars, yes, the best. So good that it brings out a lot of emotions. There have been a lot of emotions this live stream. We all know it was because she wasn't his daughter yet. Yeah, that's just the fact. Leia doesn't have a big footprint in the Force, and she has a great mental strength that could help shield her, says the Padawannabe, which lines up with what Raquel was saying before.
Yep.
Ben isn't on the Death Star yet. Yes, that's right. That's true. But he's going to be. He's going to be. So I was projecting ahead. Wizard chess. That's a wizard chess. Bisbin? No, only on Tuesdays.
How lucky you are. You got a
But
royal.
there's also a great philosophical debate because Han doesn't really believe in
the Force.
Oh, but before we get to the fact that Han doesn't have faith in the Force.
But sir, nobody worries about upsetting a droid.
It's because a droid don't pull people's arms out of their sockets when they lose.
And I think some of the little character stuff like that, bonding, the rapport that's happening is a lot of fun. That's why we actually care about these characters.
One of the things that sort of popped into my head while I was watching that is that in Empire, Chewie is the one who takes care of 3PO. And so I like how their first interaction is antagonistic, but Chewie is the one who makes sure that 3PO is okay. So I like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is just their first meeting. It's totally fine. They were just playing a game. Oh no, my browser's frozen.
Uh-oh.
You get the duck of death?
Not quite. Oh, maybe. No. I think I just need to close some of these tabs. I'm gonna close this one and this one and this one.
Yes,
and
all
that
of
one.
your adult-oriented OnlyFans. You should
No,
totally
no, Scotty. If you want to know really what is taking up some of
Yeah,
it,
what are
it's
you
probably
closing? What
these.
tabs are you closing?
It's probably some of these.
Is it your Carl
tabs.
Sagan fan site again?
Yeah, no, it's like these soundboards that do this.
Oh.
And
Do
now it's
what?
processing. Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
knew it. It is
You
these.
should close it.
These
It's not
these
even doing
buttons break.
anything. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do this, and I apologize. But I think it's hilarious, so I'm going to do it anyway. So.
All right, go ahead and do it.
Well, yeah, no, I know. This is what happens when you don't show up to rehearsal.
What do you mean, broken? Well, fix it then.
I'm disappointed in you, Scotty. There's a better way to do that.
What?
I gave
How?
you a button. I gave you a button, and you're not even using it.
Was there a button?
See? There's a button. And
Thank
also, I can
you
control
to
that
Benny
button.
Hill for writing Deep Space Nine.
Yes. Thank you to Benny Russell. I'll never. Oh, shoot. Okay, so can you.
You collected the button yourself, so it's fine. Anyway, meanwhile, back on the Aluminum Falcon.
Here, there it is. There's a scene that Jedi Master didn't want to miss. Is Obi-Wan suggesting that he follow his instinct and not
reach out
his
with your
eyes.
feelings. Reach out with his feelings.
Yes, reach out with his feelings and don't trust your eyes.
Eyes can deceive you.
Jill, yeah,
I might
super
even
chat
have a-
from the Dead Man.
Oh, the Dead Man. Hey, let me
Actually,
find
you
the.
get two now.
Oh, thank you, Raquel. I just want to find the videos that I wanted to play. Sure. Well, consider them the videos for the super chat. Where are they?
But it also obeys your commands.
Yeah, raise a glass.
One mystical energy field controls my destiny.
Your eyes can deceive you. Don't trust them.
And I want to thank RTNZ for the $10 New Zealand. This is amazing.
That's like $700 Canadian.
Yeah, there are not enough compliments in any language for this movie. One of the best films ever made and changed cinema forever. Every day, I'm grateful I saw it at the cinema as a 7-year-old. RTNZ. Thank you so much for the $10 New Zealand.
Jill, where do you put Star Wars in your affinity for film?
You always act like I have these kinds of lists where I rank everything, and I kind of don't. But
okay,
I respect it, and that's why I'm talking about it today, and I love it.
Yeah,
it's
like 12 for me.
12?
Yeah.
Wow, that's great.
That's a good score. Out of all the movies I've ever seen, it's 12. That's not bad.
Mm-hmm. Well, what about you, Jedi Master? It sounded like you were adding something.
2001 and Star Wars together, they're tied for the greatest of all time.
Yeah, but Casablanca is better than Star Wars.
I'm talking science fiction, dude.
Yeah, exactly. So we do want to focus on the movie that we're actually talking about, Deep Space Nine. Yeah,
Benny
Hill was.
Yeah, Deep Space Nine is better than Star Wars.
I'm trying to avoid the fact that I do love Star Trek more than Star Wars today because I want to celebrate Star Wars. Can he, even though
But
that's
it's still like Jill. Star Trek is better than Star Wars.
yes, but it doesn't
Yes.
matter. They're different. They're apples and oranges, and I want to keep them separated
Exactly.
today. There's a ski resort in the Can you say this?
Okanagan?
That does snow cat skiing. They do have an old snow cat that they call the aluminum falcon, since it's shiny metal aluminum machine. It's a shiny metal aluminum machine. That's great. That's
I'm not a golfer.
no, but it was Star Wars related, so ultimately I'm
Yeah,
glad I
yeah.
read it.
No, it's fun.
Frankel Walker says, I was 8 or 9 when I saw it at the cinema. Great game changer. And the Padawannabe says, Star Wars opened my eyes to my world, opened my world to science fiction. Star Wars opened my world to science fiction. I wanted it all ever since. Fantastic.
It makes me so happy.
Mhm.
Like watching this movie is like getting a warm hug from a song that I haven't heard in a while. I love it.
Yeah.
I still think
That's a great
Superman the movie is
description.
better.
Wow. But
Oh,
can we not compare the movies at this?
Yes,
I can
we're
do
watching.
whatever I
This is,
want.
this
Well,
is
you
Star
can,
Wars,
but
dude.
I can request whatever. You can do whatever you want, and I can request whatever I want.
All right, fair enough. Good choice.
I like how this was done. And I'm sure. Well, how was this done? Does anybody know how this scene was done?
Well, they had an anti-gravity ball.
No, they didn't.
No.
It's a remote trainer. It's
Yeah, well,
it's
in
on the
universe,
remote.
I know what it is.
And like he goes like against the Han Solo goes against the remotes, one thing, but the living.
Yeah, that the living is another thing. Yeah, definitely.
In my experience, there's no such thing as luck.
Mm-hmm. Where is it? I thought I had it. I guess not. Oh no, maybe I put it down here.
That's good. You've taken your first step into a larger world.
Yeah, and it's not until the next movie that he has the real training. But this is a good start.
Luke, you must go to Dagobah. But that's later.
Yeah,
Spoiler.
that's later. That's next time. Maybe I'll make sure we have a cat on for that one.
Well, it is the what is the anniversary for Empire Strikes Back? This weekend is the anniversary for Empire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great.
Yeah,
I like this shot. This looks nice.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
on a
love
scale,
this scene right here.
I like that too.
Like one of the things that I found fascinating about the prequel trilogy is that George Lucas made a specific point that you would never see the jump to hyperspace in the prequels because he thought that that was iconic for this movie. And so it doesn't make sense canonically. It doesn't make sense in any way. But he wanted to save the excitement of making the jump to hyperdrive for this flick. And for that,
Obi-Wan used the jump ship to hyperdrive to get the Geonosis in Camino.
But they didn't show it through the cockpit.
Yeah, so they still used it.
No, they never showed it.
Anyways, yeah, they did.
Well, no, but that's science
Go
fact.
rewatch the prequels again, Scotty. Go watch the prequels again, buddy. Go watch them again and you'll see them.
Yeah, I recommend the same for you.
Okay, so like was said, we're in hyperspace and there's an asteroid field, and so unfortunately, there's no Alderaan. It's gone. But what they do find is isn't it enemy ship?
Well, it's TIE fighter.
TIE fighter, yeah.
Yeah. It's a Rogue One.
There it is.
A Rogue One?
Oh,
Cat!
oh yeah.
We're
Cat,
trying to
hey, Cat made
determine
it.
why it was out so
I
fast.
was just hoping you would arrive.
We finally have an expert.
Well, we have Jedi Master and we had Lance. But I'm glad you're here.
Yeah. Made it.
It's called flattery.
I'm almost to the middle of the movie.
Nice.
And so Han pursues the TIE fighter, and so this is how the Millennium Falcon gets caught in the Death Star's tractor beam.
That's no moon.
That's the Death Star.
I wonder if they have a food court.
The Death Star?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what.
Like, do they have a Taco Bell?
It depends on what. It depends on what the stormtroopers eat.
I don't think they have any fast food in space.
So it's all like slow dining?
I'm at least on the next set of videos. That's good.
No moon.
Old Man Bird says, "What does Cat's T-shirt say for $1.99?"
I got my Joker T-shirt on.
Joker, cool. It's Joker shirt. There you go. Thank you
Pat's
so much.
T-shirt says my eyes are up here.
For spending $1.99 to ask that question. And so full reverse lock-in auxiliary power.
It is your Joker. It's your Heath Ledger. God bless your cotton socks.
Oh, wait a minute. Old Man Bird paid money. Let's show him the shirt.
Yeah, exactly. We want to see. She's drinking root beer and rum.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
I am.
Root beer and
Okay,
rum.
that's enough. That's enough. I feel like we're exploiting her.
Well, there was $1.99. So I wanted
Well,
to-
yeah, but are you gonna give her
you can see the
$1.99? Like, what the hell,
No.
lady?
No. Well, I don't know.
What?
Maybe I'll send
That's her
her a
$2.
Christmas card.
Oh, that sounds good. That sounds like a good idea. She likes Batman. Send her a Batman thing.
Okay.
So they're caught at the Death Star's tractor beam and they're being pulled in.
That's right.
love this. I love this model of the Death Star and the Millennium Falcon, for that matter. Like,
Han Solo wanted to fight.
scale and the difference. Like, this is amazing. So, like, filmmaking, I don't even know what to call it. This is so good. I am immersed.
It's definitely. This movie always sweeps you away into that universe, and it gives you the scale, the immensity of the Death Star versus the Millennium Falcon. And of course, Darth Vader can sense something that he hasn't sensed since a while.
Since I had legs.
Since I've had legs. Yes.
I sense something. Presence I've not felt since
his
my
old man.
skin didn't smell like burnt bacon.
He sent Obi-Wan Kenobi.
That's right. There it is. And they don't do much planning, but I guess they don't have much time for it since they're just dragged into the ship. So, but they're gonna get onto.
Well, can I ask?
They're
you a
gonna get on.
question?
Well, the only plan they have is Obi-Wan's gonna get on the Death Star to turn off the tractor beam. Yes.
Well, I want to ask you, who is more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows him?
Who's the more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows it?
Who do you think?
I think.
You think both? Okay. I'm gonna say it's the fool.
I just like how Han pets Chewie. They're really sweet.
Well, and that's why this movie is woke. Is because if you didn't know, like Han and Chewie, they're in a couple.
Oh my God, Scott! Did you just go for that just because Kat's here? The whole this thing is woke because stupid reason.
Yeah, no,
Are we
well, I
are we
did
at
that,
this
but
part of
also
the
I'm a
life?
furry, so
No, you're not.
No,
you're not.
I know. I did it for absolute shock value, and I apologize to everyone in the
Yeah,
channel.
it's really
Star Wars
annoying.
didn't go woke until Disney got their paws on tentacles into it.
Oh, don't get me started on tentacles.
Yes. Well, but what they do, the important thing of this scene is that they trick a couple of stormtroopers so that they can steal their armor and use them to infiltrate.
But it
the
doesn't make any
Empire.
sense because you hear the
Okay.
laser bolts shoot the stormtroopers, and every time we've ever seen a stormtrooper get shot, you get to see the black blast point on their armor, and nothing.
This is my favorite scene in the whole movie, actually. I love it.
Tell more.
Maybe they were wrestling the blasters out of their hands and they didn't hit the armor and it hit shot somewhere else in the ship. You ever think of that, Scotty?
No, I didn't because it sounds ridiculous.
They had to overpower them to take the freaking weapons from them.
Then why would you shoot in the first place?
Anyways, I digress, dude.
So,
No
Kat,
blast
why is
point.
this your favorite scene?
Because I like the interplay between all the characters in this scene, the humor, the timing. It's like I just want to see all those that same group there go on an adventure for a whole movie, rather than just have it end after this one scene because they all split up.
Right. This is the one point where they're converged, and this is where Ben.
And I just love how selfish Han is. That all Luke has to do is bait. Like Han's right, it is a suicide mission, but all Luke has to do is bait him with money, and he's gonna go for it.
Exactly. That it's amazing how simple Han is, and how Luke was clever to hone in on that personality flaw.
More than you can imagine. I love it when he says that. More than you
Your
can
destiny
imagine.
lies along a different path from mine.
And to what Jedi Master said.
I don't know. I can imagine quite a bit.
Oops. Oh no, what happened? Oh, there we go. Fixed.
You broke it.
Now, right
I broke
here,
it and I fixed it.
Princess Leia is scheduled to be executed, and Luke, Han, Chewie, and Obi-Wan Kenobi are going to rescue the princess.
Yes, and they're going to do that by making Chewie a pretend prisoner. They're going to pretend because they got their stormtrooper outfits, so they're going to.
Let me just do this. He takes the manacles and tries to put them on his hands.
Yeah, you do this.
Apparently during production of this, they got weird notes where somebody said, "Can't you put some pants on the Wookiee?" I don't know who asked that question exactly, but I'm glad they
The
did.
last time I went to a Marriott hotel, I got the exact same message.
And so they find out that she's on level 5, detention block AA23.
I like it when they leave.
Oh,
C3PO.
no,
What do you do if someone
AA23
comes? Lock the door.
Oh, right. No, that is. AA23 is where Princess Leia is, and they claim, Luke and Han, they say, we're doing a prisoner transfer from cell block 1138, which is, as everyone knows, and I apologize for boring you, but yeah, no, that's the name of the first movie. Of,
THX1, yes.
THX1138.
Easter egg.
No, that wasn't boring, Scotty. That was actually relevant. Good.
That was a really relevant and good Easter egg, Scotty.
Hooray!
More of that, less of the other stuff.
Jill hit the nail
I
on the
don't
head.
guarantee anything.
I told you I will use Force Lightning today if need be.
Yes, I appreciate that. And so we've got an altercation here.
Ooh,
When the guards try to apprehend Chewie, he breaks free, and we get this fight. Good fight.
Did this movie make CCTV a thing that you had to take care of? Like, when did CCTV become a thing in film? Like, a lot of this scene is, we got to take care of the cameras. I mean, it's like, well, when did that happen before this movie? Were people even aware of it?
2001 had cameras all over the ship and stuff, and Hal was able to see everything, and
that's true.
Monitors and everything. So yeah, you could.
I thought it being an enemy, like something that you had to take care of because you were in the middle of the detention area, I was like, what are they doing? And it took me a while. Like, it took me like 5 years when I saw it the first time. I was like, what are they shooting at? The lights?
We're fine. We're all fine here now. Thank you.
How are you?
I love how awkward that was.
I love that scene. But Harrison Ford is the only one that could have pulled that off. Like, the way he is droll, the way the swiftness of his lines in this, he just brings them each and every time. Fluid.
Yes, correct.
My username on X.
Mm-hmm.
My username on X is at ScottyR37. And so if you ever want to send me pictures of sexy stormtroopers, sexy lady stormtroopers, feel free.
It's a little short for a stormtrooper.
So that's how Leia meets Luke. Who's
Yes.
here to rescue him.
Have you ever seen? Never mind.
I don't. I'm not prying further for that.
No, don't. Avoid it with your life.
So Vader tells Grand Moff Tarkin Obi-Wan Kenobi is there and that he's gonna. Oh yeah, no, go ahead, Jedi Master. You know the line.
He is here, and the Force is with him.
Are you sure?
Last time I felt it was in the presence of my old master.
Master.
You know, I wonder if if those guys in the back, behind, Darth Vader. I wonder if that was inspiration for, what's his name? Lord Dark Helmet. Lord Dark Helmet in Spaceballs.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. Mel Brooks' twisted sense of humor, definitely. Mel Brooks is amazing for taking things and blowing them out of proportion. You ever see History of the World?
Well, the helmets are already oversized, and then he just
Ridiculous.
made it way worse.
Yeah, he did. It was great.
Yeah, good call, Raquel.
Good job, Raquel. That was a good point out.
Thank you.
Really? He must be dead by now. Nope. Princess. Yeah,
he's alive.
Yeah, he's alive, and Vader knows it.
Yep. And the Force is with him.
See, this is something that I picked up on when I was watching it. Is we start off the movie with Han cold-bloodedly shooting Greedo.
Okay, so no, I disagree. It was not in cold blood because Greedo had the gun on him, and Greedo threatened to kill him. He said, "I've been waiting to essentially kill you this entire time, since you don't have the money and all." So either either Han had the money or he was going to be killed.
I
So
stand corrected.
in self-defense, he killed Greedo. So the only reason they had to, what you're saying is the excuse that Lucas gave, but the real excuse is that they
I
wanted
didn't
to
say
keep the
Luke was
rating.
gay.
Lucas, no, I didn't
You
say
think
that either.
Luke is gay?
No. George Lucas.
You
I don't
think
think he's
George
gay.
Lucas is gay?
No, I'm saying that we talked
It's
about it
it's
earlier.
fine if he is. I didn't know.
He doesn't need any encouragement, Jill.
We talked about it earlier in terms of the reason why that scene was changed was to give it a PG rating so that it didn't get bumped up to PG-13 because the 90s had different standards than the 70s.
It was PG-13 in 1977.
No, it's PG.
It was PG, and then it was G.
It was PG, but it had it was PG and it had a little note at the bottom. Some scenes may not be appropriate for preteens or something.
Some material may not be suitable for young adults. Usually, I think that's what it said back in the
But
day.
anyway,
and I think it applies to 2025.
They're having trouble with more stormtroopers, so thinking quickly, Leia blasts through the garbage chute. So we're gonna get through to that. Oh wait, I'm maybe a little bit ahead of myself.
Also, I would like to remind everyone that Carrie Fisher is the hottest woman in the history of ever.
She is. They're pinned down right now in the hallway.
Like,
I can't argue.
He goes, I was doing fine until you let us down here.
Yeah, well, I don't care what you smell. Get in there.
I'm beginning to like her.
Don't talk about my sister that way.
Well, he didn't know that Leia at this time. Luke and Leia don't know they're siblings.
I know. I was being a smart ass. I'm very rarely a smart ass. I was trying to be a little silly.
Yeah, a little silliness is good for the stream. Don't feel bad about that.
Yeah.
I got a bad feeling about this.
I love that line.
This is where the fun begins.
Well, yeah, you definitely can feel the tension here. I know this isn't Lord of the Rings, but it reminds me of that right before they're going to the mines of Moria, and there's a tentacle creature that pulls Frodo down. And similarly here, we got the lead character being pulled down by some kind of tentacle creature. Who knows what the is?
When I was watching this, I was like, if this movie had been directed by Michael Bay, the entire reason that she was wearing a white dress is because we were eventually going to get her wet, and it was going to be, sheer, and it was going to be sexualized. And in this, she maintains her dignity. I think Princess Leia is one of the most affirmative female characters, women in cinematic history. Love her. I would love
and then
to have a slow dance.
then in the future we get the bikini, but we're not talking about that now.
Oh no, I know, but she murders a guy in that bikini, I might add.
True.
C-3PO and RDD2 are caught.
RDD2?
Well, the stormtroopers got him, but
yeah, that's right.
RDD2.
Thank you.
Helps the guys out.
Yeah, so they end up eventually C-3PO realizes that he has an intercom to talk to them and tells R2D2 to turn down all the trash compactors. But he mistakes their cheers of joy for the pain of death, which is hilarious.
Oh no, I was too late.
Curse my metal body, I wasn't fast enough.
What the hell?
Too late.
I don't know what that was.
No, that was great.
What was that from?
I don't know, but it was Patton Oswalt, and that's great.
I don't know, but I think it sums it up quite nicely, Jill.
I didn't mean to get something from a different TV show because I go to a website that helps me get these clips in a timely fashion, and it was supposed to be C3.
Franco Walker is gonna take off. He's getting tired.
Oh!
So he's gonna go to
Okay.
bed.
Oh, thank you so much for being here as long as you can.
Franco,
Scotty can't
don't
stop
forget
Scotty,
to
says Gavin.
don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell your mom and leave a comment. Rock. No, that's DJ playing nice fuck.
But he can still rock.
Yeah.
Thank you for alerting me to that. Where is it? I can't even find it. And oh, there it is. Take care, everyone, and much love to you all. You too.
All of it.
Yeah, I am going late. I'm going very late, Franco Walker.
Yeah.
Sorry. This is
Franco,
very
can
late.
you when I rest my head upon a pillow, I would ask that you be the big spoon.
Anywho, the guys are
Come on, that was kind of cute.
Anywho, our guys are like getting a pickle here, like getting almost getting smushed. And their only prayers are D2.
Oh, Franco's gone. Thank you.
Then Han says we're all about to be a little thinner. I think.
I love what R2D2 actually does though in terms of his usefulness as a droid. Like I enjoy the fact that he can interface with the computer systems. He has a fire extinguisher within him. Like R2 is great. I wish I had an R2 of my own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Obi-Wan turns off the power to the tractor beam so that he achieved the objective he wanted to do.
Also, if you check out the visuals, and specifically this, is that the special edition changes all of this to Aurebesh or a galactic standard, and so it changes it. It doesn't say power; it says Greek letters Larson. And then at the bottom, it says not the words that are there. It says Greek letters Larson. And yeah.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. That is good information. And that brings the alien aspect to it a little bit heavier. Very good.
Yeah, but I like to inform an audience as opposed to making it deceptively cryptic for no real reason.
Yeah, maybe you could combat that by just leaving power but changing everything else to an alien.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, so then you would still know what it is, but it's a little, and then you have a book that helps you learn how to translate.
That's the power slider. Now I know what Obi-Wan is doing.
Yeah.
But
so
instead
I like
they
this exchange.
placate the pudding-headed Star Wars people who are like, oh no, I need Aurebesh. I need Galactic Standard to make it so that it's all cognizant and it makes sense with all of the rest of the galaxy.
Is there? Well, I don't know. I don't see any problem with that. If I'm on a Vulcan ship, I wouldn't mind seeing squiggly letters everywhere.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I would prefer Vulcan on a Vulcan ship. So yeah, no, I'm just getting mad for no reason.
So yeah, so we're just as pudding-head as Star Wars fans.
Yes, true.
We're all brothers and sisters. Apparently.
Why can't there be a Batleth?
I take orders from just one person, me.
I wonder he's still alive. Somebody get this big walking carpet out of my way.
You know what?
No reward is worth this.
That is my favorite. That is the scene that I fell in love with Carrie Fisher.
I think that's the romance scene between Han and Leia. Like that is a heavy. They're obviously very antagonistic, but there's a connection there, even though it's negative.
Well, yeah, because that's the understanding at the end of the movie. He didn't come back to save the rebellion. He came back for Leia.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. You know they did
I'm
it,
pretty
Jill.
sure he came back to. I'm pretty sure he came back for a bit of both. You know,
Jedi Master. Did you know that Harrison Ford and
Because I
Carrie
know what
Fisher
I'm
they
doing.
did the sex? It's in her
I'm not,
book.
Scotty. I'm not going to respond to any of that nonsense.
Why? It's awesome.
Why? Because
It's like
it
People
has nothing to do with
Magazine.
this. It has nothing to do with the damn movie. That's
You
what
don't
that's
like it
what I
when
mean.
hot people do amazing things?
No, I like it. You know something? I'm going to head out, Jill. Take care.
Oh no,
Jedi Master. I'm sorry, we're losing you, but okay. So he's
Yeah,
he's
and
had
he had
enough.
like he had to go to dinner. He's hungry, you know.
Yeah, but also he's had enough. Although that was relevant in that it was something true that happened around the recording of this movie.
I
It
think
isn't
so.
the movie. Well, you did read her book, and so you know that. But
Yeah.
I want to make sure everybody knows to subscribe to Jedi Master 2022. And so let me grab his link here. And of course, if he does want to return, if he
Well, we'll see him on the Twilight Zone. I didn't mean to go all blue, but it is of public record that Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher did enjoy bikini time.
Yeah, I didn't know that they had done that during the production of this movie.
I think it was during Empire.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't even this particular movie.
Oh, is
So
that
it
what
was
I'm
not
going to get
relevant.
yelled at for? Is because I
Yeah.
wasn't all right.
Yeah, keep it to
Fair
the
enough.
movie. But
Sorry.
but I know it's one of your favorite topics anyway.
What, sex?
Yes. Jedi Master 2022. There he is. Hey, catch us on Monday. We talk about Lost in Space. But right now, of course, we're gonna finish this movie.
We're going to talk about Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford.
No, we're not. We're not.
And Mark Hamill.
I don't know what you're gonna say, but I don't think it was gonna be good.
What? Kenny Baker was R2D2. He's a great man.
Oh, are you gonna talk about him? That would be good.
Well, not until he shows up in the scene.
All right. He came in that thing. Oh, I think I have that clip.
I had a thought when I was watching this movie, and I was like, how do I know who is wearing a stormtrooper costume? Like, you know how Daniel Craig played a First Order trooper in The Force Awakens? And now it's like when they didn't have people on set, was Mark Hamill playing a stormtrooper? Was Han Solo? Like Harrison Ford playing
Actually,
a
okay,
stormtrooper?
I don't understand this question. Can you back it up just a bit and rephrase?
I will rephrase. So, because the actors are obscured by their costumes when you play a
Oh, right. Is it
stormtrooper.
actually them in there? Because it wouldn't
maybe
matter.
maybe it is.
You could just have extras in there and there would be no difference.
Right, but also you could say, "Hey, Mark Hamill, we're short one stormtrooper. Can you put on a helmet?"
Hmm.
I was just curious. I have no facts to back this up.
No, I know, but that's a good question because you could save a little bit of money having an extra being there who's just the same height and no one will know.
Well, the guy on the right looks a little short to be a stormtrooper.
Yes. Okay, where are we in this movie? I think we got a little lost.
still Obi-Wan Kenobi is still alive.
Okay, so he's still yeah, he powered down the tractor beam
Yes.
and Luke and
Not his
the
sister.
gang are headed to the Millennium Falcon. Did they make it
Sure.
to the Millennium Falcon yet?
Not yet. No,
not
not
yet.
yet.
Not yet. Okay. So they're in the hangar bay. They're or maybe not yet. All right.
Well, they're trying to get to the Millennium Falcon, but stormtroopers are in their way.
Yes, and so now we should be coming up on Darth Vader confronting Obi-Wan Kenobi in the next scene. If that's the case. Basically, but wrong franchise.
Damn it.
But same idea, right idea. I like that jump. I got that slide and I was like, that looks fun.
Well, and
No
this
bridge.
is I think I blasted it. I love this because this is actually like people are going all bug nuts about Tom Cruise and he does all of his own stunts. This is Carrie Fisher and Mark Hamill over a 30-foot sort of chasm. And yeah, they do this. And good for them.
I feel like I missed something.
Well, you came in that? You're braver than I thought. Is exactly what people said about my ex-girlfriend. I know. I'm sorry. I'm rude.
You came knocking? You're braver than I thought.
She's talking about the Millennium Falcon.
The aluminum Falcon, yeah. Millennium.
Really
it was
odd.
Millennium Falcon. Sorry.
Yeah, he has courage, but what good will it do if he's killed? And they're fighting. There was something I was waiting for in particular that I thought I missed, but it might be one of those things where the scene is split, where you see the beginning of the scene, but we don't see how it concludes, and we come back to Luke and Leia on this bridge in a little bit because before they figure out how to get across, we've got to have Obi-Wan confront his old student.
Yes.
And that's what we're waiting for. There is a bit of a conflict here, though. I think
Look
I
at
missed
the
in
lens
my
flares.
notes
That looks
talking
like
about
J.J.
it.
Abrams.
Well, J.J. Abrams wishes he could do that.
So this is the first time that I think Luke uses the Force. Is when he does his like rope swing with the grappling hook. I think this is the first time that he sort of
I love that
flexes his
look
Force.
on her face as she's trying to shoot the. So if I was trying to shoot a stormtrooper, I'm pretty sure that's also the face I would make.
I love when Luke says, "Hold this," and then she's all like, "I can't wait to kill people." It's amazing.
Yeah. Well, she knows what she's doing with the. And,
well, she doesn't know what she's doing because she just kissed her brother.
Well, she doesn't know. She knows what she's doing with the laser gun, but she doesn't know what she's doing with Luke. But it was just a kiss on the cheek. Like that's all she does in this movie is kiss him on the cheek. There's no mouth.
Can I ask you an inappropriate question?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Or luck.
It's daytime. Don't ask questions like
that. Uh-oh. I've got my headphones. My headphones are off, so I will be right back.
What? This is crazy. Oh, well, thank heavens that Lance is back.
I am just in the nick of time, by the sounds of things. I thought you guys would be done by now. I thought they won't still be going.
We're getting to the end of it. We're almost up to the end of the movie here.
Get the controls for the bridge. Oh, I think I just blasted it. They're coming through. Sorry. Do you know what? This is one of my favorite scenes in the entire movie because it's just got that perfect pitch of action adventure with the music. The music kills this scene. The sun, and you know,
absolutely.
Suddenly they appear at the top, and he's like blasting the stormtroopers. And one of the key images was that they used for publicity was these two stormtroopers, one standing behind the other. The first one firing this gun, and because of the angle, it looked really weird. It looked like there were two of them holding a really big gun, but it wasn't until I saw this sequence that I realized that's where that shot had come from, and it's the two guys standing above firing down at them from this whole scene. Great scene, and the sets in this scene are fantastic. The way that they do the thing with that was all done with mirrors that made it look like it was going really far down. It was a series of mirrors that created that kind of shaft vibe. Yeah.
Oh, I think Jill's having some technical issues. Hopefully, she'll be back.
Oh, there you go. Back again. Oh, more people. Oh, no. Oh,
What the hell, lady?
Teleportation device failure. Yeah. So, yeah, so you're still going. She's still going.
Well, it's Star Wars. Everyone knew it was going to be a big deal.
Yeah. Well, apart from 20th Century Fox, we thought it was going to flop. Ba-boom.
Well, you know what? I want to give a big shout out to Alan Ladd Jr., who George Lucas refers to as Laddie, and who made this movie possible. And he also made Blade Runner possible. Like Alan Ladd Jr. being a studio head at 20th Century Fox and then creating the Ladd Company. Like,
Which gave us the Police Academy movies. You know.
Yeah, well, everyone has to eat.
Yeah, the first one was good.
The first one was fine. Yeah,
first one was good. First one's got Kim.
But I'm just saying,
Kim Basinger's legs in. So you know,
I love Kim Basinger's legs.
When I left you, I was but the learner.
Now I am the master.
Now I am the master.
Only a master of evil.
Darth.
Lois, if you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Doesn't he?
I want to do a Wayne's World recreation where it's like only a master of evil God.
Yeah, that'd be good. Is Jill here, or is she just pretending to?
Yes.
Ah, she's there.
Yes, I was pressing buttons, but yes, I finally fixed my headphones.
Okay, very good.
Yes, I'm back. And so this is obviously the confrontation with Obi-Wan and their lightsaber duel, which is a huge thing in this movie.
Huge.
Mm-hmm. And well, because it's a moment of sacrifice. So Obi-Wan says that thing that I had Peter Griffin say, that I'll become more powerful than you can possibly imagine, and it comes true because he becomes more powerful through Luke. Unfortunately, he has to sacrifice himself to do it.
Well, yes, but also he also becomes one with the Force.
That explains why he completely disappears.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. Just the setup of this entire movie explains these things in such a way that you don't question it when it happens.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Jill, are you sharing your screen?
Oh, am I not sharing my screen here?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Raquel. I thought I was. Here we are. My StreamYard's acting funky. It's not doing what I'm telling it.
Right.
It's spinning. Why is it spinning? Anyway, let's do this. I got this.
You tired? Oh dear.
Here we are.
Here we go.
All right, now we're back in business. Yes, welcome back, Lance.
Yeah, we ran into some old friends. Yeah.
Welcome back, Jedi Master. Also,
I do remember the first. I don't know how anyone else felt, but I remember the first time I saw this bit when Ben got killed, or became Force Ghost, whatever you want to say. Of course, we didn't know that back then.
Right.
That moment, man. You know, I mean, don't forget, I was a young kid. This was a main character. We're over halfway into the movie, 2/3 of the way in even, and 6-year-old Lance was quite traumatized when Ben suddenly died, because he was kind of like this cuddly old man who, by the way, was a spitting image of my dad, so that didn't help.
oh no!
Yeah, my dad had the grey beard and roughly the same amount of hair on his head, and had that sort of Alec Guinness look at the time this film came out. So I was a bit like, oh my god, they killed the character that's a bit like my dad. So yeah, that was a bit. I remember being quite traumatized and yelling out. I actually yelled out no. I seem to
Just
recall.
like Luke
Yeah,
Skywalker did.
yeah, and we were all, that was a. You could feel the emotion in the cinema when that happened with the kids. The kids all reacted to that. I remember that. It's all coming back now. It's funny because I can't remember much else about my life, but I can remember almost everything the first time I went to see Star Wars, which clearly is very, very important.
It is very important. That makes
Very
sense.
important. Yeah. This set was great as well. This hangar set.
That's also what the smile that Obi-Wan gives is supposed to say, I'm doing this on purpose, but
Yeah, I mean that was
stop.
that was another very much debated conversation among the kids in the car home. Why did he die? Was it deliberate? Along with people telling everybody that Darth Vader had escaped, and other kids were adamant that he'd been killed. And I was like, no, you saw him. He went off in his little ship. This is such a great scene. Love this scene.
Yeah, Luke snaps.
Yeah, and the stormtrooper falls. One of them falls down the pit, gets shot, and then you hear Ben, "Run, Luke, run!"
And Darth Vader is confused at what the heck just happened.
Yeah,
he's stepping on his body, like where his robe was, because he just like raptured him. It's like his body was gone immediately. He went to the Force.
Yeah, it's such a good sequence. I mean, some of these sequences, the sequence that we were just talking about with where he swings across the chasm. I'd be hard pushed to think of a sequence that tops either of these two in any other Star Wars movie outside of the trilogy, or indeed TV show. I can't think of a sequence that has the same.
Agreed.
And maybe it's impossible to get that oomph because you're asking a lot of your viewer in terms of time and culture and how much everything's shifted and how used we are to seeing scenes like this in films and shows now, whereas back then this was all very new and very different and very visceral, very exciting. It was just kids hadn't seen stuff like this before, not done in this fashion. We just didn't see this. We got loads of it afterwards, especially from Italy. But
bad.
Oh, and that does shine a light on, well, just like the kids are mourning Obi-Wan, so is Luke here, and being comforted.
That reminds me, Jill, you've definitely got to do one of these streams on the 1979 Italian film, The Humanoid. We need to do that.
The Humanoid. Okay.
Humanoid. Yeah, got to do that.
That's a piece of work right there.
It is a piece of work. Yeah, I mean, let's not go down that rabbit hole now, but we definitely.
I know, Lance. No way.
Got it. Be rent Darth Vader. We're gonna have a lot of fun on that stream.
Well, speaking of having a lot of fun, nothing cheers you up like a good little fight here, and so they have to.
Yeah, so they're on the Millennium Falcon trying to escape the Empire here.
And Han goes, "We're not out of this yet, kid."
Yeah.
Nope.
The music as well. The dun 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 dun.
Oh, Jonathan Williams. Like I said, you said it earlier, Lance. If you take him out of this, separate this music, it just doesn't bring the movie home. It doesn't give the movie the depth.
Yeah, they definitely, the music ties it together, and as they destroy the TIE fighters and jump to hyperspace and get away.
Very well done.
Love this scene.
Yeah, this is pretty good. I'm sure this inspired Last Starfighter.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very good movie.
Well, I reviewed it before I reviewed this, actually.
Oh wow, yeah. I think I sat in and listened to that stream. I think actually.
Yeah, I was in trouble in that one. My internet wasn't working, so luckily Scotty and Statazord picked up for me, and they're all very happy with this. They defeated the TIE fighters. I think I'm melting.
Yeah.
This is a bit of humor.
Yeah. They just made a jump into hyperspace.
That actually sounds really good, Jedi Mastery. How did you do that?
Unknown to
So I see.
The crew of the Millennium Falcon, and there's a tracker on the ship.
Yeah, she goes, don't think the ease of our escape. They're tracking us.
Leia suspects it, but Han says no, not this ship.
He was wrong.
Because Tarkin goes, I'm taking an awful risk, Vader.
Well, he
makes you
thinks he's
wonder.
done.
It's
kinda
a
makes
better
you-
work.
It kind of makes you wonder why they bothered sending the TIE fighters after it if they put a tracker on it.
Well, figuring why not take a shot at taking it
Or
out
maybe
before
that's
it
how
goes
they put the tracker on it.
Nah,
Or
they
no,
got it.
did they
I'm
put the
pretty
tracker
sure.
on at the on the Death Star?
I don't know, but maybe they wanted them to feel like,
that they had
appearances.
evaded them.
Yeah.
Right. That they got. Leia says that it was an easy escape, and
she
it was
goes,
because
yeah.
they wanted them to escape.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
that would make sense that they're being tracked.
Yeah, they
Yeah, 'cause
just
they wanna
they
find
made it want to look like deceiving.
They wanted Yavin. They wanted to take out the rebel
Ah.
base in Yavin. So that was their ultimate goal.
Yeah. Maybe they sent the TIE fighters after them to make it seem plausible that they're not being tracked, just to trick them. I don't know. That's my only guess that I can
That's a
have there.
perspective type thing. Everybody's
I think
gonna have their own
maybe
take on
Vader's
that.
choking out one of his corporals for not following directions.
Oh, that could be true too. Like in Star Trek where in Star Trek 3 where the one Klingon destroys the ship when he was told not to kill.
I do love how blatantly selfish Han is in this scene. I ain't in this for revolution. I'm in it for the money.
Yeah.
Exactly. Me too. I've got to think.
So funny.
Maggie Swift
it's all
minus
a-
one for the
all a
$1.
front load. All of that.
Oh, and Luke's reaction to
Did
Han
I?
mention about this is really great.
What do you think about Han? Han's like fucking with him. Excuse my language.
Can
messing
you
with
guys
him.
hear me? Or am I?
Yes, loud and
Yeah,
clear.
yeah, we
You're
can hear you
fine.
just fine.
We can,
Okay,
we
I
can,
just want-
we can hear you. Just some people are ignoring you, which is terrible.
Yeah, I know, and
out.
I do appreciate everything you guys are saying about the scene. I just need to thank Swift minus one before it runs away from me, because if I
Yeah, quick.
forget to mention super chats. Thank you for the $1 super chat, and also I've got to read this. New Hope works as a standalone film. It does. Absolutely. That is what's wonderful about it, because they didn't even know that they were going to make sequels, even though Lucas had plenty of material to make sequels. He had to just make one movie stand alone, as if because nobody had faith in it, as was said before. And so it had to work by itself.
It opened up all doors.
And yeah. And you skipped over Vader and Obi-Wan's dialogue before and during their duel. I think I did read some of it.
What are
I
you
didn't read all of
doing
it.
on my space station, Obi-Wan? I owe you $5, Anakin. That name no longer means anything to me. Yes, but I owe you $5. Give me the money. And they
No, we actually did read it, Lemon Pie, but you missed it. Yeah, we did. because I think I said a line and then everybody started piling in with the rest of the lines. Okay, so
I am returning. Anyway.
So
I'm
they're
being
like
obnoxious.
cares about anything or anybody. All right. Well, take care of yourself, hon.
You got to.
that
It's what you're best at, isn't it?
yeah, I'll play that again when we get to it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're bragging about escaping and all right, so they're happy about that.
Again, jazzy Johnny Williams making this work. The sound.
Oh, right, yeah,
like
then.
Ben Burt. This is amazing. The sound design on this, in terms of the speed in which the Millennium Falcon travels, when it goes, it like bursts when you're following it. I love it. I love the Massassi Temple. Like, this is so good.
Did you see the photographs that were released recently about how they did that shot with the guy in the kind of in the monitoring bin on the side of the temple and that sort of
I
little
haven't.
bin thingy? Yeah, there's I wish I could pull them up for Jill right now, but there's some pictures. Two guys with a camera, and I can't remember if George Lucas went himself or if it was the second unit guy. They went down to that temple in wherever it was in South America. They found this bin thing, which they turned upside down. That thing, and that guy who's standing in that's one of the cameramen. They brought part of the costume with them, and they just stuck him in there. And there's a really good picture of them, two of them holding on to that pole to keep it steady while he's standing in it. It must health and safety completely out the window, you know.
Guerrilla filmmaking.
Was quite funny. Yeah, totally guerrilla filmmaking the way they did that shot. Absolutely.
And things used to be a little more dangerous.
So here's where General Diadana,
he has a name?
Thin. Yeah, of course he does. He had an action figure for the love of Pete.
Wow.
Yeah. And so Skinny Santa, he says, thanks to the...
Who ever heard of a Skinny Santa? Okay.
Yeah.
You got to eat. Come on, Chris.
I'll review that movie during Christmas.
You can see here. Oh, sorry, wrong movie.
Yes. No, but it's like Princess Leia. He says it.
They're explaining what they've learned from R2-D2's memory banks of the Death Star plans, and that the defense.
They're going over the schematics of the Death Star.
Oh, and I love those schematics. They look so good. I got a slide of every single frame of these schematics. They're so fun, and they tell them that that it's designed against large scale attacks, so they got to use small fighters to get through the defenses. And there's a weakness. Everyone knows.
But if those shields are up, how do they know we're coming? Pull up! Pull up! Sorry, that's Return of the Jedi.
And there's a small exhaust port that leads to the reactor core. And so all they need is a torpedo to destroy the Death Star.
Now, Jill, why are there no women piloting X-Wing fighters?
Does it really have to matter?
No, that doesn't really matter.
It does the movie.
My favorite, Scotty, my favorite Star Trek episode is Devil in the Dark. It has one lady crossing the bridge of the Enterprise at the end of the episode, and it is amazing. And the of course the main character is the Horda, who is a woman, but she's an alien. So, but I don't have to have women in everything to enjoy everything.
Why do you have to all of color on this road? Why do you do that? You do this one. You did this to me the other night too. Why do you have to do this?
Because it's funny.
No, it's because you need attention. I swear.
Well, yeah.
That's exactly right. Yeah, no, and it's not interesting.
All right, then let's move on.
Yeah, well, we're moving on. Well, like I said, I love the animation of this
This
plan.
with the Death Star plans, schematics. Yeah, like they're explaining like how to
How to destroy it.
Yeah, how to destroy it. Yeah, what's the weak point?
Yeah, it's
Well,
yeah. Explain
So one of the things that I absolutely loathe about the special editions is that they add the ring of explosion when the Death Star gets blown up. Spoiler.
Oh yeah, that's spoilers. Yeah, I don't like that either. Go ahead.
But
The ring from
you
the
know why?
explosion of Star Trek 6.
It's the explosion of Star Trek 6, absolutely. And that's part of the reason why I don't like Stargate, is because they reuse that
The
special
Praxis.
effect.
It's the destruction of Praxis.
Yeah.
Jill, I've got a picture to show you.
Okay. I gotta remove my slides to show your picture. Let's see. Let's find your
It's
picture. Where is it?
it's a picture
Oh,
of
it's you.
the Star Wars Trench Attack game. So we did a Star Wars live role playing game.
That's a nice one.
And which was part laser tag and part sort of tabletop game.
Dude.
And the guys that were playing the pilot, Rebel pilots, actually had to take part in this. This is a still from that. I've got another one on the back here.
Wow, that is
And we built the trench. This was about 12 feet long. And sitting around this was about 8 players, 4 per side, flying the X-wings and the Y-wings. And the umpires were controlling the TIE fighters, and we had an interceptor there and a couple of other things. And basically, when they got to the end of the trench, Alan Marks designed this trench attack thing with the exact same graphics as the movie, with a joystick that they had to fire the missile and fire it down the tunnel. While that was going on, elsewhere in the warehouse where we were running this LARP, there was an advanced team of stormtroopers that had gone down onto the planet to deactivate or disrupt any defenses that Yavin might have against the Death Star. Completely non-canon, of course. But that all the rest of the players were fighting those stormtroopers in the warehouse while the other players were doing the Death Star attack run. So there you go. That was my Star Wars live action role playing game, which I think was run in 1991, something like that. So yeah, thought I'd show you that.
That's pretty cool.
That's
That you're
amazing.
able to have that kind of imagination to run a game like that. Way to go.
Well, remember I did the Aliens versus Predator one. I think.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so I was all the ones I did were all based on movies.
That was like paintball, right?
Yeah, well, we had laser tag
Laser
guns.
tag. That's it.
We had a whole load of laser tag. My friend Sean even had one built into a Star Wars blaster, so he had a Star Wars blaster laser tag gun, which was pretty cool. Not everybody had those, of course, but yeah. So I do have more stills of this somewhere, but I don't know where they are. They're the only ones I can find, unfortunately. So
well, glorious.
There you go. Anyway, on to the attack. And in the special edition, of course, there's like even more craft attacking, isn't there? In the big shot, there's more of them going in. There's more Y. There's more Y wings.
It's so fun because of everything that came out of Star Wars. But I remember playing the video game X-Wing, and it was like put your shields to double front.
Yeah.
And when you play the video game, it was like, yeah, you can. Don't forget to put your S-foils in attack position, and you got to do that. Like, there's been so much amazing.
Yeah, this was all really great, all this stuff.
Old Man Bird for $5 says, Scotty R37 does it for our entertainment. Jedi Master 2022. He can go for an hour without commentary when things aren't bland. I don't even know what that means, but I thank you.
With all due respect, it's funny for some time, but when it predominates the whole stream and it takes and it goes off on things that are totally irrelevant, and it starts throwing in all these issues. Why isn't there a woman and all this other crap? Just to
That
attract
reminds me
attention to
of an
himself.
episode of Full
You know,
House.
this is why I stepped out earlier, is because, you know, this is Jill's stream, and she wants to cover Star Wars. And anyways, it's entertaining.
But thank you,
sometimes.
and I do
It's
appreciate
funny.
what you're saying.
Yeah, but you go too far, Scotty. You take
it's
it
important.
too far, dude.
It's important to have balance and to make your jokes relevant to Star Wars if there need to be some.
Agreed.
I do like Star Wars. I've heard of it. I've seen it twice.
Yeah. And you know, this is Jill's channel. We should respect Jill's wishes, and we should go back to the film and talk, you know, about
I
the
appreciate that.
film. And yeah, just talk about the end of the film here.
Wonder if he really cares about anything or anybody.
All right. Well, take care of yourself, huh? I guess that's what you're best at, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a great. I think that really gets to Han's heart.
The echo. There was an echo, though, so your
echo.
production value is lacking.
I guess that's what you're best at, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's good.
Luke's gonna fight with rebels, and Han, you know, just wants to get out of there. He has
he got his reward.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got what he came for. If money's all you love, then that's what you'll get.
Yep.
And that's what he's got. But even Chewie makes some noises, I guess, that are contradictory to that.
Yeah.
He says, "What are you looking at? I know what I'm doing." Oh wait, I have it.
What are you looking at? I know what I'm doing.
That shows to me a little doubt in what he's doing. That means that he doesn't in fact know what he's doing.
I believe he knows. I believe he does plan on coming back to help. That line there alone, when he's loading up his stuff, gives me the idea that he isn't just taking off again for good, and he's taking his reward and going. That trips it right there. Anyways, I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I did think of that too. That does make sense. I only wish Ben were here. Yes. Right. And yeah, you can't force Han to do anything. He's got to make his own choices. And this is where, if you're watching the special edition, you get to meet Biggs before he gets into the TIE fighter. And
yeah, that's when the commander goes, "This guy can handle one of these," and Biggs goes, "Yeah, this Luke was one of the best push pilots in the Outer Rim."
Yes.
You know, sorry, Joe. To be honest, when I was a kid, I'm sure everybody can relate to this. Like, weren't you at a time when a kid like, oh, I wish I was like in the TIE fighter, fighting with rebels, trying to take down the Death Star? Did anybody like felt that like they were a kid, or that's just me?
Yeah, no, absolutely, of course.
This movie I saw like I think that
imagination.
summer, like 50 times that summer. I swear, it was $1.75. I had a paper route, and I went every day. My father would take me after I did my paper route, and I watched this movie, the cinema.
Not on your life. That little droid and I have been through a lot together.
I like this scene right here, the smile on his face when he's putting R2 in.
Because they ask him if he wants a better droid that's not so beat up, and he's like, no.
Hang on.
He refuses.
R2.
And they're getting ready to fight to destroy the Death Star. You've turned off your targeting computer. Is something wrong? Oh yes, that's coming up. That's coming up, Old Man Bird. I did.
Oh, where did Old Man Bird
said? I don't. Oh, Scotty left. Okay, I was wondering what's going on. But estimated time to firing range 15 minutes. And so the dogfight starting is about to begin. And basically the Imperials realize that the rebel fighters are too small for the Death Star's defenses. So they have to change their tactics to have the TIE fighters scramble to meet the Y-wings individually. And they all go for the exhaust port one by one. Unfortunately, it doesn't go very well. But what does go very well is the actual effects of each attempt, and kind of mini heartbreaks every time each one of them fails and gets destroyed by Darth Vader.
Well, yeah, he definitely puts the kibosh on a lot of their runs. Porkins. There goes Porkins.
Mm.
And Wedge.
Yeah, everybody's got a name. It's really hard to remember everybody's name. And it
Red
goes by so
5.
fast. Gold leader. Yeah. Look at the size of that thing. I did like that line. And then they said, "Cut the chatter," as if that wasn't a good line, but it was great.
Hey, this is not time to enjoy the scenery.
Yeah. Let's put Red 5 I'm going in.
The size of that thing.
One of the things we do in my game was we recorded all the audio from this attack, including all that, the gun towers are firing and all that kind of stuff. And we had it playing through the players in the players' room where they were manning all the consoles and everything. Made for a really good atmosphere for them. It really felt like they were doing the attack on the Death Star, which is what I wanted to achieve. It's good fun.
Well, yeah, you made an entire role-playing game about this scene. That's how important this is. This is basically we're all a little bit somber about it, but this is the climax of the movie.
Well, as a kid, I mean, watching this, you kind of wanted to be part of it. You wanted, and of course, you're rooting for Luke at this point. But I mean, I remember as a kid, I was even feeling it when the other pilots were going down. Porkins is the first one to go. But then they all start gradually going down, and it's, I think even though we didn't get to know Biggs very much, you do feel it when he goes.
I think that's probably why they added scenes for the special editions, and
yeah, and they
make
help
you
a little bit.
feel a little more, a little bit more.
Porkins is crashes bad.
It goes one of the TIE fighters.
And that's exactly what Raquel was saying. She wanted to go in and help. She wanted a ship. Try to help.
As a kid, I wanted to be one of those TIE fighters, and help, fight against the Empire.
There they come.
There's the TIE fighters.
I like what they did in the Family Guy movie. They put Thai people in one of them. They put a Thai guy. I'm hit.
Yeah, is that Biggs? Who's getting destroyed here? Is Vader just taking everybody out?
Yeah, sorry, Joe.
He's the kind of leader that'll go into the battlefield himself and take care of things.
Yeah, he has a lot of battle experience, and he's also an excellent pilot.
And he's pissed off, so of course his dark side of the force powers are actually really strong. He's probably pretty much at as strong as he's ever been right now.
Right. But also Lucas also, also has those excellent pilot genes, just like his dad.
Just
great clips, Jill. You got some really good laser blood when you made these. You did good.
Thank you.
Is everyone still there?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
well,
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was like wondering, did it make a connection?
No. I'm still here.
I was hoping you didn't get a contact high from me, Jill, and drove out like I did one day when I was streaming. I was like,
Yeah. Oh, it's a
Sorry
little bit
about
like
that.
that. It's a little bit like that, but I'm okay. We're live. We're live.
Focus.
And so now it's up to Luke, right? I think at this point.
There's the stormtroopers, and there's the rebels in our X-wing.
Yeah. So Vader does kind of hit Luke and hurting R2D2 to everybody's fear. I mean, that's scary.
Once he gets down into the trench. Yeah, Wedge gets hit and he has to leave the fight because Luke goes, you gotta go because you're no help. So he pulls out.
Mhm.
And then Darth Vader goes, focus on them, leave him go.
Yes. Yeah, so now Luke's lost his support.
Yeah, his just him alone.
Trust your feelings.
And Force Ghost Obi-Wan is telling him to trust his feelings.
Yeah, and what that means is don't pay attention to the computer. You got this. You can use the Force instead. Just like the helmet that covered his eyes. Don't trust it.
Stay in attack formation.
Trust the Force, Luke. Let go, Luke.
But the problem with that though is even if he does use the Force, he's still got Vader on his tail, about to knock him out just like he did everybody else.
Well, I think we're a little bit behind here. This is like the first run. Showing, I think this is.
Oh, I am a little behind. I guess you're right.
Yeah,
I got a little ahead of myself. I didn't have a lot of notes.
This is the guy. Almost there. Almost there.
Yeah, the
5
Death
minutes?
Star.
You're right. We are far behind.
The Death Star's trying to get into the position to take down. What's the planet's name?
Yavin?
Yavin. Yes, thank you, Jill.
Leave them to me. I'll take them myself. Cover me.
Mm-hmm. And he does. Unfortunately, he it looks like he's winning. That's the whole thing of this scene. Is it does look devastating.
There's Darth Vader's ship, the mini TIE fighter, right there.
Stay on target.
Stay on target.
that was the theme of this live stream, was to stay on target to reach this.
I was thinking Ozzy Osbourne's Crazy Train Ride. Going off of the rails on a crazy train.
I wish his line had been, I've lost Starsky, I've lost Hutch. That would have been funny.
The soldiers telling like we should evacuate it, and Commander Culkin says, "Evacuate? Nonsense."
In our moment of triumph, I think you overestimated their chances.
Big chances.
Yep.
Well said, Lance. Well said.
I think that's the only time a pilot in the Star Wars franchise refers to other pilots by their names instead of their call signs. And that guy says, "I've lost Tyree and I've lost Hutch." Normally, they'd be, "I've lost Gold 3, I've lost, Red 2 or whoever." I think that's the only time in Star Wars another pilot refers to somebody by a name instead of their call sign.
And that makes sense.
Hmm.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I just thought that.
Perhaps Darth has grown complacent after not dealing with any Force users in a long time, says Old Man Bird. That's an interesting idea. Oh, right. Okay. I don't know.
He was taking him out left and right. I don't see no
Yeah,
complacency
he was.
in him.
Well,
If Luke, he sensed, he goes like, the Force is strong with this one when he's like behind Luke because he's trying to target him. He could sense it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and Luke is trying to get to the exhaust port because that's the main weakness with the Death Star.
This is the negative, didn't go in sequence. So here's an interesting trivia fact for you. The guy who plays Red Leader, who's about to try and blow up the Death Star, this is actor Drew Henley. So he was married 3 times, but one of the people that he was married to was Jacqueline Pierce. Do you guys know who that was?
Oh,
Jacqueline Pierce Serverland from the sci-fi TV show Blake 7.
Blake 7.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice tidbit of info.
It's her
Thanks,
husband.
Lance.
Yeah, I know. Jacqueline Pierce was a friend of mine. I became friends with her about 10 years before she passed away from cancer. She was in a play with a friend of mine, and it was my friend's birthday, and we went to see my friend backstage. And when she found out it was my friend's birthday, she took us all out, and I stayed in touch with her and went to see every show she did after that. And she came to see all my plays as well. So really nice woman.
Wow, Lance, you have incredible friends.
Well, just I mean, I work in that industry. These are all fairly low end stories, but it's kind of a when he passed away, he choked on his food. That's the same thing that happened to my dad. So yeah, which is, and by the way, this was his last acting role as well.
Really, this was the last time.
Yeah, Drew Henley's last acting role was Red Leader. That was the last thing he did. Yeah, so I also I'm sure I've told you this before, Jill, but I also know Dennis Lawson, who plays Wedge, and I have
I don't remember that.
I have a photograph of him and me together. Yeah, his son was in the Harry Potter play with a friend of mine, and that's when I met him.
Oh, Cursed Child.
Yeah.
I still haven't seen Cursed Child.
Yeah, his son was playing one of the Potter's children, and my friend was playing Harry Potter. But in the play,
wow.
Harry Potter's an adult in the play, so the Potter's kids are like the leads.
Right,
exactly. It's all set in the future when the kids in the films are
Well,
older.
I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that play because it's just like, oh well, we haven't had any evil Hufflepuffs. Let's bring Cedric back and let's do time travel and make him evil.
It's a really
That's
good
really weird.
play. You should absolutely go and see it.
I hear that the only way to experience it is the play, not to never read it, but to watch the play.
No. Yeah, go and see the theatre production. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So Beggars just got shot. Shot. So he had to pull away. So Luke's all by himself with Darth Vader and 2 stormtroopers.
Yeah, and actually, one thing that was always interesting about the special edition is there's a shot of the ships escaping, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the original version, it's the Falcon, Wedge, and Luke. But when you watch the special edition, it's the Falcon, Wedge, and Luke, plus a Y-wing and a couple of other X-wings, I think. So what they're just saying is that the attack was bigger. There were other ships flying around doing other things, and these are the other ones that got away because they added loads.
We're
of
all clear, kid. Let's blow this thing and go home.
Yeah.
And did he get here yet? There's a lot to this scene. It's way more intricate, and I'm so glad you guys are here to help me with it.
Well, you're welcome, Joe. So this is the part that Obi-Wan, the Force Ghost, is telling Luke to use the Force.
Yeah.
Like he goes, don't use your and they ask him why he's turning off his targeting computer. And and he goes, I'm all right.
Yeah. And then the music's like all ramps up. John Williams ramps up the music.
Yep.
But there goes R2.
Uh-oh.
We've lost R2. There's that cut to reaction shot from the C-3PO. Oh no. Leia's unfazed. It's only a droid, you know.
Yeah, but it's definitely a big deal to C-3PO though. That's his best friend.
Yeah. And the Death Star is like right in sight of Yavin now. And
did anyone bring up Porkins?
We're past Porkins.
No, he was too heavy. We couldn't bring him up.
Yeah, I know he crashed. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have you now.
Yeah, so Luke has to take a shot, and it's now or never here.
What about Red? Who Dennis Lawson? What was his character's name? Big.
We're already past this. We're already past it.
No, but that's okay. If Scotty has something to add from before.
I've already done
because
so bad.
Well, no, but the problem is I did ask you to prepare something. I don't know if you got a chance to do that.
No.
But okay. Well, then at least you didn't.
Don't worry, I'm prepared.
Yeah.
See, that's why Lance is here.
Yeah.
But no, I don't mind if he wants to add something from some parts that we covered because he might have something different to say.
Well, Porkins was the guy who was in Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Top men.
Top men.
Top men. He was
See,
also in.
So he was in Batman.
Yeah, he was in Batman. He was in that weird.
Where are you spending your nights?
Playing that strange guy. We all do the wibbly wobbly walk. I forget the name of the movie now. Directed by Richard Stanley, who got fired from the island of Dr. Moreau.
I was fired by the island of Dr. Moreau once. I was too good looking.
There you go.
Clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
Oh, love that line.
Yeah, Han, Solo, and Chewbacca come back on the Millennium Falcon and just knocked off Darth Vader's TIE fighter off course. So Luke can finally take the shot.
That's great because you thought that Han had completely abandoned. Well, some people.
Yep.
Most people think
that
he
I
completely
love the
abandoned.
way they
them.
come out of the sun as well. That's such a World War II shot. Which George nicked from another movie.
When the Millennium Falcon pulls away, I love the fact that it's upside down because it's probably the first instance in science fiction cinema that I've ever seen. Like, it's not on an XY axis where everything is pointing in the same direction.
Right.
And so I like how the Millennium Falcon goes away upside down.
Yeah. So here's Luke taking the shot at the exhaust port.
Oh, speaking of which, okay, this is the part where I want to do this.
Big
I wanna
shout out
do
to Galen
some of the
Arso.
movie.
All right.
I'm not gonna play the sound to alleviate the
Yeah, ba ba
copyright.
ba 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 ba. Loosen up.
But I wanted to play a little bit of it
Sure.
because it's difficult to really capture it.
You
without
worry about those
motion.
guns. I'll worry about the tower. Or sorry, you worry about the fighters. I'll worry about the tower.
And so I am rewinding a little bit, but I'm gonna fast forward a bit too.
All right. well.
Hopefully, I can get away with this because I'm pausing.
I'm sure you will be okay, Joe, as long as you play for like a few seconds and then skip ahead.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. So hopefully
Yeah,
that
and
works.
not play any music. So
I'm definitely leaving the John Williams out.
Fine. Yeah.
That's Jazzy Johnny to you.
Jazzy Johnny. Oh, okay. I never called him Jazzy Johnny, but definitely John
I
Williams.
do. It's on his business card.
Okay, here it is. Okay, so that goes in there. Yep. And I'm going to skip a few seconds to also appease the copyrights, but I wanted to get this in motion because it makes no sense. I like my slides, but this is good.
Yeah, see, that's the shot with just the three ships.
And there goes the Death Star.
Yeah, without the ring.
So that was the last time we see Commander Tarkin as well. He dies as well.
Not Commander. He's a Grand Moff. What the hell is a moth? Especially a Grand Moff.
It's a bigger moth than usual. But smaller than a butterfly.
A grand one. A grand. Bigger than a tall moth.
Yeah, exactly. He has to go to big and tall moths.
Funny.
One of my favorite things in terms of backstage things that you would never see in the Star War is that Peter Cushing found the boots too tight and uncomfortable. And so when he is on screen from the knees up, wearing slippers.
Yeah, he was an avid war gamer as well, by the way.
That's good trivia. He wanted to be comfortable.
Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million.
And the rebels win. They got their victory. Woohoo!
Fantastic that the terrorists got their way.
Celebrations. Remember, the Force will be with you always. I've said that line so many times to friends of mine.
Yeah.
The Force will be with you always.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah, that's right. Obi-Wan does say, remember, Force will be with you always.
You've been drifting around the galaxy for 3 weeks? You must smell like burnt buttery bacon. What the hell is an aluminum falcon?
And Luke gets like a hero's welcome here.
Yes.
I was more to you than money.
Oh no, R2-D2.
But if any of my circuits or gears will help, I'll gladly donate.
I'm sure R2-D2 could be fixed right up in a jiffy.
Oh yeah, they do.
I love that
They give him a tune-up and
C-3PO would sacrifice parts of himself to save his friend. That is so sweet.
Indeed.
And those are basically the last lines in the movie. This entire ceremony is silent.
Yeah, like
well, this is the first time that we see Princess Leia not with the headphones.
Yeah, and this is like a triumphant ceremony, and Leia, Princess Leia, awards Luke and Han medals for their heroism.
But not for Chewie.
No, Chewie did nothing.
Well,
but
even Chewie didn't get a medal. To me, C-3PO, R2-D2, and Chewie are heroes, even though they don't really get medals.
Yes.
But all of them, to me,
everybody's
are heroes.
R2D2
and everyone's
needs
happy
a
when they win.
medal.
Mm-hmm.
R2D2 needs a medal because I think he
Yes.
was the most valuable player.
Yes, he almost got destroyed.
Yep.
Well, he got shot in the head.
But this is the end for now until the sequels.
Yeah.
Good sequels and more Star Wars.
A happy ending.
Thank you, Diego Luna,
And
Cassian
thank you
Andor.
Yeah. And if you want to learn more about Star Wars, I always do this. I buy a book and I don't even get a chance to read it. It's called The Making of Star Wars by who wrote it?
Gary 7.
No, not Gary 7. It didn't say.
He
J.
might have.
W. Rensler.
I know.
Yes.
Who writes it again, Jill? Say that again, please.
J. W. Rensler.
Rensler. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a ton.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
No.
That's
I could play a little more of that. I forgot.
Oh, what a
play more
great
of it.
film! I want to watch it now.
That's how much I'll risk.
I feel like that does want to make me rewatch the original films again.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw it?
Oh, it's been a while. Can't really tell you, but it's been a while.
But you know the movie inside and out, though.
Oh, yes.
Very evident. So that's good.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've watched like the original non-tampered with editions. My friend Matt, he's managed to get them on Blu-ray. There's a company that legitimately makes them.
I had always watched the special edition, Lance. This is my first time yesterday watching it this way.
Yeah, I mean it's
these of this.
It's interesting, isn't it, seeing it without that? Because I'm so used to this. I hate the Greedo thing. I really hate it.
I spoke against that earlier also. I hate it also. But it was just so they
Yeah.
could get PG.
No, I mean, it was great that it was always great that it was part of Han's character that he is actually quite dangerous. And, yeah, I'm sure you have. Boom, you're dead. Okay, off I go. I talked to you, I distracted you, and now I've killed you. It's, it made him deadly. It made him more interesting. It happening by accident, kind of as a byproduct of Greedo firing first, was just like so bad. But that side,
I heard something interesting about the special edition from Gary Kurtz, and he was talking about the reinsertion of Jabba the Hutt, and he was like, "But we already said everything in the Greedo scene, and now you want to reinsert it." It's like it's terrible, is what Gary Kurtz said. And I agree. Like I'm so happy to rewatch this movie without Jabba the Hutt, is because it just makes it longer for a reiteration of a plot point that Han Solo shot.
We lost Kat, but I think I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I don't know. She bounced.
Well,
She might.
I hope
don't
she's
know, maybe
well.
She got the duck of death.
oh, never mind.
She might just got the.
But thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, thank you for having us on, Joe. Really
Yeah,
appreciate it.
absolutely. And I appreciate you coming on to talk about Star Wars and that book. I'm gonna read it and learn a little more after the show.
I think I'm gonna watch Star Wars: A New Hope while I'm having dinner, because it's been a while since I've seen this film. I mean, I love Star Wars. Still a fan
Oh
of it.
no, Lance left. I wanted to make sure that I promoted his stuff. Oh, I guess I did that earlier, so I guess it's fine if he leaves. But I definitely want to.
Okay.
show my appreciation, and really that's what I wanted to do. Is I wanted to
Definitely.
thank everybody in the chat for their patience. I didn't read the the chat as much as I normally do, so I am going to spend some
Wait.
extra moments reading the chat, but before I get to the chat, I'm going to have everybody promote and plug their stuff, cuz I'm going to hang out with everybody who's been hanging out with me this whole time for a little bit. And so you guys can plug your stuff, and you can decide if you want to leave or stay for me reading the chat.
All
'Cause I,
right.
you know, I don't
Sounds
have
good,
to
Jill.
until Doomcock starts at like an hour.
Who?
And so, Scotty, could you tell me what you're doing around on the internet?
I go from corner to corner, and I piss people off, and I make them upset until they tell me to leave, and I do, and then my
Fuck up
friends
people's
say,
food.
"Dude, don't go." And so then I come back, and that's what I do.
Yay.
Thank you.
Well, that is what happened today anyway.
Oh, it
It's strange.
happens a lot,
But
a
also,
lot more than you'd think.
Also, you can be found at the Phantasmagorium. You're talking about Mission
do, yes.
Impossible. You still have to watch the latest Mission Impossible movie.
Yeah, I can't
don't
wait. It's
you?
going to be 3 hours.
Yeah, right. And then you also show up at Cinema Gulp, and
I do, yeah.
and you can be found on Twitter at Scotty R37. Fun.
People let me
tweets
say
here and there.
fuck over there.
And just in case this is the last time I talk to you about the movie, is there anything you want to say about the movie?
I think that it's always been a battle as to what my favorite movie of the 1970s is. It's a tie between Star Wars or Superman. And I think that Superman touches me more emotionally, but Star Wars opens my imagination more. And so, yeah. No, I'm
I
a big
can agree
fan.
with that. Yes, it's heavy world building, very without over explaining it, and you really buy into what you're seeing. I believe it. I agree. And thank you, Jedi Master, for hanging out today. I know things were challenging, but thank you for sticking it through. I appreciated your presence
No
here.
worries. I'm here for the sci-fi. You know, my channel will be going back to episodes in 2 weeks. This Monday night, 8:15, Potluck Sci-Fi Chat. You know, that's it for me. My channel is I'm at 88 subs. I'm almost at 90. I've grown pretty good in the past week and a half. I've grown.
Okay, if anybody out there has not subscribed, please subscribe to Jedi Master 2022.
Oh, yeah.
You will
Like
also
what I'm
find
into.
Yeah, you will also find me there. I'm there on Mondays talking with
She's
him
my
about
co-host.
Lost in
My
Space.
partner in crime.
Yes, and we'll see.
you are
we'll see what
great.
kind of trouble we can get into on Monday. That'll
You're
be fun.
great.
And
I am
hey,
great.
and not Brian has subscribed, so there you go. You got it. Or you must be at 89 at least by now. Great. And also, I want to thank Raquel, a great Star Wars fan here.
Thank you.
Good job, Raquel.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm Raquel SSG, 2211, and also gaming as well. On my main channel, which is Raquel SSG 2211, I do hangouts, watch parties, reviews. I'm also doing Divas and Dorks. We talk about certain topics, fun topics, during the week or month and stuff like that. So go check me out. I usually stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and stuff like that. I'm not really sure.
Don't forget to block and unsubscribe.
I'm not really sure about next week. I'm gonna think I'm taking a break because personal life stuff is coming up, so I need to take care of that. Also check out my gaming channel. I usually stream on the weekends. Sometimes play Fortnite, GTA 5 Online, Fall Guys, and getting to the end with Gotham Knights, and nowhere near finished with the Hogwarts Legacy. But yeah, check me out on my gaming channel. Thank you so much for having me on, Jill. Really appreciate it. I love
Is that your first play? You've done Hogwarts Legacy a lot. Is that your first playthrough or second?
That's my first playthrough.
Oh, it's still okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Which house are
Oh.
you? I don't know. I need to check.
Gryffindor.
Gryffindor.
Good job. Oh, Harry Potter girl there. Good. Me and my wife love Harry Potter. But
Yeah.
you know, Raquel, pop into my show on a Monday night. You know, you can jump on the panel and learn about Lost in Space if you like.
All right.
It's a 60, you know, I'm just saying I should have said that earlier to you when I was plugging. I'm sorry, Jill. I just wanted to let her know she's welcome to come and join us sometime.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Also, like, you know, as what I was saying earlier, I love Star Wars. I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan of the original 3 films and the prequels, and somewhat okay with Disney Star Wars, but you know, I think it could be a lot better than it is. But thank you so much for having me on, Jill. I had fun.
Oh yeah, me too. And I'm still I'm still having a bit of fun, but I wanted to make sure I gave you guys an out if you're ready to go while I get through, because I want to talk to the chat, because I've got a lot of chat that I did not get to. And DJ Knight tried Hogwarts Legacy. I still plan on playing it.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's gonna be something I'm gonna do at some point. I don't know when, because I'm still in the middle of Fallout. Let me make sure I didn't miss any super chats. I don't think. No,
Well,
I
I
think we got
hope
everybody.
Well, I hope you find your super chats. Anyway, I gotta go.
I did.
I hope you
Yes.
guys have a great time
Yeah, you too.
finishing up
too.
the show, and
I will.
I enjoyed this entire Star War.
Yeah, I enjoy it too. Thank you for contributing. And yeah, he's just reached silly times, but I got what I needed.
Yeah, it was really fun. Like, you know, well, I don't know if you plan to do the other 2 movies, Jill, but if not, you know, that's okay. Like, you know, I had fun here today.
Me too.
Mhm.
But I wanted to make sure I didn't completely miss out on everything. Okay, so what happened here is I don't have to scroll back too much, because since I got kicked out of StreamYard a few times, I lost a lot of chat. So I only have up until a couple hours ago. So this isn't too bad.
All right.
Never underestimate a Wookiee, says DJ Knight. So this was at 4:44
No,
a couple hours ago.
don't.
Mhm. Well, that's the problem, is I can't understand a Wookiee. Only Han seems to know what he's saying. And that's something I'd like to look into. Like I know in Star Trek we have full-fledged languages for the Klingon. I don't think there's that kind of thing for a Wookiee.
And Jedi Master, I saw your earlier message there. I'm sorry I missed it. But yeah, I thought I clicked on it, but yeah, I subbed to your channel. You're currently at 91 subs.
Yep, I have
Yay!
91, Jill. I have come up in the past month, and I didn't mean. Listen, are we still live?
Yes,
we're still live. We're still live because I'm trying to
When we get
appreciate the
backstage, I
chat.
need to have a chit chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
with you
Okay.
after.
Yeah, we're still live because the reason
Okay.
why is because I wanted to get through the movie at a pace that wasn't too slow for people on the replay, but I also here at the end I want to make sure that I acknowledge everybody who spent time with me by getting to the chats that I couldn't get to earlier. And unfortunately, I lost quite a bit of chat because I had to reset my StreamYard. But we still have some. Old Man Bird said at one point, Harrison Ford supposedly improvised his lines before saying, "Luke, we're about to have company." Oh, that's why it's so good.
Oh, I did not know that.
It was a funny moment because it really did seem like he was improvising, but that wasn't in the script. That's really cool. And of course, lots of the chat is quotes from the movie, which absolutely makes sense. This is a really beloved movie that so many people know how to sing it. If you go to the Draft House, they have something called sing-alongs, and so if you go to the movie, you can actually say the lines to the movie while you're watching the movie. And usually, you're not supposed to talk during a movie, but in that case, you can. And that's what people are doing in the chat today. I think the entire script of Star Wars is in this broadcast. So I'm definitely not gonna make any edits to the broadcast so that the entire script stays in the chat. And okay, so that was the point where Franco Walker had to leave us, and that's great. So anybody who was here at the end, I'll be able to call you out as having been here. Whoever's still here. And definitely DJ Knight has both lines from the movie and made up lines also because he's very creative. And Jedi Master said no, he did when he was on the Falcon training when he was practicing. I don't remember what that's
when he was doing it with the remote. Finally, he put the mask down and he felt the force. He felt something for the first time, and he was able to block the laser blast from the remote with his lightsaber in his exercises. That's what I'm saying. The first time he felt anything force sensitive was in that moment.
I buy that definitely. That because he's been opened up to a larger world. And Qui-Gon taught him. The escape from the Death Star is visceral. Come on, baby, hold together. Yeah, that's one line I did not. I had clips today, but I by no means had all the clips. That would get me in trouble. So I'm glad when everybody puts the lines in the chat here. The Christian Fandom Geek. That must be when he appeared because his link is appearing here. Okay, but I want to warn you, I may ban all making fun of Dr. Smith's back pains to Jedi Master. Well, I don't know. I like making fun of Dr. Well, you got to make a little fun of Dr. Smith because he's not always such a good guy. And yes, Raquel, but now I won't even get into the regular airplane. Oh, is that really true? Raquel still likes regular planes. I do too. Well, and nobody's trying to shoot at me, hopefully, in a regular plane. Usually that's not the case, so I'm okay with those. Perhaps Darth has grown complacent. Oh no. Okay, I did read that one earlier. Every once in a while I was able to catch a chat. And I'm also appreciative of Sentai Ranger Donnie being here today. Lance bringing the knowledge. Yes, there was so much knowledge in this stream thanks to Lance. And also that's why I brought up the book. If you need to learn more, if you want to learn more. Not Starship Troopers, but yeah, the book that I cited was the book I bought that I need to read more of myself. Unfortunately, I have a Kindle version. I'm sure if I bought the real one, it would be way more beautiful. But there still are pictures in the Kindle that are really cool looking. The Tetrarch of Apathy said, "I've always wished we could see more of the Millennium Falcon's engagement with the TIE fighters before or during the brief help we see." Yeah, that would be nice. But Han, decided to come in at the 0 hour, right? Just in time to knock Darth Vader off his feet. Wedge actor is Ewan McGregor's uncle, right? His old man bird. Han to the rescue. Yeah, see, we're making it. We're making it to the end here. There's no, yeah, exactly. I hadn't noticed that Chewie didn't get one for the decades until it was pointed out. Yeah, because he's there being celebrated like everyone else. You think he did get it? Kind of like a, I don't know if that's a what do you call it? What's that thing? Uh, it's the Mandela effect. That's it. I wonder if anybody remembers Chewie getting a medal. Old Man Bird says, Jill, anti-derivative Jill, you are truly the best, not just because you are a celebrity. I'm not a celebrity. Thank you for the show, but I do play one on YouTube. I'm not a celebrity. I play one, but I'm not really. No, I'm just a fan who likes to talk about fun stuff, and I do love science fiction. And even though I love Star Trek more, I wanted this to be about celebrating Star Wars. It's something that a lot of people really love, and I'm happy to have talked about it today. Lemon Pie says, yes, thank you for the stream, and thank you to the panel. And thank you. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Andrew. It's just great to see you here. And Brian says, still going. Yeah, I'm almost done. I've got to cook dinner for my family and stuff. But this is fine. Your panelists are falling off due to the shockwave of the Death Star explosion. Yes, that's right. Well, the end of the movie. Time to go. Disney needs to rework Star Wars. They just need to stop making Star Wars. Just like how I feel about. I'm pretty sure this feeling is mutual. I want Secret Hideout to stop making Star Trek, and I'm sure people want Disney to stop making Star Wars and have other people who actually care about it do it better justice that the justice it deserves. The fans have already written a whole lot of great Star Wars, and that could just be adapted. And Tetrarch Papathy, hey, you did get another subscriber. That must be the 91. The Gaming and Guitar Portal says, hey there. Hey there, the Gaming and Guitar Portal. One of the things I treasure most about this live stream, exploring Star Wars, finally getting into the trilogy, great stuff. Even better, seeing all these new people that I have not seen ever before in my chat who love Star Wars. So definitely something that I need to pay attention to. It was great to be here while you covered this movie, and you had a great panel too. Yes, I appreciated everyone who was on the panel, and I will list the rest of the people who were here earlier. PvP even made it. PvP got out of work. This is how I know I have been streaming too long. Jill's in a time zone far away. Had a busy day, so I couldn't watch. And yeah, and he's going to Gorillas. So yeah, definitely after this you can check out Gorilla, or you can check out Doomcock's Friday Night Frolics. There's lots of stuff going on Fridays on YouTube. And I might be streaming over one of those people that I really love that streams right now. He's UK Danger Man. He must be talking about Star Trek right now. Well, Leia is tall. Wait a minute. Leia is not tall. She's Carrie Fisher is not tall. I am the same height as Carrie Fisher, 5'1". And that is a fact. And that is the chat. And I really appreciate all of you guys for being here. And so the last thing I want to do is name everybody who was on the panel today. And so, well, we had a lot. At one point we had a packed house. I don't know when we lost West Kegel because I didn't that was so long ago. It feels like yesterday. It feels like I've been streaming since yesterday, even though it's only been 5.5 hours. But of course, we had Scotty R37, Richard Spake, Jedi Master 2022, Wes Cagle, who switched from being Leia Organa to Doctor something. I forget what. Raquel SSG, thank you. And of course, Jedi Master and Raquel SSG are still here currently. So let me see who else was here. Just skipping through to see Theta of the Grid. he had to leave, and I'm glad I promoted him earlier because that was the end of how long he could be here, as well as Canadian Spider-Man, who is busy. He's very busy doing important stuff, but I think he has been lurking this entire time. I don't know if I can coax him out to say that he has, because I am going to end pretty soon. Let's see if there's anyone else that I missed. I don't want to miss anybody. Of course, Lance provided lots of great knowledge, and I was hoping to talk a bit to Kat about stuff, but I think this was just a busy, busy day for her. So I appreciate her dropping into the panel for as long as she could. Also, this was even more monumental than I could have hoped for. It was a wonderful stream, and I appreciated everybody's input. And even when things get a little shaky, it's still a lot of fun. There's still a lot of interesting things to be learned. Is that it? I think that might be everybody who was on the panel. Did I miss anybody?
I don't think you did, Joe. I think that's everybody.
Yeah, I think that's everybody too. And DJ Knight says it was fun. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. That was it. Yeah, that's everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. All right. Okay. my panelists are really patient. Thank you for giving me the time to appreciate everyone here, and including everybody I didn't mention who was in the chat earlier for the first 4 hours of the show that I didn't name just now. I appreciate you guys too, like Brogu, for example, and everyone else. But for now, I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful Friday, and just have a whole lot of fun this Star Wars weekend. And also remember, on the 25th, it's not just Star Wars Day; it's also Tal Day, which is the day for Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe, which I really, really love. I just bought for Mother's Day. I bought myself the complete book set. Yeah, I got all the books. So at some
Nice.
certain point, I'm going to read it.
Nice. Don't forget it's Memorial Day weekend, so enjoy your weekend, you guys.
Oh, yes, that's right. So if you didn't realize it, you might have Monday off from work.
Yep.
That's good news.
3-day weekend. Woohoo!
Yay. So I'll see you around. And I'll probably play a few, I know a few clips from all the Star Wars clips that I got for this stream at the end. And that'll be our show for today. I'll talk to you guys next time.
Learn all that is learnable.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
May we together become greater than the sum of both of us.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
Don't be mean. We don't have to be mean. Because, remember, no matter where you go, no matter where you go, there you are.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, we're backstage now?
No.
Not yet. Not yet. I'm just my StreamYard's acting funky.
Where are you going?
Looks like I'm going nowhere.
Surrounds us and penetrates us.
What a piece of junk!
It's because a droid don't pull people's arms out of their sockets when they lose.
Presence I've not felt since...
I got a bad feeling about this.
Somebody get this big walking carpet out of my way.
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
What? Felt a great disturbance in the Force. But it also obeys your commands. That's good. You've taken your first step into a larger work.
May the Force be with you.
Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million.